Almost looking like team cars with the paint jobs there. Those beautiful green paint jobs glistening here in the morning sun.
And we got those GM products out there, the Pontiac Firebird in the right lane and the Camaro left side as they get set to go. You see the dial list down there on the scoreboard. And a win on the left side, so 2 winners in a row on the left side. And we're just chugging right along here, Nick.
Hey, and a couple more looking like team cars with the gray primer paint jobs there.
Race car gray, we call them, right?
That's right.
And we got that Camaro right side, and
looks like a little old Cutlass over there.
Yeah, it does. It does look like an old Cutlass.
About an 82, 84 model. So top end, well, I didn't see the red light, so your winner up here, Summit side.
Well, Nick, we were talking about the D3 TV that Warren Evans has, and I first realized that everything is up and running. I mean, they had it here for the Lucas race back in April or May, whenever that was, and then I sort of went I'm riding on a motorcycle, not having a care in the world, apparently no responsibilities. I keep getting reminded about, and then I had. Sort of logged on to Facebook one Sunday afternoon, and Bob Unkerfer had a post from Bowling Green. He said they had a problem with the sound, but now it was up and running with the D3 TV. And I went, they got it down in Bowling Green? Cool, well, let's see what's happening down there. And the last time I was at Bowling Green must have been 1978. So that was a long time ago. When we did the bracket finals down there at Bowling Green, then we kind of outgrew that facility. Then we've been here since 1980, 1979. We can look it up in the book.
Well, here we go, Dennis. We continue on with round number 2 here. Pro E.T. Randy Weller out of Granite City, Illinois, up in the Summit Lane, dial 646. Beacon, where are you? Well, they're right there. Beacon Dragway.
Well, that's where they're supposed to be, but I know it's early. Tommy Gentry, left side for Louisville and Ohio Valley Dragway. Ford Fairmont Station Wagon. Little 351 in there as they get set to go. Dial in 705 left side for TG.
Tommy been behind the wheel of this little Fairmont, Dennis, for a long time. He's got his hands full here with Weller. Little 71 Vega will be moving out. He's going to be chasing Tommy on the top.
Green's back here, Nick, as they head down track, and that 8-mile mark is right there. What do you think? Left side?
Yep, breakout. You got the winner, pal.
So that is a 7:08 at 92 miles per hour for Tommy Gentry.
Breakout too quick for Weller. He goes under by, pretty good margin, about 3 there. At 106 miles per hour.
That's another point for Ohio Valley Dragway. Next up, left side, Eric Paul from Evansville, Indiana. 72 Challenger running for Beach Bend, and his dial in there is 604.
665 the dial, Summit side for Lloyd Jennings out of St. Charles, Missouri, the 66 mil. Wildly off the starting line. Couple of great lights to draw to here, and the wind light says, oh my. Jennings the light, but you got the win light.
Wow, off of an 009 light, and against Eric Paul's 22. Eric Paul gets the win, 608-106. and it was a matter of the breakout for Lloyd. Lloyd got there first, had the better reaction time, got there first, but broke out by, well, basically 0.05 of a second. I can't do that third digit math.
I'm not good at it either. Rob Gregory, Summit Side already off and running. Villanova, Mid-Michigan, the home track, Summit Side.
That man left side with that 63 Sport Fury, and he gets the win. Both drivers go under 6:49.2 on the 650 for man, 103 miles per hour, and that's a win for Crossroads.
Yeah, Crossroads, we can see him down there whooping it up. Here's Wes Buckley out of Rossford, Ohio, as he'll stage up for Summit Motorsports Park. 597, quick little Camaro here.
Left side with the 746 dial in, that's Travis Booth. Racing for this track, Lucas Oil Raceway. 91 Mustang, a little 358 in there. A little massaging on that engine. Ready to go. Red light. Out of here, and Wes is winning.
Yep, automatic win via the red light. Tough break there for Booth, doing a good job. 004 off the tree for Buckley. 597.0. Oh boy, how about that? 11 pack there for Buckley here this morning, and another point for Summit Motorsports Park.
It's great to have a practice run first round of the morning, isn't it? Holy cow. Here's Mike Shanks up next, left side. He's been around here a billion years. Out of Union, Missouri, running for Gateway Motorsports Park. Dialing in a 647 Nick. He's giving chase this time.
And Jim Lawlin out of Albany, Wisconsin. Little 78 Malibu. Oh boy, tough red light. Minus 001 for Laughlin.
And it's still red, no matter how good or how badly you turn that red light on. Mike Shanks, your winner, 648, 104. And Gateway gets another point. Look at that blue Camaro over there. That is a neat ride. That's Chad Kolish out of Winnebago, Indiana. Bunker Hill, the home track there, and he's down at a 651.
Oh, equally neat ride here. The 69 Dodge Dart, 340 car, 724 the dial. Summit side for Brett Spring, running for National Trail Raceway.
Remember when 1967 they had the Dart GTS, they had the 383 in there? Well, pair of greens, Nick. I think it's going to be pretty close down there.
Hey, yep. Well, how about a 728 on a 24 solid for Brett Spring? Another point for National Trail Raceway.
And the left side of the track, Chad was just a tad late. Okay, he was 5 tads late left side. Broke out and got to the finish line second. Oh, man.
Yeah, that's one of those shaking your heads.
Wow.
Scott Wiesand out of Hebron, Ohio, running for National Trail Raceway, the 70 Camaro, Summit side 649 on the window for the dial.
Bunker Hill drag strip. And Kim charging, not charging enough. Overdrawn.
Overdrawn. 652 at 105. I love those little painted pictures, you know, that you got there. 649 the die. He goes 652 for the win here in the Summit Lane.
I just hate it when you're out traveling, wherever you happen to be going, you know, and you're not that far away. You're in Indianapolis or you're in Kansas City or something, you know. I'm sorry, sir, your credit card's been denied. What? Then you call them up. Oh, you didn't call us and saying you were going to be more than 50 miles from home. I said, I'm 50 miles from home every day of the week. What's the deal? Oh, but, you know, they're always glad to punch a button and refresh their computer or something like that. But we did get that Visa email that said you don't have to call us anymore. We know that you're never home, so that's okay. You know, and a lot of the BP stations back home, you know, you put the card in and then it says enter your zip code, which is another double check because, as far as I know, the zip code is not written on your credit card anyplace. So at least if somebody takes it, they're going to have to say, "Dang, what's the zip code for?" I don't know. Terre Haute, Indiana. You guys probably got 8 or 10 down there, as big as that town is.
Exactly. Well, quick dress up here. Summit side. Crew out there right on top of it.
Hey, we didn't get a chance to talk about the Dreers expedition to Earlville last week. Have you talked to them this week at all?
I did talk to him a little bit.
Did they say anything about it?
They qualified pretty well, but they went out in the first round, smoked the tires there, but they're pitching and catching all the time.
That's good. Yeah, it was a great race up there. The skies were pretty much every day, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, just like this. It was a tad cooler up there. I mean, this morning it was 53 here, which is not, that's not summertime. But I think it was 46 on a Saturday morning up there at Earlville. But it was a lot of fun, All concrete track. The tower up there is probably another 100 feet closer to the starting line than we are here on the second floor, which then makes it easier when you have assistance in front of your eyes to see the scoreboards down there. Got to have 10 pairs of glasses. Okay, now it's going to be toward noon. You got to
want to race down the same track as the stars of NHRA? Tracks all across the country host events that you and your family can race at and be part of. Race your street car at the NHRA Drag Street Legal Style presented by AAA, or your hot rod in the Summit Racing Series, where you can be crowned track, division, and even the NHRA Summit National Champion. And don't forget that kids can race in the Summit Junior Drag Racing League, starting at 5 years old. And for teenagers 13 to 16, there's NHRA Junior Street. It's family fun at an NHRA member track near you. Visit NHRA.com for a complete list of the tracks and programs. Remember, drag a friend to the track and share the speed.
appearing? 2008 best appearing car. That is it's kind of a rare machine right now, a 74 Scamp. Buddy of mine had a 74 Brougham. That's what he called it. Plymouth Brougham. So prior to, and this is the Brougham, you know, with the mouse fur interior. I don't know what they actually called it, what the salesman would call it, but the mouse fur interior, automatic, 318, vinyl roof, and the car previous to that was a 70 Roadrunner 4-speed. It's like he got old in 4 years, Nick. Oh, can't shift anymore.
Well, I challenge you to go out this week and try to find a Plymouth Scamp for sale. Very rare car. But here's the Battle of the Brads. Wilhelm, as we said, Summit Side, Paul over there in the National Dragster Lane. It all comes down to this. They want to go one more round. They're not ready to go home yet, and so their best effort now, they want to pull out of the hat to try to go here to the third round.
Brad beats They're still glued together. Finish line coming up, Nick, at the 8-mile mark.
Yeah.
Left side, Brad Paul, your winner, 7:02 on the 92, 90 miles per hour. Wilhelm was right there, 7:07 at 96 miles per hour. And once more, Nicky has the pretty young girls come up here giving him a hug. Oh, that's his granddaughter. Haley,
Yeah.
I didn't almost recognize you. You've gotten older in the last 2 weeks.
Yes, that's my granddaughter Haley, and my wife Linda here joins us down the tower. She has this thing about having her name announced over the day.
Mike Valencia, left side of Oreland Park, Illinois. He's coming hard.
Oh, breakout too quick for Harold Travioli out of West Terre Haute for Crossroads, breaking out 7:34 on the 36. Your winner over there, 6:20 solid on the 17 dial.
And up next, left side, as soon as I punch the button, Dustin Loynes out of Walled Lake, Michigan. And the Firebird from Island Dragway running a 6:19 guaranteed on the money, honey.
Killcare Dragway sends us James Sanders out of Riverside, Ohio. The 85 Firebird staging up 6:49 on the quick wheels up, Scott, both drivers. But the red eye catches your guy. My guy's solid. 008 off the starting line, breaks that, it's okay. Red light in the other lane, Sanders with another point for last year's champions, Killcare.
So Dustin went red by 17 and ran 6:19.109. It's tough to hold him back sometimes. Here's Daniel Hardsaw, left side for Borden, Indiana. Ohio Valley Dragway, his home track 666, and that is a 70 Nova. A bunch of those around, Nick.
And the Crossroads Dragway, this is Steve Conrad, that high-flying little Mustang out of Terre Haute, Indiana. Pure Ford, 408-incher. Conrad awfully tough off the starting line. If he gets a hold of the starting line, watch this car leave.
Car songs. We had the Corvettes, we had the GTO. Mustang Sally, but kind of a car song. Trying to think, was there ever anybody that said, Plymouth Brogums, you gonna run up? No, I don't think so.
I don't think so.
It was actually a Brougham. We know how to say it, but it was always the joke. You got the Brogums?
Yikes.
So Daniel Hardsaw is going to be winner left side. He'll run through 665 at 103 miles an hour. The winner by virtue of Steve's red light. Hey, you got a Falcon.
Love those Falcons. Bill Spoor out of Van Wert, Ohio. His 63 Falcon, by the way. 351 inches of Ford, running for Muncie Dragway, 642 the dial, Summit side.
Lucas Walker left side from Mayfield, Kentucky. Beach Bend Raceway Park. Track there.
Whoa! Did you see Walker leave way out there and Spoor just sitting there with the red light? Oh my.
Dang. So Lucas Walker, 573, and his win light was already on at the far end of the track when Billy couldn't get into the beams down here, and he ran 573. So that is like another time trial for Mr. Lucas Walker. Well, good morning down there. Hey, Jackie Prouts, if you're down there, could you stand up and pick Billy up and wave him or something? I think she's standing up, isn't she, Nick? Everybody's standing up down there. Hey, they're blocking the view of the billboard down there with your picture on it.
Oh, quit it, man. You're killing me.
Nobody could block that billboard unless you were a semi-truck.
Here's Dave Manoni out of Oak Lawn, Illinois, running for Route 66 Raceway, 621 the dial, Summit side.
And from West Mill, Missouri, out there west of St. Louis, the 85 Mustang of James Thurston, running for Gateway Motorsports Park just across the big Mississippi down there. 621 left side, 621 right side. Hey, heads up, no breakouts. First one. Yeah, there is breakouts.
I love ditto dials because, boy, it really means a lot. You got a ditto dial. You've got to do your work on the starting line. All five, well, they're almost dead even, so it's anybody's race. Ditto dial 21, they both break out. Breaking out the least, it's going to be Dave Manoni. Manoni going to take the win for Route 66. They're jumping up and down. 620 with a 7 by 3 thou. Your winner, 110 miles per hour.
That was almost a dead heat, a tie race. And I think we've only had about 20 of those in the history of it. Oh, we haven't had any. There's no tie races. No.
It was 2,000 the margin of victory when he shook up all those numbers. Here's Marlon Howells out of Livonia, Michigan. 70 Camaro, Milan Dragway, the home.
And Mike McKinney left side of the track, the big out of Muncie Dragway. Here he comes. Got him right at the lights. 649, 102 miles an hour because Marlon did one of those things. Oh, it's a breakout. 637, Nick at 104. Hate it when that happens. And the better light was Mike McKinney. I think he just pushed him out down there. Marlon wanted to stay ahead. You got to stay ahead, right? You got to take the stripe unless you know that you're going to go way too quick.
How about this slick little 96 Dodge Avenger? It's James Overland out of Albany, Wisconsin, running for Byron Dragway, 734 the dial.
And a 400 small block Chevy. Whoa. I would never suspect that just looking at that car. Jesse Brand, left side out of Mattoon in Illinois in Coles County. Coles County, you guys down there any place? I don't see any jumping up and down and hooting and hollering and lights flashing down there. So, 768 left, 734 right. That's a cool adventure, Nick. I like that.
Yeah, it is. Slick-looking car. But he red lights his chances away, minus 006 to the red side of the ball, Dennis, and you got the winner.
And for Jesse, a 768.8 on the 768 at 87 miles per hour. He'll be back for round number 3.
This is my kind of pro car. How about that little altered? Way cool. As this is going to be Jack Coonan out of Ransom, Illinois. That's a 1923 T-altered, fenderless little Ford. As he'll move up to stage here, 6 flat the dial for running for Route 66 Raceway.
And left side of the track, Robert Hutter from Monticello, Indiana, Muncie Dragway. That's a 79 Camaro. And that's a Dart small block at 406 cubic inches. How about that?
And a Dart small block over here, 406 cubic inches too. And you don't get too many classic confrontations in the pro class, but here's one, the open cockpit all lit up against the wood. Here we go.
I'm betting on the left side, Nick.
Somebody with a ton in the bank. But you know what? Always doesn't prove to be the difference, does it?
It does
Double
not.
breakout, a 005, no win on that one, and it'll be the altered going to third round for Coonan, as he'll go 599.8 on the 6 flat 200, and boy, about 400 for your guy, and that all altered going on.
Now, Robert had that 005 light, went 680, way under, and gives that race away. You like 57 Chevys, Nick?
Oh boy, you know I do. And that's another good-looking pro car, isn't it? Mike Morris, really a bunch of the cars out of the Morris Racing Stables run at Ohio Valley Dragway. And this beautiful 57 Bel Air down in
Kenny McKissick, 70 Nova winner. Not this time, Nick. He broke out by the most.
And you know the cool conditions here this morning, we were talking about dial-ins, what they were going to do. We're seeing some breakouts here. Is Morris going to win it? 695 with the 4 on the 97. He goes to third round. Jeremy Cooley out of Hartford City, Indiana. The Muncie Dragway.
Well, here comes Lisa Scoff trying to chase down Jeremy left side from Ohio Valley, and a win as both drivers broke out. Lisa broke out by about 200ths of a second. Jeremy broke out by about 4. So Lisa's going to be a winner. That's another point for Ohio Valley Dragway.
You think anybody back in the pits is watching these double breakouts?
Oh, man. Anybody got a rag? Quick. Change that number.
Here's Rob Fisher. 2 beautiful cars that he owns. This one absolutely gorgeous. Look at the fit and finish on this little 66 Chevelle wagon out of Humboldt, Illinois. Running for Coles County Dragway USA, 744 the Dow Summit side.
Brian Bayer, left side of the track out of Amherst, Ohio, running for Summit Motorsports Park in 99 Malibu. And he's dialed in at a 651. Pretty good head start here in Pro Brand.
He's a winner off the red light, your side.
O'Brien with that red light start by 7,000ths of a second. He goes 649.104. But Rob Fisher has that win, Nick. 747 at 89. That's a win for CCD USA. DAW10 ONE.
You're killing me, man. You're killing me, man. Here's Ronnie Cunningham out of Cold Spring, Kentucky. 65 Mustang. Edgewater Sports Park, the home track. 690.
Left side for beach spin. 70 Chevy Nova down at 668 a win there. Yes, got a win there left side. He made up that 7,000th difference that he gave away on the starting line. Actually, Ronnie broke out, so 669.0 on the 668. And Joe moves to round number 3.
In one of those classic Ford Chevrolet battles, no doubt. Here's Brian Lewis, Cincinnati, Ohio, the hometown. Edgewater Sports Park, the home track, 626 the dial, Summit Side.
You remember Chuck Norris on TV?
I remember him.
Yeah, I think this is Chuck's son, Chris Norris, left side from Shepherd.
I
Okay,
think
maybe
you're-
not.
I think you're
Shepherdsville,
right.
Kentucky. Ohio Valley Drive. They're off and running right now. A couple of green lights there. Who's it going to be?
Well, on top end, here we go. They motor down, they look at each other, and it's Lewis. Lewis, 628 on his 26. He had the light, 6th out off the starting line. The margin of victory, 9 thousandths at the stripe for Lewis.
And no one broke out. How about that? So I bet they've been watching these pretty closely. How about that Cutlass left side of the track? That's Steve Davenport from Strongsville, Ohio. 455 Cutlass. And a representative from Summit Motorsports Park.
Edgewater Sports Park, the home track here for, this is Tammy Lovett. Lovett out of Batavia, Ohio. 643 the dial. Also love flames, Dennis. Love the flames on the Little Nova. Your 2011 winner in the pro class here was Tammy. So, she loved to do this again here. Lucasville Raceway. Good start, both drivers. Somebody with a little bit in the bank. We'll see how that figures at the stripe.
And Tammy broke out by 0.02 of a second, but that's okay because she didn't leave first and she didn't get the finish line first, so that's all right. You wouldn't be too disappointed there. I broke out. Well, I didn't get there first anyway. So Steve Davenport, your winner, left side, 717 at 90 miles per hour, and win for Summit Motorsports Park. Hey, you got a truck, Nick.
Oh, yeah, I like to pick 'em up trucks. Matt Ball out of Troy, Ohio, 633 the dial. Summit side running for Summit Motorsports Park, 91S10.
Well, let's see how this booth performs on the starting line. Ellis Booth out of Warrensburg, Illinois. Gateway Motorsports Park, the home track, 699 on the scoreboard, left side for Ellis. And I'm sure you watch the teammates, you watch the brothers, you watch the sisters. Oh, no. Ellis Booth has not moved off the starting line, so Matt has got to be careful not to break out. He did not break out, and that is a win right side for Matt Ball. Tough break for Ellis Booth. Boy, you come up here and all ready to go, and the car does not move off the starting line. I'm betting ignition problem. Well, either ignition, fuel, or air, right? You got to have all three of those, Nick.
Tough break for Ellis. He's been here working hard all weekend long. And so Matt Ball with the win. He'll take it any way you can. Another point for Summit Motorsports Park. So on deck back here, Dennis, going to be Tony McKinney. How about a 1971 Plymouth Satellite? Don't see too many of those either. Neat car. 452 inches of pure Mopar. Running for Milan Dragway. He'll put a 770 on the window in the Summit Lane.
And left side for Muncie Dragway, that's Marty McKinney. I'm assuming no relationship there to Tony because they live like a nation apart. Detroit and Centerville, Indiana. Anyway, Jackie Protz, if you're down there in the grandstands, somebody asked about you. I won't mention her name, but it rhymes with Haley. Okay, who goes first, Nick? Let me tell you, a bigger number, right side, Tony.
Yeah. Well, Tony's going to leave. Marty's going to chase. This should be a good one. Chevrolet versus Mopar here in the second round of Pro ET.
2 greens. Tony's your winner.
Yeah, McKinney will take the win. Look at it, dead on. 770 with an O. Dead on for McKinney. He'd have been a tough one to beat anyway down there at 90 miles per hour. 659 for the numbers at 94 for McKinney. Up in the National Dragster Lane. So Jeff Springs, good looking. Back on the back. Run for National Trail, 6:54 to dial.
Camaro left side, that's David Wiggum, and David is your winner. That's a win for Lucas Oil Raceway, 6:42 at 105 miles per hour. Close race, Nick, only 5,000 separated David and Jeff at the finish line. And they were both over the dial-in.
Yeah, real close race. As we look now to Jonathan Chapman. Chapman out of Columbus, Ohio. His 68 Chevelle. Small block 355, running for Pacemaker Dragway Park, 698 to dial in the Summit Lane.
Luke Sexton left side out of Bloomington, Indiana, with that 79 Camaro dial at a 668. Two greens on the starting line is separated by about that much back here as he puts these fingers 20 hundredths of a second apart. Left side, Luke Sutton broke out.
And
667.9 on the 668. Wow.
And a 7 flat on that 98, a winner for Chapman and Pacemakers at 96 miles per hour.
Out of Imperial, Missouri, left side comes 74 Cutlass. Cool if he'd had a Imperial, right? From Gateway Motorsports Park, this is Barclay Schmidt.
And Heather, I want to say Salmon. Salmon out of Astoria, Ohio, 72 Vega, running for Summit Motorsports Park, 646 the dial.
Starting line, Barclay, Heather, here we go. Gateway, Summit winner is left side. That's Gateway, and that's Barclay. 643 at 103. Oh, Heather broke out, Nick.
Yeah, she did. She had the light. She had the light by just a touch. Breaks out on the pass. 645, 6 on the 6. 4 thousandths breakout for Heather.
Here's Michael Gramlich left side and Jim Weibel. And what's going to be a shift change here in the old announcing deck. Shift change. Well, we don't get to say that a lot. Shift change on the announcing deck would have that connotation. We're actually getting paid and the next shift's coming in. Not the case. We're volunteer folks here today. Michael Gramlich right, Jim Weibel in the right lane. And it'll be Charlie Lindsay and Ron Rugler. Gentlemen, take it away.
All right, here we go, lining them up there, and Michael Gramlich left side, and he secures that win as he goes 2 over the dial. Jim, tough break over there. What'd he do?
Breaks out with a 684 with a 2 on a 685 dial.
So these are the unofficial points here. We'll cover that while we're kind of doing some grooming here. Muncie Dragway looks like they're sitting at the top of the hill, tied with Ohio Valley. These are all unofficial point results here. Edgewater is third, and Pacemaker's running down the line. Gateway, that's the top 5 if you want to hit the next few.
Lions Drag Strip at 6, tied with Crossroads Dragway. Another tie between Byron Dragway, Killcare, and Summit.
Well, I'll tell you what, Beacon Dragway sitting 11th, National Trails in there with 12, and also Milan Dragway. Keep in mind, these are unofficial, and then we'll run on down to the next 3.
We got Route 66 Raceway and Beach Bend tied for 14th position, and bringing up the rear, Coles County Dragway.
Well, that's our top 16. I know we got a few more tracks here, but we've just got a one-pager we're looking at here. What a beautiful day here at Lucas Oil Raceway.
Nice and clear and brisk out there, I would call it, this morning. I think it was only like 52 degrees at about 8 o'clock.
Well, I'll tell you what, these racing engines just love this cool air. The humidity's just on the floor. I bet the weather machines have been busy this morning.
The track is great. I was watching I was out there watching the racers, and a lot of guys were just barely under their dial-in, so no complaints with the track prep from this guy.
Well, I'll tell you what, here we go. We're going to roast some marshmallows here this morning in this cool weather. You take it away on your side.
Brett Vincent on the National Dragster side, dialed in at 642.
And Andrew Bruff running for Bunker Hill Drag Strip, the race of champion representative, 1969. That's a Dodge Dart. They parked that in Kokomo, Indiana, dial 696 on the right side. Got a little Mopar power.
Yeah, a little Mopar. And Brent over there racing for Byron Dragway.
Well, I'll tell you what, the tree is getting all the attention here this morning with the racers. Hopefully somebody's going to make their look at that.
It's pretty close there. A little slow dance though off the line.
Well, I'll tell you what, you got the winner. So Brent Vincent takes that win for Byron Dragway as he goes dead on one. Both of them a little tardy out of the gate, stayed up late last night, but they're green.
I got a little lost there. I'm not used to this 8th mile racing. It's like fast and furious to me.
Boy, it does. And I'll tell you what, if you're sitting in that driver's seat, that finish line comes too quick sometimes as Caleb Ellison runs the right side for Killcare in the jet black 67 Camaro, hooks the 651 in the bank.
And that beautiful dart, that's National Trail Raceway's Dan Trainer Jr. dialed in at 648.
One foul separating him out of the gate. Little wheel stand for Dan. He wrestled it back in the groove on the double breakout. Caleb Ellison struggles down at the finish line but hangs on and takes the win. The breakout was by full 2 and yours was a little further under.
Yeah, 644 with an 8 on a 648. A little too much there. Beautiful run for both cars though.
Well, let's mix and match the size. Edmund Ellison with the little 66 Mustang out of Ohio running for Killcare. Well, they'll say 641. That's what the data shows.
And dialed in at 646 is Mike Klein in the little Duster for Milan Dragway.
So both drivers taking a breath, tightening the belts down. The old bottom bulb crunchers right here. Whoa. Be quiet on this, but this is the first one today as far as I know. Well, I'll tell you what, Edmund Ellison, trip, zip. He just froze the Christmas tree down there and takes the win.
Yeah, he was ready for the tree.
Doug Kaplinger, 72 Chevelle, right side, running for Killcare Dragway, dialing a 692.
Ed Michael in the Nova, the track champion from Ohio Valley Dragway, dialed in at 610.
I'll tell you what, the sunshine is brilliant. You got to look tough to see clouds. And it's on high beams. That is a bright yellow under the sun for Ed Michael. Well, we got 2 bulbs over here for Doug Kaplinger, and Ed finally puts that first bulb on down there. I'll tell you what, I think the sun glare on the bottom side fooled me for Doug. Doug was pre-staged. Emergency staging is going on. Wow, that was both sides. Awesome. That was a great show. You got the winner.
Ed Michael, better reaction time, better on the other end. 6:11 at 1:10 takes the victory.
Well, doggone Doug Kaplinger took the shortcut to the finish line. He goes 3 under on the breakout. Chad Schweitzer running for Summit Motorsports Park, and they've been cheering hot and heavy here this morning. That is a 67 Camaro. Got a couple wheelie bars hanging out behind that car. Out of Bucyrus, Ohio. 644 is the dial.
Bucyrus. John Radulowski Sr. from Highland, Illinois, running for Gateway Motorsports Park. Another Camaro, dialed in at 675. Gets the head start here.
I'll tell you what, the wheelie bars did some work, but Chad burnt the bulb on the right side. When I say burn it, it's red. Tough break. He was dead on 5. Hide the time slip.
John was ready. A 002 light runs a 675 with a 1 on his 675.
I'll tell you what, some of these racers got them on mean here this morning. Ron Johnson, the 77 Mustang, a beautiful blue, dark blue Mustang. He's after my heart with that color. Running for pacemakers. He'll lock in a 647 on the right side.
Gary Dillman out of Greenwood running for Lions Raceway Park down there at 617. Yeah, I think some of these racers woke up hungry this morning, and they're ready for breakfast if they can get through this first round here.
Well, I'll tell you what, some of them devouring that Christmas tree down there as they are zapping the bulb. Greg Dillman, the Ohio crankshaft man, and I got to tell a little story about Greg over there. His daughter won junior dragster and put the pressure on Greg. That's wonderful. Great drag race. Somebody's holding 20 cents. Will they buy that win light? No, they don't. They handed it back to your side.
Greg Dillman, 617 with a 0 on his 617, takes the victory.
Johnson breaks out by 2 thou, holding 20 cents as he left the bank. Joshua Gans running for Ohio Valley Dragway. I love the Vega. This is a wagon. You don't see many. It's pure white, dialing 653 right side.
There's a lot of Vegas here this weekend. I think there's a lot more than I've ever seen in a long time around here. Rob Nixon and the Barracuda dialed in at 648 for Edgewater.
Well, I'll tell you what, in the early 70s, the Nitro Funny cars, the Vega was a popular body as they were wall to wall. We're having another Vega convention here today.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that Christmas tree says, come on now, I see you down there. Come on, fall in the trap down there. Both sides, left and right, they're on the 2-lane flight. Who's got that winner? It will be Joshua Gans. He was 2 over the dial. Rob was 1 over, but Joshua just blitzed the tree. 006 for Ohio Valley takes the win. All right, Chuck Lewis in the bright yellow Duster, and he's going to try to dust off that finish line. And he's dialed 584 for Milan Dragway, and Milan's been on their feet all morning.
Darren Heigl from Muncie in that 67 Plymouth. Over on the National Dragster side, dialed in at 676. Going to get a little head start here.
Just about 2 full bulbs on the tree, and I love these races like this because Chuck's going to have to get the fishing pole out and try to reel in that fish over there. Great racing for first round already this morning. I'm telling you, these drivers, they went to bed early. Well, some of them did. Darren Hagel, he was showing off the oil pan. How many bolts did you count? On the double breakout, Chuck Lewis right side, he takes the win. He goes 6 thousandths under, and Darren goes a few more under.
Yeah, 673 with the 1. He's like 3 under.
All right, Justin Ray, he's dialed 692 with his 89 Camaro running the Chevrolet engine. He came from Louisville, Kentucky, runs for Ohio Valley Dragway.
Now to Trenton, Ohio, running for Edgewater, that's Rodney Johnson. Another Mopar entry, 69 Dart, dialed in at 749.
Well, the traction down there is just outstanding. Let's keep them wheel stands going. I feel like I'm watching Superstock at the Nationals.
You're reading my mind. I love it.
I'll tell you what, we kept the front ends down on our one-way runway, northbound and down. Who's got the next round covered? It will be Justin Ray. Justin was playing it safe. He goes 5 over the dial, but Rodney trimmed the finish line.
Yeah, 746 at a 749 dial.
So Ohio Valley takes another one. Wow, is the sun working its magic on this bright red 66 Chevelle. Kevin Gass is the proud owner out of Ledbetter, Kentucky, running for Beacon Dragway, and he says 627 will get her done.
And I got another Vega over here. That's Gene Cash for Beach Bend. A couple of Kentucky cars going out of in here. Gene actually being from Hell City, Indiana.
Wheels up for Kevin. He quickly sets it down for a 2-point landing. He's going down the runway, and you got the winner.
652 with a 9 on his 650 dial.
And I'll tell you what, this does not surprise me. Kevin Gass, well off the pace. I think he's got it in park right down there at the scoreboards on the right side. Kevin, everything was going well, and when he got down past the 8th mile marker, That car was like they threw the boat anchors out down there. His problems set in, and he's got it parked on the right side. We're going to be down for just a little bit.
Yeah, just a few minutes here. I know Kevin and his wife. They both live down there in Ledbetter near Paducah, and if anybody's familiar with them, they work for Holly Carburetor. Great people. When they have a day off or a weekend off, they go drag racing. The busman's holiday for them.
Well, shall we kind of go through this? I mean, this is unofficial, but we're going to try to keep things posted on here as well as we can while we get a chance.
Out in front with 22 points, that's Ohio Valley Raceway. A couple points behind Muncie Dragway, Edgewater Sports Park, Gateway, and Pacemakers bringing up the top 5.
And we'll shuffle the deck into the next 5 as we bring up Killcare is tied with Lions Raceway Park. And then we'll skip on down. We got a couple more tracks that's tied. Crossroads Dragway, Byron Dragway, and then a couple more that's tied. Summit Motorsports Park and Milan Dragway. You want to take them on down?
Right, and tied for 12th place in there between Beacon Dragway and National Trail, and with Beach Bend. Three tracks with 12 points. Route 66 at number 15 with 11, and Coles County with 10 points.
Well, I'll tell you what, through the day, we're going to wear out that deck of cards as the shuffling is just going to go on all day. And I'll tell you what, outstanding racing so far early this morning.
Yeah, it was great racing. It was really exciting. Route 66 Raceway, we moved up. We're coming up. We were 4-0 that time.
Well, you know what? It's been fun out here as, you know, a lot of people get up early in the morning and they exercise and kind of get their bodies going. All these fans out in the stands, they've been up on their feet, they've been down, they've been up waving around. All the mascots have been busy, so everybody's getting their exercise this morning. That is a cool Vega coming back. Looks like it's on fire, but it is not. Coming back the return road. And like I say, just an outstanding field of race cars here. These racers have worked hard all year, and I have immensely enjoyed the car show here as everybody has their own creativity. A lot of paint booths. People drive through different colors. They've got wraps on the cars. It's cool.
You're right about a car show. I tell a lot of people, why go to a car show when you go to a drag race and you can have a drag race and a car show?
2 for the price of 1. I'll tell you what, the action last night that we had some racing going on here was brutal in Super Pro and Pro, and it's continuing on here this morning. Looks like we've got April Isley waiting in the wings over here on this side, and let's see who we got on your side over there.
Another Kentucky car running for Pacemakers Dragway out of Independence, Kentucky, Jared Bargo, 84 Monte Carlo. He'll be dialed in at 746 versus April's 741 dial.
Want to race down the same track as the stars of NHRA? Tracks all across the country host events that you and your family can race at and be part of. Race your street car at the NHRA Drag Street Legal Style presented by AAA, or your hot rod in the Summit Racing Series, where you can be crowned track, division, and even the NHRA Summit National Champion. And don't forget that kids can race in the Summit Junior Drag Racing League, starting at 5 years old. And for teenagers 13 to 16, there's NHRA Junior Street. It's family fun at an NHRA member track near you. Visit NHRA.com for a complete list of the tracks and programs. Remember, drag a friend to the track and share the speed.
Well, I'll tell you what, over there, that is a beautiful blue Monte Carlo, and Jared Bargo's patiently waiting over there. And a little bit of information I pulled up on Jared over there. He was the track champ in the pro class at Pacemakers in 2014. And I'll tell you what, Jared Bargo, he's been racing great this year at National Trail. He was a runner-up in the pro class at a bracket race. He slipped on over to Pacemakers this year, and he was a runner-up there in the pro class in a bracket race. But he did get to that winner's circle at Pacemakers at a bracket race earlier in the year in April in that pro class. And again, we are patiently waiting here as problems really set in down there, and you hate to see that earlier in the day. But you know, the unsung heroes always pitching a hand in. That's the crew. And I'll tell you what, with the camaraderie going on, when you come to this race, not only do you have your crew, you've got all your team members, and I've seen that going on where they'll jump in and lend a hand, tools, whatever they need, or parts.
You're right. You can't do it without the track crew. I spend a lot of time at Route 66 with the drag staff. And Randy Simpson here at Route 66 Raceway, we used to work together. He does a wonderful job, and believe me, you won't get shortchanged here at the racetrack with Randy on board.
Well, I'll tell you what, and like Nick Agresta had mentioned earlier, it takes a lot of people to put these events on, and there was a crew here, like Nick had mentioned, before the sun even came up, massaging on the racetrack. But there are people everywhere. We thank each and every one for bringing it to the table here to be able to put this event on for the racers.
Probably the hardest working drag staff in the country here at Lucas Oil Raceway Park. Remember, just a few weeks ago, they had the probably the hottest U.S. Nationals I've ever been to. 5 days of 95-degree weather while I was here.
Well, I went to the official word, over racing. They are the official word. We're the, we're guessing last J. What actually happened down the other. Load her up. Load her up. That's a tough break. Got lots of things to clean up down there. That's why you see all the people down there waiting in line. My turn to straight, my turn to pick up that, my turn to stuff on the pipe down there. Clean it all up down there. Yeah, it's going to take us just a couple of minutes. You know, when the announcer says a couple of minutes, there's no idea how much it's going to take. Well, of course, unless you're where you start. That's still better. You guys got a bed?
Yeah, woke me up. Called my name.
Well, you're famous now, Bill, so this goes with the program.
No, part of it.
You go by Bill. Bill.
That's all right.
The midnight ride. Midnight ride.
Looks like our problem area down there might not be too long. At least Kevin was able to stop the car and not track it all the way to the top end.
And we do need the camera operator for D3 TV. That would be Larry Robertson, part of Warren Evans' staff. Okay, part of Warren Evans' staff. All the other folks are moving back there. Warren, can you do this, Larry? Yeah, Warren can do it. That's good stuff. Okay, cancel that, Larry. Go back to sleep. Warren can do this. We'll talk to Bill McCarty. Getting on D3 TV. Okay.
Well, looks like there's a lot of activity down there on the top end as we got a lot of equipment out there. So racers, if you're kind of back in the staging lanes a little bit and you want to kind of step out, relax, we'll try to give you a little heads up start. If you're in the first 8 or 10 pair, why you might want to kind of stay close to your race machines. If you're way back in the lanes and if you want to step out, relax, and do some bench racing before you hit the racetrack, that'd be great. As the activity continues down there, mainly from about the 660 on down. Looks like the left lane's getting some attention down there, and maybe a little bit the right side too, as we see the activity increasing down there. So we'll try to get things squared up. What a beautiful day here today.
Beautiful day, an exciting day. I'm really excited about the fact that we got 5 cars going to Pomona this year. That's pretty cool.
Well, I'll tell you what, we've already got one with flight plan in place as the Race of Champs Super Pro rep, and I was the battle raged pretty tough in Division III at all the racetracks. It was fun to watch as I was trying to track it and watch it. And we had some Super Pro racers racing 2 and 3 tracks trying to secure the opportunity just to run in the race of champ.
There are a lot of racers here that run multiple tracks, and we welcome that. I like to see racers go from track to track. If I was out there racing, that's exactly what I would be doing. If I couldn't make it to one track because of a different event being there, I'd just track on down the highway. Speaking of that, Marvin Creason here in the right lane, he's running for Byron Dragway. He runs at Route 66 a lot. And Byron and Route 66 are pretty close together, and we're kind of like cousins out there. We get along.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's and I was back in the staging lanes and working that the last couple of days. It's kind of fun to talk to the drivers, and some of them say, well, you run at your same track week after week after week. You race against the same people all the time, and they like, let's go venture over here. Let's go venture over there, and let's race against somebody brand new. They love the challenge. That's what a lot of these drivers do this sport. There's a big challenge there, and they love the challenge of racing somebody else. A lot of them will slip in here and race because they know the ET Finals is here. Try to get a good feel going down the racetrack, and it's just cool to travel. I love traveling when I was racing.
You're right. Spice it up a little bit. In fact, I went to Pomona last year with Bruce Damewood, our pro bike winner, and he's all the way from Clinton, Iowa, and that was a real honor to be standing on the starting line with Bruce last year.
Well, I'll tell you what, it gives you goosebumps. And Bruce Damewood, he's been there twice.
Yes.
And it is quite a thrill. And you probably know some of the special things that they get to do out there. I know they get to go to the NHRA museum out there, and that is a cool deal. I have not made that trek yet. The only big museum I've been to is down in Florida, and Big Daddy Don Gartlett's got a beautiful drag racing museum. I didn't know if you took in any of that out there, but they do have a lot of good things for the racers.
I was at the Summit Banquet on Thursday night. It was a real honor for the drag racers to be there. Everybody in NHRA was there, from the president on down. I can't think of anybody was missing that's in the hierarchy of NHRA.
And it's quite a trip out there, as this year will be the first year that typically 7 divisions, they got 7 machines on a ladder. Well, thank goodness somebody thought, hey, let's fill that ladder up and make this more interesting, and it gives an opportunity for the divisions to send an extra racer out there.
Last year when they actually did the drawing for the buy run, they had Tim Wilkerson was there. He did one of the drawings. Eddie Krawick and Andrew Hines and Jason Line and Greg Anderson.
Well, I'll tell you what, I know definitely that Jason Line cut his teeth in the bracket ranks and kind of moved on up the system there. He's got a brother that's a very successful bracket racer up in the Minnesota area, and it's really interesting to see this junior dragster program. Those kids, not all, but some, will come out of that, and they are loaded and ready to go. As these veterans, those junior kids are well prepared. The veterans are like, well, we can't pull any tricks on them. They'll be ready. But the junior dragster program is alive and well. They just had the Division III ET Finals for the juniors last weekend. And it's interesting, as my database, I'll go through it as cars are going down the track. How many of the junior racers with their data on there are now in the big cars?
I know of several here this weekend. I think Ashley Hedrick, who was the runner-up in the Dialing for Dollars yesterday in the sportsman's category, she came out of the junior program.
Well, looks like we've got some information here. I think they've done the best appearing announcement here. We can go through that again if we... and that's quite an honor. I would not like to be on the judging panel for that. But we got some best appearing information here, and we'll pass that along to you. We want to recognize that.
The best appearing Super Pro car out of Byron Dragway, Ted Cannon, this 2015 Racecraft Chassis Super Pro Dragster. Congratulations, Ted. Best appearing Pro car out of Milan Dragway, the 69 Chevy Camaro of Erwin Fries. out of Lambertville, Michigan. Congratulations to Aaron. From down in Beach Bend Raceway Park, best appearing sportsman's car, the 1970 Duster of Larry Fleming. Congratulations, Larry. And the bike winner, a Kawasaki. Can you believe it? A Kawasaki. 1980 Kawasaki KZ1000, best appearing Super Pro bike of Herb Baker from Toledo, Ohio, out of Summit Motorsports Park. Congratulations to all four of you.
Well, I'll tell you what, it looks like we've got a Vega convention going on, but I think we've got a Kawasaki convention going on here as well. As I can't wait to get back into the motorcycles later on today. And we are on a path to crown champions. We've got to figure out, we've got 4 more people to determine to send out to Pomona, California in our Super Pro Sportsman bike class.
Now, let me know how does this, what happens with Super Pro now? We already have a Super Pro winner. Who goes in place of the winner today? If it's the same person wins Super Pro, or is he out?
I would say he's double represented. I mean,
I think it's a
race himself.
He can race. He can't race himself.
That's a very good question. I don't know that.
Maybe they'll take Ron and let him race his Saturday.
That would make sense for sure. We want to fill that ladder. So it looks like the activity, looks like we've got a construction zone down there with all the flashing lights and all the cleanup equipment going on down there. As we'll continue on as soon as we get clearance down on the top end, as we are just barely getting started, and I bet Super Pro's kind of chomping at the bit. You know, a delay's not bad if you ran last night and you're trying to get things put back together, and sometimes it takes some time back there, so delays work in favor of some of these racers if they're trying to get things maintained back there. Maybe some of them's back there thinking, well, let's put the different tires on for today. It's a little cooler, the weather's a little different, or yeah, let's try something else here, but probably not too much, as if you got your combination pretty close to where you need it, you probably want to leave things alone on the race car. I bet those weather machines have been really getting a lot of attention back there, as they typically do, especially in the Super Pro class. Sometimes having a little extra time is not a good thing. These racers love to rock and roll, and others just take it in stride. They're back there relaxed and shooting the breeze with their competitors.
It looks like a disaster movie out there they're filming. Maybe D3 TV is working on a movie down there. Big weekend up at Route 66 Raceway across the street there at Chicagoland Speedway. They'll be doing the NASCAR race today. I think they get underway about 2:30 Chicago time. Friday night truck series was rained on, so that didn't get completed until 9 o'clock yesterday morning. And the Xfinity series was done yesterday afternoon, so they're back on schedule. Had a few near misses up there with some weather, some tornadoes touched down just probably 4 or 5 miles from the drag strip up there.
Well, I'll tell you what, yesterday morning, with all the wild weather and the carnage that was strewn around there yesterday morning, seemed like we had a hurricane here. As it was interesting as working the staging lanes a little bit yesterday and kind of hearing the war stories of what was going on. And I guess the fortunate thing was that it was early enough in the day there weren't people out and about. Mm-hmm. But I know there's some things flying through the air, as the racers had attested to that, and a few easy ups kind of got blowed over, and a few awnings kind of got ripped off the side of the motor homes back there and campers, but all in all, we're racing.
Yeah, those pop-up tents, they turn into gliders. They can go a long ways once they get up in the air.
All round money, beginning with the third round, will be paid to contestants at the park now. There's a lot of them. So the Team Spirit Awards, that will be presented later on today. So that is another judge panel that's be tough to be on, because all the tracks have really put some effort into the team spirit part. We've gandered down through the grandstands, and the photos were taken yesterday as Kevin Pepper and his wife Nancy. And that's another thing, while it's quiet and I know there's time, Kevin Pepper has been filling the lens with race cars this whole weekend from several different angles. And Kevin and Nancy Pepper have a trailer set up back in the staging lanes here on the east side. And if you get an opportunity, check out the work that they do. They can take care of putting your picture on just about anything and of your race car. The sun is really working the magic for Kevin in the lens here as the beautiful blue skies bring out the brilliance of these race cars. So again, make sure you check out Kevin, Pepper, and Nancy, Photos and More, as they are back in the staging lanes. And I'd like to remind everyone, back in the staging lanes over on the west side is Grady's Performance. They're a speed and custom distributing company. They have got all kinds of items from companies that are heavily involved in drag racing. And if you have a need for parts and pieces back there, go see Grady's Performance in the staging lanes on the west side. Had a chance to chat with that gentleman yesterday, and you can tell he loves drag racing, and he loves to be able to help the racers any way he can, as he has a pretty good selection of the various manufactured of parts back there in the staging lanes. If nothing else, just go back and say hello. I believe the Nitro Grill is open over here on the east side. I noticed yesterday that they had some apparel in one of the trailers back here on the east side, pretty close to the Nitro Grill, and had an opportunity to have a late supper there at the Nitro Grill and checked out some of the merchandise. So that's available too as well.
Yeah, stop by the Nitro Grill. I had one of those pork tenderloin sandwiches yesterday for only $5. At Route 66, that would be an $8 sandwich.
So I'll tell you what, a good bargain here is I believe the race cars are trying to keep the fluids pretty warm in these machines as the cleanup continues down there. And it looks like it's mainly they're concentrating right at the quarter-mile mark and just a little bit past that as the activity continues down there. As the racetrack's getting attention, well, we'll get the fire lit up here pretty soon as the racetrack looks like it's in fine shape. Seen several of my favorite, sounds like yours too. Look like we've got super stock class running down the racetrack as the wheels up and the action has been hot and heavy.
Yeah, great time here at Lucas Oil Raceway Park. Forgot where I was at there for a moment. Lots of thank yous to go out to Summit for putting on this show. There's lots of money up for grabs here, including the $3,000 national championship qualifying bonus for travel money for all four classes to go to Pomona. With the cheap gas, you might make out on that this year.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is the 39th year. Next year, I hope you all come back and qualify at your respective tracks. Usually those anniversary years, they've got some special things drummed up, and it'll be interesting when we come back next year to see what special items will be going on for 40 years. And this has been a great idea for the bracket racers, and as I always mention, this is their U.S. Nationals in bracket racing.
Right. Lots of contingency awards, too, so racers, you need to make sure you have those decals on the car and support those companies that put up the money for you to race.
Well, I'll tell you what, a lot of the manufacturers in the racing industry have stepped up to the plate to be a part of the ET Division III finals here. We appreciate all of our sponsors in a very tough environment out there in the business world. And I'll tell you what, it's worth your while to get these stickers on your race car.
You know, looking at the list here, most of them are worth $200 for the win and $100 is the runner-up.
Well, I'm going to give you a little bit of an update as the cleanup equipment is getting fewer and fewer down there on the top end, and that's always a good sign. We'll just try to keep you updated on things. Look like the jet dryer is being brought out here on our racetrack. Well, it's a runway, so we've got to put some jet
If you can't
power.
If you can't scrape it up or sweep it up, we'll bake it off. It looks like most everything's cleared off the track except for the jet dryer, so that's usually a pretty good sign when you see the jet out there. That's usually the last piece of equipment you use in a major cleanup.
So again, if you are in those first 8 or 10 pair, and if you wandered away from your car, you might want to get in a position where you make your way back to your cars. Looks like we've got just the jet dryer out there and just the tractor with a brush on it. So that is a pretty good sign that we are getting close.
secret. I am a track manager that
If there was such a thing, we've already broken the first rule.
So what happened down there?
Oil. Yeah. But yeah, this would be a good time to acknowledge the racer for his good driver etiquette. He pulled it out of the groove.
We did do that.
And drivers take note. The key to an expeditious program.
Once again, we're really grateful to what Kevin Gass did down there when he had troubles with his engine. He did stop right away and confined all the damage down there to a real small area. And Randy Simpson and the drag staff here at Route 66 at Lucas Oil Raceway are really grateful for that. Randy's sitting here right next to him. He just smacked me upside the head a couple times, but we used to work together, so it's really wonderful to be back here working with him this weekend, watching him sweat.
A couple times? Well, I'll tell you what, that is true. And a lot of these racers know when the things are not going very well in the race car, and you need, we appreciate it pulling over as quickly but as safely as you can to get things stopped and contained down there. Most of the racers know that, and they do a great job with that as we're getting pretty close here. And the reminder with the gate entering and leaving through today, I guess they've got a special event going on over here at your circle track, and it'll be gate 2 back here in the southeast corner, gate 2, and then gate 8 on the west side. And I like gate 2, Randy. You can easy in, easy out, and that's always a plus for racers as well. So you've got activities, I take it, going on at your circle track here. Rusty Wallace Racing Experience on the circle track.
Yeah, gate 2, that's always my favorite gate. The in crowd comes through gate 2.
So let's see what's going on down track. It looks like the jet dryer maybe is exiting. We'll keep an eye on that as they are close to what I call our exit ramp off of either Route 660 or 1320 here today. Looks like the tractor's doing a little rubbing down there. And yes, the jet dryer has exited, not the building, but the racetrack. So hang in there. A little rubbing going on down there. There's just one piece of equipment. And we are anticipating, as well as the racers, we came here to race. You're the show. We just want to talk about it.
Yeah, how could you ever run a race without a tire dragger? That's probably the most valuable piece of equipment you have at a drag strip.
Well, looks like we're keeping an eye on them down there. Try to give you a heads up on that. I know a lot of them like to get those engines fired up and warm them up a little bit, but they are doing a little rubbing down there. And again, just one piece of equipment down there at the top end. It's mainly just past the scoreboard from what I can tell.
Yeah, it's that area down there, probably for pro and super pro. Not that important right now, but later on when the motorcycles are trucking down through there, it's very important to get that area cleaned up and race ready.
Speaking of which, they will be in their first round, our sportsman and our motorcycle, as they were finishing up their time runs, time trials late into the evening last night, and we'll bring them up for their first round. Meanwhile, our pro and super pro, well, they've got the battle scars on the cars as they've completed one round already, and they are working their way and narrowing the very big fields in super pro and pro this year.
I didn't. Did you get an estimate on the car count in terms of pro and super pro? Between 220 and 230 cars in each field in pro and super pro. Takes a lot of racing to whittle them down to the last two. 8 rounds in both.
There's where the race a champion, where a lot of them were trying to secure that spot because there was fewer rounds to try to punch that ticket out there. So that was cool. And again, there's going to be 4 more join that individual that took that race a champion win. That's already in the books. And Chris Bear has punched that ticket, the race a champion winner. All right, drivers, if you're in these first 6 to 8 to 10 pair here, you might want to get things ready to go here as we are getting real close. The words came to us from Randy.
Yeah, we're on the final lap down there with the tire dragger at the Lucas Oil Raceway 400.
And if you're back in the staging lanes a little bit, and a lot of times those drivers will kind of wander a few cars away from theirs, you might want to get back close to your race machines as we are just about to get underway. I think engines, some of them have fired down there in the hot zone, as I call it down there, trying to get the engine temperature back to where they need it. We are getting real close, gang. Just about. We'll take it about a minute out as the tractor's got all the attention right now. Here comes the Buffaloes coming back through the return road, so they've been down here pretty busy. So again, we are knee deep in our pro class, and we'll run our super pro class will be next, and then we'll have our bikes, and then we'll get to bring our sportsmen in line. So that is the plan here and the rotation here as the tractor is making its way back to the starting line area. That was his profile. Down there with a, got a little mop down there. Or a little hand model stuff down there. I guess if anybody knows the track, well, he's had enough experience at that. I guess.
Another 5 minutes or so.
Oh, another 5 minutes. Really? Basically, just mop it. Track is probably ready to do some.
No idea. He has no schedule. He got dressed.
And that's been slowing down in our area. Well, I'll tell you, when it dried up in our area, it dried up. And while it's quiet here, we want to remind everyone about the Fall Classic here at Lucas Oil Raceway. And that will be October 10th and the 11th on a Friday. They do have a track test and tune session there on Friday. And believe that it goes from noon to 5, a track test and tune session here. That'll be October the 9th. And then October the 10th and the 11th is the official Division III NHRA Fall Classic National Open. And that has been a great race. I've been here the last couple of years. They run the regular bracket classes, and they run Super Street, Super Gas, Super Pro. And the weather's usually cool and crisp like this, and the race cars very happy with that condition, low humidity, cool temperatures, and the racing action is hot and heavy on the racetrack. And I believe they run stock and super stock. I think that's pretty much the format on that. And I think it's the last race that they can set national records for stock and super stock. I know Randy's a stock racer, and I like to see him bring that race car out, but his duties are keep him pretty busy here at the racetrack here at Lucas Oil Raceway. And also it is an event where you can earn grading points for competing at a national event in 2016. And the racing season, we are closing down here in Division III as we're getting closer and closer to the time of year that we don't like, but that's just the nature of living in the Midwest. But some of the racers head down south to race. Now the bracket portion of the Fall Classic is on Saturday only, and the prize for the Super Pro winner is $2,000, and the Pro winner on the Saturday bracket program will earn $1,000. So pretty good incentive. And it is all 8th mile, the bracket portion of the Saturday race, so pretty good incentive here. A lot of you put your race cars into mothballs through the winter season. The Fall Classic, October 10th and 11th is the Fall Classic, and they will be conducting a test and tune put on by the racetrack on Friday from noon to 5, and those are Eastern times, so keep that in mind. Well, I'll tell you what, the pretty exciting event also going on, that is the final race for the Jegs Super Quick, and they will be racing on Saturday and I believe Sunday as well. It is a 64 qualified field for the Jegs Super Quick. If you have a Super Pro car, and that would be a great opportunity where maybe you can do double duty that weekend. Was down at Beacon Dragway last weekend. They had the Jegs Super Quick race down there, and this points battle is raging on. And they also have their quick fuel shootout, and drivers have already secured their spots for that. That's their race within a race, the Jegs Super Quick Series. Very competitive series, and they will have 64 cars qualified on their ladder during that Fall Classic. I've seen a lot of Super Pro cars jump into that, try to qualify for that. They qualify, from what I understand, on Saturday, and the Jegs Super Quick will run their eliminations on Sunday. So that's October 10th and the 11th. If you can come, it'd be a great way to end your racing season, as a lot of the tracks will be getting close to shutting their racetracks for the 2015 season. Well, I'll tell you what, our young Lions, our junior dragster racers, will have an opportunity that same weekend. They will have the opportunity to race on Sunday, and that's October the 11th as well. And the junior dragster numbers in Division III are outstanding. They had their Division III ET finals last weekend at Crossroads Dragway in Terre Haute, Indiana. I swung by there on Sunday, and I'll tell you what, it was fun to watch the competition. There's Nick Agresta called that action there at Crossroads Dragway. So racers, an easy way to see the more minor details, you can go to Lucas Oil Raceway.com. That's their website. They've got a flyer that's available on that website that you can pull up, and you can catch the finer details of the Fall Classic, and that will be October 10th and 11th, and that is right around the corner right here at Lucas Oil Raceway. All right, and just like that, we're going to get ready to go back to action. We're going to step out of here, and Nick Agresta and Dennis Weiniger are going to take you through the next hour. Looks like the water is being put down here on the starting line area, and that is a great sign. And I apologize for getting everybody kind of jacked up, and then the letdown goes, but Jay Hullinger, our Division III Director, Direct and Activity down here at the top end, they spotted another spot that was critical, that needed attention, and Jay says, we're not going until it's safe. And now we are going. Hang on, group. Here is Nick Agresta and Dennis Weiniger to take you through the next hour. Let's go racing, Nick.
Hey, thank you, Ron. Great job here. Man, that was kind of you guys were going at it, and I came back down after our chapel service and want to thank Team Racers for Christ for a great chapel service. Pastor Chaplain Craig McHugh up there doing a great job with everybody, and Rick Long, and good seeing all the friends and neighbors up there for a little fellowship this morning. And, you know, it was quiet up there, so they didn't have cars going down track, and guess what? Here we go, Dennis. We're right back at it. And we look at April Isley, Summit Side, running for Lucas Oil Raceway here at Indianapolis, 7:41 the dial for the young lady behind the controls of her Cavalier.
Well, Jared Bargo over there with that great-looking Monte Carlo Super Sport. That's the one that had the slopey front end on it. Like the, what was that guy's name? Oh, yeah, Dale Earnhardt. Sort of a replica car for the masses. Monte Carlo 305 Chevrolet. Out of Independence, Kentucky. Jared was in the Sunoco Race of Champions here, and we did get all four of our guys interviewed. So we did Billy McCarty this morning up here.
Oh, great!
Yeah.
Good deal.
Talking
Good
about
deal.
all the years that he has been here, and all the years that he's been in the Racer Champions, and this was the first win.
Yeah, and did he talk about all his many Wallies?
Oh, yeah.
Ah, gee whiz. Yeah, the boys got a room full of them. Okay, here we go. Bargo, Isley.
Brad Doan, left side for Terre Haute, Indiana. Crossroads right with the home track. There they go. The truck, the Camaro. You're a truck guy, Nick. Maybe not a Ford truck guy, but.
Yeah, it's Brett Tanzello. He breaks out. We got a double breakout, and you got the winner, Dennis.
And Brad Doan's going to get that win. 6:57 on the 660 to 102 miles per hour. 6:37, 106 right side for Brett. And a Malibu over there, left side. Aaron Dysinger from Monticello, Indiana. Bunker Hill, his home track. And he's got that Malibu left side dialed in at a 669. He'll be chasing that TR guy.
Yeah, TR Coomer out of Fairdale, Kentucky, Ohio Valley Dragway, the home track. $7.20 the dial. They're off the TR goes red. Hands it right over to your guy.
So Aaron's going to get the win left side. He'll shut her off down there, 666 at 103 miles per hour. And that's another point for Bunker Hill. How about that? And there's one of those Vegas left side of the track. This is Boyd Butcher from Beech Grove, Indiana. Lucas Oil Raceway is the home track for the Butcher clan. 654 left side for that little Vega 412 Chevrolet. And then there's that Jeremy Clemens. Nick adjusts his foam. What do they call those? Wind guards or spit guards? I'm not sure, Nick.
I got a real microphone here. Now,
look at
buddy.
that rubber, buddy.
Man, is this going to be fun? My fingers are going to survive. Warren, no offense. You great on that TV, but that mic, yuck. Anyway, here we go.
It's a sure.
It's Jeremy Clemens out of Louisville, Kentucky here. Beach Bend Raceway Park, the home track. He's a $684 Summit side.
Boyd and Jeremy underway at the greens back here. The wind light down there. Nick, that's Jeremy.
Yeah, double breakout affair. Jeremy's going to take it for Beach Bend Raceway Park as he'll go 682.6 on the 84, but the wind light's the one that he wanted to see, and he got it.
Boyd went 649 on a breakout race there. We'll do a little bit of touch-up out there at the starting line. Did you ever get in and work on that starting? Well, of course you did. You owned a drag strip. You had to work on the starting line.
Yeah, every week we scraped. It took us an hour to scrape both lanes, of course, and then, yeah, a lot of push and Rysol ash back in the day, no doubt. Probably what's wrong with my lungs.
There we go. Mine's the left side of Litchfield, Illinois for Beacon Dragway. This is Dustin Bryant over there left side.
Another one of those Coomer boys out of Ohio Valley Dragway, 658 to Dow Summit side.
We need Super Pro to the lanes, please. Super Pro, that would be round number 2. So Super Pro to the lanes, both sides. Bring them up. Dustin and Johnny.
So top end, breakout too quick your side. We got a winner in Coomer. Coomer 59 on his 58 at 105 for Ohio Valley Dragway going on to third round.
Dustin got there first. Broke out by kind of a lot. 654.8 on the 657. Now, easy for me to say. Dude, I'd have probably broken out by 2 seconds. I got to dial it soft. Got to have some cushion at the other end.
Hey, once again, as Dennis told you, we need Super Pro. Super Pro, let's go. Super Pro. East side, west side, Super Pro, we need ya. Another one of those Ohio Valley Dragway boys running down there for Terry and Billy Huff. This is Eric Garrow. Garrow out of Louisville, Kentucky. 72 Nova. It's a 540-inch piece.
Well, looks like back here, Joel Wensley Jr. is just a bit upset because that truck would not start back here. And it looks like it's going to be a single pass up here in the right lane.
Oh, my tough break and the frustration showing there, Dennis. Hey, gang, give him a hand out there. He's worked hard all weekend long. Let him hear you. Tough break for a great racer out of Milan Dragway. And man, oh man, you hate to see it, Dennis, right there. The little frustration, of course. You work so hard to get here and then have it in like that. Darryl will take it the way it is.
Same thing happens to me, Nick, when the TV doesn't work.
Yeah, right. Me too. On the top end, we've got a 578 on his 76. 118 for the speed, and Garrow moves on to third round.
That's the time when you want to kick the cat and you don't even have a cat. You got to go buy one before you can kick it. We're not serious. I'm not serious. I want those animal rights people going, hey, you can eat the kittens, you just can't kick them. No, you can't do that either. They don't taste good.
Well, a tough break as the little S10 going to move off the track.
Well, let's take a look at Kip Norup, left side of the track from Leaf River, Illinois. Little Thunderbird over there running for Byron Dragway. Oh, they're on the other side now. Bob the Builder's over there. 6:53. See if old Bob can help him construct a win that left side.
And Chris Castle running for Pacemaker Dragway Park out of Columbus, Ohio. His 86 Mustang. 793 the dial. So not, well, two bell head start here, you might as well say. That's what my old eyes will probably see.
Bill McCartney told me that he likes to leave first. He likes to get out on those guys with that truck.
Yeah, Billy, really a consummate racer. The young man's been doing it a long time. Sets his sights here. Castle does on the 660 stripe. Hustling down, but here comes your guy, top in charge. Double breakout affair once again. 790 with the 493. Castle going to win it for Pacemakers.
Wow, Kip dialed a 653 and ran a 640. A little bit too much cushion there, I do believe. Here's Rick Bike coming up left side, and he's the guy that had must have come up and picked it up. That competition license that we had from day one. Or is that still over there under the bat? Nope, that's not him. Okay, he's left side out of Oak Harbor, Ohio, Milan Dragway. 601 left side for the Z28.
And Chelsea Vangsness out of Stillman Valley, Illinois, with the 2000 Camaro. Really
That's Bob's daughter. Automatic win.
Woohoo! And Bob the Builder punches himself in the face with his sign, but he's still happy as they win another one. 009 off the tree for Chelsea and a point for Byron Dragway.
Now Rick went red and went 874, 71 miles per hour. Left side, here's Sam Manuel from Adrian, Michigan. That'll be a little 74 Nova from Milan Dragway, dialed at a 658.
And Ron just lets me know that Nick Hastings has a tiger by the tail because the tail's hanging out the back of the car. We can see it. You can see it. Pacemaker's the home track here. 6:33 the dial for the split. What a nice wheels up start. Both cars, two good lights. Wind light says you got her, Dennis.
Well, left side, Sam gets there. They both broke out. 654.3 on a 658. That's the dial soft there. 102 miles per hour. And Nick went 627 on a 633.
Nick Hastings.
Give yourself some. Oh, yeah, Nick Hastings. Not Nick Agresta.
Yeah, right. Right.
If it were Nick Agresta, we'd be about half track right there.
I've got that reputation, no doubt.
Well, you get that Dodge convertible pickup truck, and nobody else has got one, though.
Oh, bada bing, bada boom. Okay, here we go. Ricky Driscoll. Fancy Farm. That's where he's from. I'm not too sure where that's at. I'm going to say it's in Kentucky. Running for Beacon Dragway, 6:49 the Dow Summit side.
Out of Bethalto, Illinois, left side, that's Clay Tyler, the 73 Camaro. He's a repeat qualifier, race champion. Well, here they go, Nick, 27.49, and the win goes left side to Clay Tyler, 6:30 on the 6:27. Nobody broke out this time. How about that?
But that whole shot win stifles a dead-on 6:49 with the 3 on the 6:49 for Ricky. He'll just shake his head when he sees that ticket.
There's Rick Covey coming up next, the Bedford, Indiana driver for Alliance Raceway Park, and that 69 over
The candy-colored 67 Camaro for Sammy Smith. I'm sorry, that's Ron Smith. Sam and Ron share the chores, father and son, but Ronnie breaks out 6:25 with a 4 on the 6:27, running for Beacon.
And a win over there for Rick Covey, 697 on the 696. 004 back here on the Christmas tree at 97 miles per hour. Who you got next, Nick?
Chris Walker out of Paris, Illinois. Young man running for Crossroads Dragway. Absolutely pristine, 67. And that is an RS Camaro. Different trim, the heads, the hood on the car, and, of course, the interior. Some neat stuff on the car. Very rare piece there. 766 is Dow. Summit side. Crossroads, whooping it up.
Left side, Wayne Dewerstock out of Mooresville, Indiana, down the road here. He was led right here round number 2.
I can see him down there jumping up and down as Chrissy Walker, 767 on his 66. Solid pass there for the win for Crossroads.
Well, let's take a look at that Hugger Orange Camaro left side. 67 model. Stacy Gerald is a driver out of Tipton, Indiana. And Sunoco Race of Champions entrant there from Muncie Dragway. Tipton, Indiana, the home of Chris Stevenson, too.
And a tough hitter here. This is Stephen Collier. He's been around a long time, been in that winner's circle before. Huber Heights, Ohio, the hometown. Kilcare, the home track here, down in at 664. In the summer lane, and well, too much of a build-up. He goes -0. 0-1 to the red filament.
And he was the guy that won it all last year, that number 31 up there, the division champ. Stacy Gerald, meanwhile, gets the win, 610, on a 609 at 110 miles per hour. So even sometimes the strong guys are just a bit too strong and strain a muscle or something like that.
Yep, there you go. Hey, how about that Cody Allenball? Allenball out of Terre Haute, Indiana. Here with the Crossroads Dragway pick-em-up truck. 714 the Dow Summit side.
That's the left side of the Hayes from Beacon Dragway. Another Race of Champions competitor. Getting close to the finish line. Win your side, Nick.
Yeah, and how about Cody Allenball? 15 on a 14 for the win for Crossroads. They were pretty much almost dead even. A 20 light beats a 27. But you had a good run on your side, 2 over, Dennis.
Yep, 653 on the 51 at 109 miles per hour. Here's a battle of the red cars.
Resale red on the line as Keith Anderson, Paducah, Kentucky matches up here. 626 the dial for Beacon Summit side.
Knee deep in rubber, like it better than your girlfriend, or let her sit. That's what they say at the auction. For Mike West, Terre Haute, Indiana, the hometown. Crossroads, you on your feet. Win light, left side, Mike Toole, 643 at 104 miles per hour. How about that? 2 thousandths over, and that's a 5 thousandths package, Nick. You could do that.
Yeah, I could do that. 5 thousandths pack for Mike Toole. Crossroads, I know, down there going crazy.
If I had one chance and there were a million years, I might be able to do that 5 thousandths package. And the next pair looks like a single because we're going to change classes here. Mitch Vincent out of St. Charles, Illinois. 67 Camaro. Let you listen to this car headed down track for Byron Dragway. Builder Bob and all the folks over there keeping the traffic flowing smoothly. Slow, stop, slow, stop.
Well, Dennis, I looked around a little shocked because I saw you calling the buy here.
So for Mitch Vincent across the finish line, he dialed 583, went 581, and Mitch will be back for round number 3. Super Pro Round number 2 coming up. We're going to click it up a notch.
Yes, we are. The ground pounders now headed to the ready line. And I guarantee if you're not in the stands or along the fence, you're going to watch this first pair. This is going to be a wild one for these two young men. Two neat pieces. So this will be a titanic battle here to see who will go to third round in this first pair out for Super Pro. Their second round action. The class now are all warmed up and ready to go.
Well, a year ago, Nick, it was Tim Buckley and Dick Cochran in the final round, and Tim Buckley was winner there with that dragster. And now, maybe a whole new set of cars coming through.
Well, that's right. Kevin Adams will stage up 545 the Dow Summit side out of Tarrant, Indiana for Crossroads Dragway. This gorgeous 1967 Nova. The young man, I'll tell you what, I don't know how he gets in the car. He's about 6'9". Well, not quite that tall, but he's a tall, slender young man and a very, very dedicated and determined racer. Let's see how he does. Mom and Dad out there rooting for him. That's Janie along the fence there, or the guardrail, usually with the camera, and that's Father Kevin going to move in front of the car.
Left side, that's Mike Russell from Marengo, Ohio. Pacemakers Dragway Park. And that little car over there, a Saturn. A Saturn. Just like Ron's got. A Saturn.
Yeah, King of the Track winner last year here in the Summit Shootout. Or got some money last year, I believe, in the Summit Shootout. Was King of the Track winner over Crossroads. Here we go. Oh my, you should see the lights. A double breakout win for Kevin Adams. The numbers were, Russell was 001 off the tree. Mom and Dad going crazy, 13 off the tree. Adams takes the matchup, 43 on his 45 at 127. Great run on your side though, Dennis.
Well, Mike Russell was right there. And the Adams family, as they're walking back here, they probably, they're going to look at that time ticket and go, holy cow, that's even better than we thought. Man.
Exactly.
Here's Steve Barno, left side of the track from Radcliffe, Kentucky. The Ohio Valley Dragway racer has the Monte Carlo with the swoopy pink stripes there on the side.
Well, tough guy here in Dana Coots. Coots out of Arcola, Illinois. Coles County Dragway USA, the home track. The Coots family, well, they just love to go fast. They've never driven anything slow in their life. 470 the dial for the rear engine car here. And guess what, gang? That ain't no shit. It's a big block. 500 some problems off the line there for Dana. I don't think he can make up the real estate, and he can't.
He did not. It looked like it either bogged or spun just a little bit. Steve Barno is going to be your winner left side, 711, 93 miles per hour. That white Monte Carlo and the pink stripes and that pink. Nick, those pink stripes kind of remind me of somebody who was here this morning. Oh, yeah, Haley.
Haley, Dennis said it. Grandpa didn't. Okay.
What do you mean? You're not supposed to say Haley's name?
Haley doesn't like to have her name on the PA.
That's just a phase. Later on, she's going to go, say my name, Grandpa. Grandpa, say my name.
Here's Smiling Bill Purtle running for Crossroads Dragway. Sullivan, Indiana, the hometown. His gorgeous 69 Nova. Get up close and personal with that in the pits. 586 the dial.
Left side, Steve Alexander from Pickerington, Ohio. Close. Right side. Check it out, Nick.
Oh, my. Bill's going to love that time ticket. 87 on an 86 sealed the victory for him, because pretty much dead in the water off the starting line. Bill will tell you that with a big smile. Crossroads with another point.
Well, Steve Alexander went 562. Margin of victory was so close down. It was 009 thousandths. How about Jim Olivelo over there left side of the track for Route 66?
Doing battle here. That's Kevin Pryor. Pryor running for Gateway Motorsports Park, and you got the winner out.
That was 5:19 on the 17 for Kevin. Better reaction time, slightly left side. Better run down the track. 5:60 with a 1 on the 5:60. And we'll see Jim Oliver again in round number 3 in Super Pro.
Here's Wayne Adams, heavy hitter, from Hamilton, Ohio. Edgewater Sports Park, the home track. Wayne has been in the winner's circle here, I'm pretty sure. 493 the dial, Summit side.
And a diamond chassis dragster left side from Milan Dragway. That orange and white and black colored dragster. Out of Saline, Michigan, this is Will Crawford. Will's got her dialed in at a 475, so a slight head start advantage in the right lane for Wayne, and then Will's going to charge after him. Will and Wayne.
So 2 quick pieces on the line here as they do battle. 2 go down, 1 come back. You've heard that before this weekend, but it's true. See what happens here. And back in 2005, boy, I remember it like it was yesterday, Dennis. He was the runner-up, Adams was, here at the ET Finals.
And Team Edgewater was over here in the top eliminator. Headed down track, Wayne. And Will, going to be Wayne.
Hey, it's Wayne. Double breakout affair once again. Out by 5, but the win for Edgewater Sports Park and Wayne Adams.
474, 142 for Will Crawford. 142 in the 8th mile. Cool.
He's out by 5 too. 9,000 at the stripe. Whoa. Here's Dominic Bowden. Bowden out of, I believe that's Chahandra, Illinois. I'm not sure. It has to ask Ron Ruggless. He lives over there. Route 66, the home track. 463 the dial, Summit side.
Check out that little 66 Barracuda left side. The only one here, West Terre Haute, Indiana. Cheryl Pound, the driver, Crossroads Dragway. That is a cool little car, Nick. 392 Hemi. Holy cow.
Great. Yep, it sure is. Cheryl and Ricky there, her hubby, helping with the chores. He stands behind the car, watches his wife stage him up. Classic confrontation, digger, door slammer. Here we go. Here goes Bowden. We can see the lights. You can. Somebody with a little bit in the bank. Cheryl had the light. Breaks out on the pass. Tough break for her. 463 dead on. Dead on, 20 pack for the win. 147 for Bowden.
Well, Cheryl was right there. She broke out 605 on the 606. But nonetheless, that is just a super looking car. All right, here's Wayne Bevins left side. Back in the water box. Noah coming out there, smoking the tires for Edgewater Sports Park. 707 up there on that National Dragster scoreboard, Nick.
Oh, I'm still laughing. What happens in the tower stays in the tower. Here's Todd Trent Sr., Alsop, Illinois, your Sunoco Racing Fuels Race of Champions this year. Running for Route 66, 495 the dial. Quick car, big. Head start, 2-second affair here between the door slammer and the digger.
Big head start for Wayne. He's out there. Here comes Todd. Did you get him? Nope. Wayne's World over there left side is very lean now. 705 with a win here in round 2 at 94 miles per hour. 493 at 100, almost 140 miles an hour, Nick. That's moving.
And look at that margin of victory, even on the breakouts. 1 thou. Whoa, boy.
Well, that's a different color blue over there on that Vega. Dean Bruce, the driver out of Cincinnati, Ohio, on Edgewater Sports Park. Little 355 Vega dialed in at a 615.
And 562 the dial here for David Askew. Out of Pataskala, Ohio, is 74 Mustang. It's pure Ford, 598-incher. Running for National Trail Raceway. Summit side. It is a different blue, and it's a pretty blue, isn't it? I mean, it's very striking.
I don't know if you call that powder blue, but it's got almost a little bit of a gray-green tint to it. A little bit. Exactly,
just a touch. It gives it a nice look, but I'll tell you what, this should be a good one here.
Could be like a wave coming in out there in California or Hawaii. You know, there's little action out there.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that.
We have to use our imagination sometimes, folks, just to say, I wonder what they were thinking when they did that. To me, it looks like a wave. I don't know.
Well, I don't know if they're just sitting there and we've got a little bit, but we must be looking at something down track as I see our starting line crew gazing that way, and we see guys out on the track, and they're going to shut Bruce and ask you off here on the line. So obviously something down there that our crew wants to take a look at, and we're going to do that. But now engines come back to life and they move forward. We get clean and green on the top end. Oh, good wheels up start, drifting towards the center line, drives it back to the center of the track. Oh my, and he drove that car for the win. 001 light beats a perfect light, and look at the numbers. 65 on a 62, 18 on a 15. Margin of victory, Dennis, tell them.
You have a perfect light, and you think, man, I got a chance. You know, and then you look at the time ticket and go, well, he had an 001. Holy cow. Wow.
And Askew really driving that car. Got towards the center line, jerked it back for the win. Here's John Bowes, Summit side. He'll stage up with Summit Motorsports Park as the home team. 479 the dial.
And from Lions Raceway Park with a 453 dial in out of Wheatland, Indiana. That's Nathan Jones over there in that dragster. Black dragster, stealth colors sneaking up on him in the nighttime. Here we go. Nathan John, who's going to be right side, left side. It is left side Nathan Jones. Check it out. 453 at 150 miles per hour. Nick, that was a good pass.
Yeah, 9-pack. He laid on him there too quick. Under by 2 for Bose. Good run this weekend, though, at 146 miles per hour.
There's a red Nova left side of the track, and that belonged to Doug Herman from Decatur, Illinois, the home of Rick Bailey and a bunch of other folks like Don O'Malley. Coles County, the home track, 590 on the scoreboard.
And that David Billingsley guy, too, you know, David and Sharon. Here's Jack Fisk, Thornville, Ohio, the Horton chassis entry, running for National Trail. Raceway 496
Driving down track, here comes Jack. And for Doug, yeah, it's going to be the win for Jack.
How about the 98 on the 96? Wow, when you look at the lights there, you say, well, somebody with a ton in the bank. It ain't over till it's over. And Fisk with the win.
002 light for Doug Herman, and when we were just about to say, well, there we go, well, there he went, 595 in a gallant effort to get the runner-up spot in that race.
This is Jim Halverstadt out of Cleves, Ohio, running for Edgewater Sports Park, 472 the dial, Summit side.
Different color blue over there on that Camaro than we had on the Vega, and that's Ryan Gooden from Johnstown, Ohio. And we're going to check under the front end of that car. Something happening up there.
They're taking a look, and they're shutting him off, Dennis.
Yeah. Must be dripping something on the track. And that's a tough break for Ryan. You've been out here for 2 days. You worked all year to get here. You won around yesterday. Now coming up and go, well, I'm going to go all the way, and something comes out of the car. It's a tough break for the Pacemakers Dragway.
Well, it sure is. Doggone. And he comes by your vantage point. Put your hands together for him. Worked hard, and tough break for him. And you know that car of Halverstadt's over there. I wouldn't want to run that car when it was a pitch black night. Man, you'll never see that car coming. It's a quick one at 472 dial. Beautiful piece over there, stealth black. As the Edgewater Sports Park now going to take that point on a competition single here, as they'll be letting him go. And Halverstadt was runner-up at the Jeg Super Quick race right here at Lucas Oil Raceway. I've been informed by our statistician. We've got a statistician with us today, buddy.
Ron Bloom. Lewis Ruggles. Lewis Ruggles. Lewis is from New Jersey. They do never mind.
Of course, Jimmy runs it out the back door. Nobody in the other lane takes a stab at it, goes under by 2 at 145 miles per hour.
Lewis Bloom, seriously, Lewis Bloom is a good friend, and I first met Lewis back 86 out at Englishtown, New Jersey, because we were doing a lot of work with the government folks up there at Picatinny Arsenal. And hey, Wednesday night, we're running at Englishtown. Come on down, all that kind of. So I went down there and met Lewis Bloom that night. Of course, that time, 17, 15. That's a lot of years ago. It's like 32 years ago. He was a kid. I mean, he looked still like a kid now. But he's got a database that would tell you the last time that Nick Agresta wore orange socks when he was racing somebody in a red pickup truck was April 14th, 1986. Really, Lewis? It's just amazing. Just amazing.
And then he would tell you exactly how many times that could occur in one's lifetime.
Yeah.
He's incredible.
Yeah. Now, Lewis had that big database. Bob Fry had a database, too, of every race. Bob Fry is probably the only person in the world that has every issue of National Dragster. Every issue.
That's true?
Yeah. Do you have you have every issue?
I used to have a bunch of them, but I don't anymore. No, I've got a bunch of them. I do have, speaking of that, the very first edition had no advertising in it at all of Popular Hot Rodding Magazine.
Really?
Volume 1, number 1.
Wow.
It's cool.
No advertising. But the
Nothing inside.
The
just
cover price
pictures
was
of
probably
cars.
$42.
I think
50 cents?
I think it was 75 cents,
Yeah.
yeah. Here's Mike Eggleston. Eggleston out of Highland, Illinois. Racecraft chassis underneath him. Gateway Motorsports Park. The home track, 469 the Dow Summit side.
Randy Shearer left side from Toledo, Ohio. That's an American Chassis Dragster Big 582 Chevrolet. And Randy runs for Summit Motorsports Park down at a 473. Mike and Tammy's back here behind the car. Tammy wrote those articles. They were in Todd Silvy's magazine about getting your head straight, race drivers, or probably the true term was something like, what would it be? Psychologically outwitting your opponent, or something like that. But it was like thinking positively and thinking to win and all those sorts of things. She's behind the car. Nice folks.
And she's hoping and thinking Big Mike's going to get this win. But let's see what happens.
Wishing and hoping. And what's the other? Praying.
Thinking and praying.
Singing and praying?
Thinking.
Oh, thinking and praying. Playing the saxophone and praying.
So closely dialed here as they both race. Oh my! A minus 009 off the tree for Big Mike. Tough break for them. You got the winner.
Randy Shearer Jr. went to 472.5 on the 473, and when your opponent red lights, you can break out by a second and a half if you want to or can. So Randy will be back next round, 146, and my guess is that on the way home back to Highland, Illinois, Tammy will okay, Mike, now, we've talked about this hours and hours before, and apparently you weren't listening then. Now, if anybody can red light, Nick.
Here's Eric Bonnewell out of Terre Haute, Indiana. The undercover chassis dialed in at 5 flat, Summit side. Crossroads Dragway on your feet. Here comes your man.
And all the way from Pottstown, Pennsylvania, this is Bill Carroll, left side, National Trail Raceway, the home track at 4.99. Well, that's a tow to go racing even every weekend and earn points to come here. Holy cow. You know why he does that? Because Division 3 folks are so nice. I mean, he could race Division 1. Got a Division 1 number up there. But Division folks are just so nice. Well, all except... No, I'm kidding.
Well, a little quick dress up here by the crew as Carroll and Bonnewell eye themselves down track, but looks like we're going to shut them off because we do have a little cleanup in aisle number 1 there. So both the drivers were focused, and then they shut them off here as we get things cleaned up for you.
Well, Ron's just looking on his computer right now to tell us the last time that Bill Protz was waiting in the right lane in the water box when they shut the two cars off in the starting lane.
Well, Eric Bonnewell, a very talented engine builder and machinist out of Terre Haute. And, of course, a very industrious young man. I've seen Eric before go to a racetrack by himself and run this car all day long. Of course, Robin out there helping with the chores, everybody ready to go here, but we just at that moment, the crew spotted something, and of course, safety of utmost importance at all of our NHRA member tracks, paramount here at the ET Finals, and we're always going to err to the side of safety, no doubt. That's exactly right. Okay, here we go. We've hawked it for you. Carol Bonnewell, Eye the Tree. Well, how about a 001 light? 503 on his 5 flat for Bonnewell, and he'll take another point for Crossroads Dragway. Yeah, right. They need the. Need,
Here's what you need. This baby is just practice.
Okay, here we go. The high school principal out of Vandalia, Illinois. Randy Protz behind the controls of his Vega, been behind the controls of that Vega for like, I don't know how many years. He even's got a paint job on it that was just like the paint job all those years ago. $5.95 the dial, running for Crossroads Summit Side. Oh, double breakout affair. You got the winner. It sure was. Yep, we knew that was going to be a good one. Here's Dirk and Mitzi Sutton's entry. Sutton out of Winsfield, Missouri. Gateway Motorsports Park, the home track. 540's the dial for the slick.
Well, here comes Lane out after Dirk Sutton. Is he going to catch him?
Nope. Double breakout affair again. Breaking out by 2 thousandths, but for the win is Dirk. Here for Gateway Motorsports Park in the Summit Lane.
And for those of you keeping records here at the track or even at home on D3 TV, 501.4 on a 505 at 135 for Stephen Lane, and he'll be runner-up here in round 2 Super Pro.
Here's Joe Bauman, this absolutely gorgeous 58 topless Corvette. Mid-Michigan Motorplex, the home track. 522 the dial. Summit Side.
And left side, we got Dave Cook out of Indianapolis to Malibu, Track Announcer Guild member when he's not driving a race car. From Bunker Hill Drag Strip, Goob.
Yeah, Goob.
Had a chance to talk to Dave when I was up there at Bunker Hill. Tell me all about the track and all the guys and gals that work up there. Pretty cool.
And Goob, good win.
Good win for Dave. How about that? 678.5 on a 677 at 95 miles per hour. Joe Bauman 522, Nick at 128. And it's good to see Dave make that comeback, after all the medical battles that he's gone through. Yeah. Pretty cool.
Bauman with a dead-on 22 with a 6. Here's Nick Serra. He'll stage up from Wadden, Michigan. Milan Dragway, the home track. Deneen and the crew up there. 522 dial, Summit side.
And for Gateway Motorsports Park. Qualifier looks like Jeremy McKay. He's out first. Can he hold off Nick? Yes, he did. 656 at 99 miles per hour. Nick Serra was giving away with too much back here, I think. Got to be a Byron car coming up. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They're already after it. Here is Tim Vincent, tough hitter out of St. Charles, Illinois. Racecraft chassis underneath him, 565-inch Chevrolet Byron Dragway. 493, Summit side, the dial.
And backing up over there in that white dragster left side is Michael Needham. Needham from Hamilton, Ohio. Right down there like next door to Edgewater Sports Park. And he was their Race of Champions qualifier from the 2015 season. So, Mike and Tim back here on the starting line, getting set to attack the 8th mile here at Lucas Oil Raceway on a Sunday morning. Wow, a couple of little puffy clouds up there that don't amount to anything.
But a far cry from when we were sitting here yesterday morning, and the rain was beating the window.
Well, that when it came through, and the rain came through yesterday morning, just about when we were ready to, leave the resort area. I'm going back in.
And you're right, Dennis. I forgot about Friday morning. Same deal.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to get ready to stage here. There we go. This is going to be decided the final inch of that 8th mile, Nick.
It sure was. Double breakout affair. 18 light beats a 19 light. And how about 5 under for Vincent in the win for Byron Dragway? And I don't know how he does that, Builder Bob, that little kick.
Well, it's got a hammer and he's got nails. And you're talking about how he does that. Oh, BJ's really a pretty athletic guy, and he told me that the head for Builder Bob is a whole lot hotter than the one he had last year. Plus, it's about 14 pounds heavier. So Jason Ford comes up next side of the on the left side lane from Beaver Creek, Ohio, on his dragster, a Killcare Dragway competitor, 501.
Hey, class call attention in the pits. Motorcycles, lanes 13, 14 on the east side. Motorcycles, to the lanes. We need your bike to the lanes. 13, 14, the lanes there on the east side. That's where we'll put you.
Well, we're backing some folks off there in the starting line, it looks like. Don't know why. Matthew Payne over here, right side, pacemakers. National Dragster Challenge winner in Pro Bracket. That's Jason Ford over there left side during the 2015 season. Got it going forward, Nick.
And the sleek little 64 Nova here. 505 inches of Chevrolet for Matthew Payne. He's out of here. Let's see what happens.
Here comes Jason tracking him down. Couldn't catch him.
Could not do it. 92 on a 91 for the win. 13 light. So Matthew Payne chalks up another one for Pacemaker Dragway Park.
And I'll make a correction. He did catch him, but he got there first and broke out. 498.9 on the 501. And I tell you, if you're going 131 miles an hour and you go, oh, dang. It's about that quick.
Once again, motorcycles. Class call for you. East side only. We're going to put you everybody there in motorcycle. We'll go to the east side staging lanes. 13 and 14, they'll get you lined up for your next round here.
So here's Ted Cannon coming up now, left side from Rochelle, Illinois. No, it is not. We got a wrong number in there, it looks like, Nick. Left side.
Yeah, it does, but Eric Garrow here out of Ohio Valley Dragway. Louisville, Kentucky, the hometown. The 77 Monza dial in at 640.
John Allen, left side of the track, and John's going to get the win. Red light at the right lane, so that'll be John for the win, 572 at 119 miles per hour.
And to clarify here, motorcycles, all motorcycles for first round. Over on the east side, we need all our motorcycles, east side, lanes 13, 14 for first round.
Here's Ted Cannon, left side. Oh, we just had Ted Cannon. Had another Cannon from Rochelle, Illinois. And Byron Dragway. 508 over there, left side on that racecraft chassis dragster. Hey, a pickup truck, Nick.
Hey, yeah, Mark Griffith out of New Carlisle, Ohio. Little 99 S10. Killcare Dragway, the home track. 640 for the dial. You know, at one time it used to be Vega, Vega, Vega. Now it's S10, S10, S10. They really make a neat race vehicle.
Carried it on down, trying to hold off Ted Cannon. Did he do it? No. Winner left side, 508, 134 for Ted. Mark was right there, Nick, but he went just a tad too quick.
1,000ths under the 44, dial 43 with a 9 tough break. And he had the light, I mean, two great lights. He had a little light by a 6 there off the tree.
And check out this little Opel GT left side, 74 model, Bill, but you saw him.
We got a little bit of telltale smoke out of the car. Hopefully that's okay for Brian Hurst because, he breaks out.
Now the red light start for Bill. Automatic win there for Brian in the right lane. And I'm going to try this one more time. Petosa, left side, unless it's not spelled correctly on the screen.
And I was looking down at the numbers, and I just started to say your Sunoco Racing Fuels Race of Champions goes out, but I didn't see the red light. My, oh my.
Here's Kirby McLennan, left side of the track from Temperance, Michigan. At American Chassis Dragster down to 452 in Summit Motorsports Park, the home track.
How about that 80 Fairmont? Cool car.
Here comes the winner, Kirby, across the line, 454, speed of 153 miles per hour. Josh went 601 on the 602. I mean, he would have broken out by 3,000, but he could have just lifted slightly and had a better chance.
Kyle Race out of Batesville, Indiana, running for Edgewater Sports Park. His 93 Mustang, 410 inches of Ford here in the Summit Lane.
There's Mickey Creedle, left side of the track from Strongsville, Ohio. That'll be the Camaro from Pacemakers Dragway Park, 536.
And your winner, Kyle Race, 645 on the 44 to 102 for the win for Edgewater.
Well, Mickey was right there, 540 with a 3, 127. It wasn't right there, but he was close. We're going to look at that big Nova left side of the track. And that'll be Billy Hoskinson from Hebron, Ohio. Pacemakers Dragway Park again, 673 over there, Nick. And that'll be a big head start. That's 2 seconds.
Big head start. 471 the dial for Mike Buckley. out of La Center, Kentucky, running for Beacon Dragway. As he'll stage up very carefully here. That dragster awfully tough and quick.
Okay, Beacon, on your feet. Woohoo! Well, maybe not this time. Yeah. If I jump up like that, I'm going to spill my coffee. Holy cow. Billy and Mike.
Minus 001. Red side, you got the winner.
Well, Mike went red, Billy went green, got the win. 673 at 99 miles per hour for that Pacemakers driver.
Then Buckley red lights it by minus 001 and broke out by 1 thou.
Nick, you talk about filling up the wheel wells like on your Dakota. Look at the wheel wells on that Mustang over there.
I wish mine looked like that. I really did.
Filled to overflowing right there, I tell you, at least on the back.
I wonder if he ever gets into the fender on that. Well, we can talk about that later. Here's Bill Webb, Centerburg, Ohio here with his race tech chassis in.
Want to race down the same track as the stars of NHRA? Tracks all across the country host events that you and your family can race at and be part of. Race your street car at the NHRA Drag Street Legal Style presented by AAA. Or your hot rod in the Summit Racing Series, where you can be crowned track, division, and even the NHRA Summit National Champion. And don't forget that kids can race in the Summit Junior Drag Racing League, starting at 5 years old. And for teenagers 13 to 16, there's NHRA Junior Street. It's family fun at an NHRA member track near you. Visit NHRA.com for a complete list of the tracks and programs. Remember, drag a friend to the track and share the speed.
To that. Craig agrees.
Thank you, Dennis.
Yeah.
Linda.
Okay, so that's 2 votes, and Linda's already got 65,000 votes against you. I know.
Linda, talk to Dennis, please. Linda, talk to Dennis.
Sometimes smarter heads do prevail when there's these wish lists that come up. And you watch all those shows on television that we're building this car, doing that kind of stuff, and putting that paint job on it, and finishing it off, and a bunch of chrome and things, and nobody ever tells you how much that guy spent on that '56 Ford pickup truck to get it looking like that. So, yeah, listen to Linda. Maybe she win the lottery, and you can do airbag stuff on whatever you want to.
Well, back to racing. Bill Webb was the track champ at National Trail Raceway. And so heavy hitter over here. This is going to be a great classic confrontation between the two Ohio natives. The door slammer up against the digger here. The open cockpit car, always fun. I always like to say that, you look into the door slammer and you hardly can't even see the driver behind the controls there. But, of course, Bill Webb is sitting high and handsome here in the roll cage.
Snooze alarm. Nathan Baker from Xenia, Ohio, left side, as we mentioned. Kill Kier Dragway, and we mentioned William Tharp, and we mentioned Brick-Fired Oven Pizza. Wonder where he's at. It's almost 11 o'clock, almost time to eat. This might be a good time for us to do a crew swap here while we're got a couple of seconds to bring some more people up. And Charlie and Ron are back here unless Larry's going to do something. So we'll get Charlie and Ron Ruggles back here. Charlie from Route 66. So we're going to do this crew swap right here. So Ron, Nick's going to hand that microphone off to Ron. I'm going to hand mine off to Charlie Lindsay. So the next voice you hear will be that of Ron Ruggles.
All right, we are back in the saddle. Bill Webb there in the saddle. Here comes Bill Webb, the rocket ship. He's got it in high gear, top end. Bill Webb gets it done for National Trail Raceway. 005 on the tree, 1 over the dial. He's got the marker for National Trail. Nathan Baker, 1 over the dial, 16 on the tree, margin of victory 010 as Charlie We're getting things lined up over here on the left side as we bring up 2 more rocket ships on the one-way runway as Michael Gramlich will square off for Mid-Michigan Motorplex Jet Black Dragster American Office Chair, dialing 504.
And Steve Hedger on the National Dragster side for Edgewater Sports. He's got a Covington, Kentucky in the dragster with a 477 Ford motor.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're heating the wires up in that Christmas tree. We're burning a few bulbs down there, or I should say the drivers are. We're just sitting up here calling the action. The stars are on the racetrack. They're not only in the sky, they're on the racetrack, too.
Things are cooking out there.
I'll tell you what, these reaction times are cooking. Here comes in phone blocks to greet your winner, Michael Brandon. He runs 1 over the dial. Margin of victory, look at that.
Whoa, 34 thousandths.
Steve Hedger, 1 over the dial as well, as they were getting it on down here at the finish line, but unfortunately 1W is handed out. Matt Gramlich right side with a beautiful diamond chassis dragster. Lisa Gramlich, the crew chief. Mid-Michigan Motorplex, they are on their feet, 510 on the right side.
And out of Benton, Kentucky, down there near Beacon Dragway, that's Perry Coley in the Chevy powered dragsters, 400 cubic inch small block in there. Motorcycles, you should be in the lanes, motorcycles.
Twin bow ties, oh my, they're flickering a bulb over there for Perry as they're finding the sweet spot on the starting line. The tree, wow, 3,000 separating them out of the gate. Tall on the tires, double whammy, Winlight. Matt Gramlich right side goes full 2 numbers under, but Perry goes 1 more.
Right,
under.
double breakout there, 506 for Perry, runs it out the back door at 132.
Well, I'll tell you what, the sun shines on high beam and the paint is just popping off these race cars as we bring up 2 more. We've got Bill Leahy out of Columbus, Ohio. Bill and Judy Leahy own that car, running for Pacemakers Dragway Park. And a 476 comes up, and Bill's parked under the summit side.
Chase Clymer dialed in at 505, running for Lions Raceway Park. Chase is out of Washington, Indiana.
Well, I'll tell you what, they're trying to sneak up on that Christmas tree, but they're going to try to grab the big present down here at the finish line.
Yeah.
Who's going to get it?
This is really fast and furious, this 8th mile racing. It's still got me spinning here at Lucas Oil Raceway. We usually just run
Oh, baby, another 3,000th affair as Chase Clymer trying to get it done. He gets there too quick. Bill Leahy dead on 3, 24,000. Shut the door on Chase.
Chase a 502 on his 505. Great race there.
Pacemakers Dragway Park, they've got the chalk out, and they've just put another mark on the board there as Lewis Schilling lined up on the right side out of Howard, Ohio, the 90 dragster. Running for National Trail, he'll leave last, 497.
Dialed in at 504 from Gateway Motorsport Park is Scott Offerman. Another small block Chevy dragster there.
Here we go. Hang on, gang. The rocket ship's about over, and the wind light comes on for the right side. Louis Schilling runs 1 over the dial. He paints a 003 on the tree.
502 for Scott on his 504 dial in. Great race there, but a little bit of difference in the reaction time. Not a lot, but it makes a lot of difference with 8th mile.
National Trail celebrates again. This is Mike Ammerman with the beautiful 78 Mustang. Saw all these in pro stock back in the day. Running for our host track, Lucas Oil Raceway. Randy's probably on his feet back there, dialing 506.
Yeah, I'm sure Randy's pulling for a Mustang.
Well, let me tell you right here, how many times do you see the door car dial quicker than the dragster?
That's crazy. But that's Tommy Mattingly there. Great racer from Louisville, Kentucky, running for Ohio Valley Dragway.
Wow, hikes the wheels up. Here comes Mike. Here comes Tommy. Finish line on the double breakout. The right-hand lane must be the lane to race right now. Ammerman's keeping it hot. He goes. Breaks out by 2,000. Tommy goes further under.
Yeah, Mattingly actually had a 004 reaction time, a 10th better.
Well, I'll tell you what, he busted the bulb down there as he released that button just right, but it didn't work out. Finish line. Brent Angles with the bright red. And look at that beautiful 62 Biscayne.
That is a great car.
I'll tell you what, they parked that in Hillsboro, Ohio. Don't how about parking that in my driveway. Running for Killcare, 554.
I'd just like to get in there and take a ride. He's up against Christopher Morris from Shepherdsville, Kentucky for Ohio Valley Dragway. Another dragster with a small block in it, only 377 cubic inches.
So we'll lock and load here. They'll pull the trigger. Great drag race. The front wheel watching's going on. The dump zone, the decision zone goes to the right lane. 006 on the tree. Angles dead on 7. 13 thou. Threw it over the bow.
Christopher Morris just a little off there. 540 on his 537.
Killcare Dragway, they got the chalk, and it is burning down the chalkboard. Gary Hensley running for Edgewater Sports Park. The bright orange 68 Camaro, that takes care of the top half color. Small block, 636 a dial.
And another small block Camaro on the National Dragster side. That's Stephen Holman from Petsakala, Ohio.
Pataskala, Ohio. It's hard to say, harder to spell. Well, I'll tell you what, the tree is waiting for Stephen. The buttons are released. Wow, 5 thou out of the gate. They weren't late. Here we go. That's the separation. Wind light. You got it.
Whoa, the left lane finally. A 658 on the 654 takes the win. Reaction time was pretty close, and Gary breaks out on the other end.
He goes under 8 thou. I was beginning to think the bulbs were burned out on the scoreboard on the left side as we bring up Jason Barker. That is a Mike Spitzer built dragster. Mike Spitzer, the chassis builder, east part of Indianapolis. Hillsboro, Ohio is where that dragster is sits. Sunoco Race, the champ, running for Killcare. 520 will be chasing
the Bear, Chris Bear. The Summit Motorsports Park dragster out of Curtis, Ohio.
Well, I'll tell you what. Killcare Dragway's on their feet, so is Summit Motorsports Park. They're going to be throwing things back and forth for 660 feet. The runway is short. The exit ramp is way down there. Somebody will be smiling, and somebody's going to be a spectator. Well, I'll tell you what, our one-way runway has been busy. 2 by 2, we send them down the runway. We're burning up the drag strip. They're burning up the tree. They're burning up the finish line. They're wrestling. They're fighting on the battleground for the W. Who's going to paint it? We'll find out. Tickling that bulb, Chris Bear. Buttons ready. Jason's on the beam down there, but Jason's in it to win it. Finish line goes on your side.
Chris Bear, 471 on a 471, 144 miles an hour.
Well, Jason was deader on the number. He was dead on 3, but he was 35 on the tree, and that spelled the difference as Chris Bear and Summit gets a point. Ryan McCann, the Lake Louis dragster. That is a Racecraft Chrome Molly, flexing the Molly to get the Wally. We'll see what happens as Byron Dragway's on their feet, dialing 496.
And up for Gateway is Jason Grahams from St. Peters, Missouri. A small block Chevy against a big block Chevy here.
So the Cardinal fans right now are at the racetrack rooting for Jason Grahams out of Gateway Motorsports Park.
I've kept my eyes on that Lake Louis dragster all weekend. That's a beautiful car.
Well, I'll tell you what, cut some beautiful lights. Who's going to make the lights dance? It will be your side.
Jason Grahams with 526 with a 5 on his 526 dial.
Well, I'll tell you what, Ryan was deader on. He was dead on 3, 16 on the tree. We'll put a margin of victory. 24 10,000s for Jason. Racing Jason.
What a race.
Andrew well, it's easy for me to say. Andrew running for Byron Dragway. He's from Chicago, Illinois, the northern city that's got a lot of people. And he'll dial 521. He'll be chased by
James Monroe, a name I've seen many times in National Dragster, and everybody in this part of the country is probably fearsome of James Monroe.
Monroe, Lions Raceway Park, they are jumping up and down. Monroe, a very tough racer with a tough crew chief that gets it done. The car is well prepared. The Camaro, just about locking into the beams. Last one into the beam. Andrew with the door car. Here comes Monroe. Tall on the tires. You got the winner.
Oh, yeah, James Monroe, 493 with just one off.
And Andrew, he gets down there too quick. He took the shortcut down through the racetrack. He goes a full 1 under and goes out this round Fast and Furious, Hot and Heavy. They are fighting, scratching, clawing. We got Ricky Wood with the Vega. It's a beautiful blue Vega running for Muncie Dragway 607.
Mark Long over there in the Mopar, the 70 Duster with a 446 motor in it, running for Lucas Oil Raceway Park, right here at Indy.
All right, them buttons are firmly pushed in, and they will release into the it didn't work out. He was 4 red, and he's dead down there on the right-hand side. You got the winner.
004 green for Mark Long. Takes it to 7 on his 625 dial, and he'll continue on here today.
Well, Ricky Wood, just to fill out the time slip, he kept the pedal down, holding a few. He goes 5 under, and he trips the tree red as the tree caught him. This is Jason Tater Betts out of Portland, Indiana. He's just now roasting the marshmallows out of the right-hand side of the racetrack, running for Muncie Dragway, and he's going to put 648 down there in the big bank account. He wants to take it all out when he crosses the stripe.
For Edgewater Sports Park over there on the National Dragster side, that's William Hamilton from Cincinnati in the undercover chassis Chevy Power Dragster.
So the unsung heroes, the crew, they've been all over these cars. Their work is done. We're going to lay it in the driver's lap now as they've got the fun part of the racing operation. But our unsung heroes, they're out there in full support. Well, the day is over for Hamilton. Jason's got to keep working here. He goes 1 thou under. He's got a 12 bulb green. That's all he needed.
That's right, William Hamilton, 007 red.
Rick Harless, he's got a station wagon, plenty of room to haul home the trophy, the money, and all the crew. That is a 66, calls it a Chovy. And I'm going to read it just like I see it. Now running for Beacon Dragway, that is a cool ride. 555s, he loves those even numbers. Running for Beacon on the right side.
In the Camaro, that's Tom Bueller running for Muncie Dragway.
There's what we've been waiting for. Super stock, left side, right side, wind light goes on your side.
Tom Bueller, 616 with a 0, dead on, and he had an 015 light to Rick Harless's 018, forced Rick to break out on the top end, and Rick's heading back to that Kentucky Lake area.
Well, I'll tell you what, he was 4,000 under, so his route goes from Route 660 to probably the route home.
Highway 60 down there in Calvert City.
All right, Kevin Hall does a little longer burnout. He's going to back it up, line it up. Look at that laundry basket he's got hanging on the back if he needs it. Going for a good ride. 71 Chevelle running for Muncie Dragway out of Shelbyville, Indiana. Big block Ford, 560's the dial.
And out of Hoptown, Kentucky, it's Kyle Hanrahan running for Beacon Dragway down there in Paducah, Kentucky. That's a really unique 67 Chevy too. It runs just like it's on a rail all weekend. Reminds me of an early model funny car, sort of the way it's set up.
You got 2 bulbs head start on the tree, and then Kevin's bulb matches the color of the car for Kyle. Tough break. Kevin Hall, 002 on the tree. He was in that bulb, and he says, let's let her all hang out down here. We got to win. He goes 2 under.
Yep, Kyle went with a 005 red, ran a 650 on a 647, and he's out of here.
David Mascaro, I know this car very well. He's been in the winner's circle there at Lions Raceway Park. He's going to back up that jet black dragster MRJ office chair. Got a little nitrous bottle going for a ride on the back out of Henderson, Kentucky. Running the bow tie, oh my, dialing 519. He will be chasing.
Sean Morgan from Galveston, Indiana, the 69 Camaro running for Muncie Dragway, dialed in at a 661. He's going to get about a 1.5 second head start.
So the Christmas tree, it's doing its magic so far. The scoreboard, it's still staying on line here as the lights, we're keeping them well lit. Left side, right side. He's going to light it up. 2,000 separating them. Them foam blocks are waiting at the 660-foot marker. Wind light, right side. David Mascaro goes 1 over, 16 on the tree. And Sean just got there too quick.
Got there too quick by 1,000.
So I'll tell you what, he wished that tire would have slipped just a little bit going out of the gate that time as we quickly bring up a man who's been here and done it. Steve Pearson has taken that win. It's been a few years ago, St. Charles, Missouri. He's not given up. He says it's still out there. 77 Vega, 661's a dial for Gateway.
And For Crossroads Dragway, that's Corey Brenton from Clinton, Indiana. 88 Mustang with a 406
Corey, a very tough racer and a showman out there with that Mustang. As it jumped out of the gate, can he secure it down there? No. Flip side, Pearson takes the win, dead on 9. 31 thousandths package for the Vega. Corey was there, it just didn't work out.
Yep, close racing. 630 on a 628.
18 thousandths margin of victory as we bring up John. Well, we're going to work on this one. It's a beautiful race car. John Hong, that is a Calais. We don't say that very much. It's beautiful. Bunker Hill Drag Strip is where he races. He parks it in Plymouth, Indiana, where he mows his lawn. He'll dial 557.
Oh, we got a Pinto. Now, this is the best of both worlds. We have a Pinto with a Chevy motor in it. And I used to go racing like that years ago, and that's a good combination for the Pinto.
Well, a little bit of a story. I saw a Super Chevy race won by a Ford and had a Chevy motor in it. And here comes our D3 TV man. That is John Nifong, and John Nifong's going to get to race on the double whammy, the double breakout. John goes under by 4 thou, but whoever goes under the least, look at the margin of victory on the double.
41 10,000ths of a second. Ron Wells of 575 on his 576.
So the Bunker Hill gang's over there. They got the marker out. They just put another mark on the board as Roger Parks. What a beautiful dragster. If you get an opportunity to lay your eyes on this one, it's pleasant. 2010 Danny Nelson. Wow, 604 cubic inch big block under it. The mailbox running for Lucas Oil Race Bay, 478. You've got a bright yellow machine over there.
Another Ford motor car. This time it's a 93 Mustang. Jeff Burke out of Muncie for Muncie Dragway. Dialed in at 6 flat.
So Roger Parks, he's parked right now, but the ride is just about to happen. They've got to wait on the tree. We got to light a couple more pair of bulbs before we put a little more electricity in that tree. We're going to doll it up with some more lights. They are 3 thousandths. Here comes that phone block, and the phone block says, Roger Parks, you're moving on. 14 thousandths package, dead on 3 for Roger.
Jeff breaks out by 2 thousandths. Great lights there. 011 for Parks, a 14 for Jeff Burke. Sportsman's, when you do the staging lanes, please, both sides, east and west. Sportsman Eliminator, the staging lanes, please.
Well, Rusty Edwards locking it down with the red 82 Trans Am. He wants to transfer the red car to the finish line without coloring the bulb the same color. He's dialed 530 for Beacon Dragway.
For Muncie Dragway, that's Justin Daniels out of Huntington, Indiana. The 01 undercover chassis, Chevy Color.
Rusty Edwards rocks that car back on them wheelie bars, sets them down. Great drag race at the finish, but you've got it.
Looked like Justin got out there in front, and Rusty was never able to get onto him, but Justin goes through to 540 on his 539 dial.
Well, Rusty left too much food on the table down there, and it cost him. He goes 1 over and comes up short of the Beacon.
Next up for Summit Racing out of Lions Raceway Park, 536 dial in from McCullen Young from Bedford, Indiana, in the 70 Nova. He's up against Ryan Burba from Killcare, the 2012 Hitman rear engine dragster with a 565 Chevy motor under the hood.
High school, the lanes 9 and 10 on the west side, please. Meanwhile, back here, this is Macaulay Young. He is a tough racer running for Lions Raceway Park 70 Nova, dial 536. And the dragster. Been through several paint booths on that one. That is Macaulay Young goes 2 under. Your driver goes under.
Way under. 502 on a 505.
All right, 2 under, 3 under. Who goes under the least? Here's another cool car over there for your side. We'll start out with James Emerson. 69 Camaro running for Killcare Dragway. He will sneak up on that tree with a 653 dial.
Yeah, I'm partial to green race cars. That Lions Raceway Park dragster, that's Bradley Miles out of Terre Haute, dialed in at 483.
Tell you a little story about Bradley. He was headed to the racetrack. The brakes went out of the motor home. He got it stopped safely, and he had to swing around, go back home. But he's here.
Yeah, it's a lot of work just to get to the racetrack.
Get there.
He does. 484 on his 483 dial in.
I'll tell you what, James had a little advantage there, and the short trip down the racetrack didn't pan out. He goes 3 under on the breakout. Breakout out there putting the mark down. Here we go, Walt Edwards. He's a tough racer out of Coles County Dragway. He's got the dragster out of Charleston, Illinois. He will lead second. He's got a 512 dial. This will be fun.
Dialed in at 598, that's Steve Riggins out of Muncie, Indiana, running for Muncie Dragway in a Chevy-powered 70 Maverick. 427 Chevy power there. Little bit different, unique combination.
Well, I'll tell you what, we've got a Chevy on this side. Twin bow ties, oh my. They're not telling us what's behind the driver. They're a secret weapon.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, Walt Edwards is a tough racer. I've seen him nail the tree, and he turns on a lot of wind lights. But I'll tell you what, Steve Riggins didn't get here for no reason. I'll tell you what, Walt Edwards on the right side. We almost had perfect lights. Walt hit it, trip, zip, potato chip over here on the right side.
598 with a 9. Wow. We missed 2 perfect runs there by 1,000th of a second.
Well, Steve Riggins painted it red by 1 foul, but Walt, he was inside that bulb. We got to change the bulb down there as he just blasted. High school, we need you on the west side, lanes 9 and 10 for your first time trial. High school to lanes 9 and 10, west side for your first time trial. We got a couple going here as Joey Branham's already locked in. 66 Chevy 257.
Chasing down the dragster. The Lions.
Here comes that rocket ship on the double breakout. Lions
Whoa.
gets that one.
Yes, 472 on his 474.
Well, I'll tell you what, Joey dialed 578. He goes 4 under, and yours went out under a fewer numbers.
Yes.
That was just a great drag race. Joey held court down here, but we've got a finish line that you got to make happy down
There
there.
was a lot going on down there, I'm sure.
Jeremy Edwards running for Coles County Dragway. The Sunoco Racing of Champ representative out of Mattoon, Illinois. The tires are getting wiped down. 575. Jeremy will be chasing.
Camaro, driving a Camaro. That's Camaro Costello from Evansville for Lions Raceway Park.
Well, I'll tell you what, Camaro Costello's been in that winner's circle a couple times down there. A tough racer. I have a lot of fun announcing that one. Camaro Costello in a Camaro. And Coles County right side, Lions Raceway Park left side. So 2 by 2, we're thinning them down, but we got a long ways to go, don't we?
Yes, we do.
All right, high school, we don't want you to miss your time run. Lanes 9 and 10 on the west side for the high school group, and we've got a fine group of them that are going to be competing here later on today. They got a time run they got to get under their belt. Costello hikes the front end up. He's holding a bunch out of the gate. I bet he's looking over his shoulder saying, "Where's Jeremy?" On the double wake out, you got it.
Camaro takes a 008 on the light, and goes through at 607 with a 4 on his 608.
Well, Jeremy was just laid out of the gate, and he had to keep the pedal down there as he goes under. We'll call that 6 numbers.
Right.
Joe Robertson Jr., another tough racer running for Lions Raceway Park. That is a Ford Maverick. He's been in a few winner circles this year. 641's the dial. Look at this close affair.
Got the Malibu wagon there with the small black Chevy in it. Now the Muncie Dragway, that's Jack Liggett. Dialed in at almost a heads-up race here, 640 to 641.
They'll be fender watching from start to finish. Wow, wheels up with the Dragon Wagon over there, Jack Liggett, Joe Robertson, they're fighting. Who's got the brass ring? It'll be Joe Robertson on the double breakout. Joe gets the 639 off the 641 and the bye run. You got it.
The bye run is Dennis Mead for Pacemakers Dragway Park, picking up that easy point there. He's out of Newark, Ohio, the 83 Camaro, dialed in at 6 flat.
We've got the two-wheeled Gladiators waiting in the ring. I love that track. This one clears the deck. We'll try to get to the points right quick, the unofficial points. So he goes 2 under. That's okay. He was on a single, and let's get to those points. You're
590
on.
at 6 flat. Ohio Valley Dragway tied for first place along with Muncie Dragway with 25 points. Third place is Lions Raceway Park. Tied for fourth with Gateway and Pacemakers. That's the top 5.
All right, we'll move down into spot number 6. Crossroads Dragway is tied with Edgewater Sports Park, and we'll move down the list. Byron Dragway sitting by themselves in the number 8 spot. National Trail, Killcare Dragway. That's the track that won here last year, and Summit Motorsports Park all knotted together there. And we'll move down a couple more in the 15 slot. You can take her from there.
Milan Dragway and Lucas Oil Raceway both tied with 15 points. And tied for 14th would be Beach Bend and Route 66 Raceway with 13 points, and Beacon Dragway with 12 points.
So that takes 16 on our front page there. There's a little bit of mop action going over there in the left-hand lane. And again, the two-wheeled Warriors are just about to do battle. And it looks like, if I'm not mistaken, I'm kind of looking at the rider there. I believe that's Bruce Damewood on the right-hand side.
That's last year's pro bike champion who went to Pomona, and I was standing right there with him on the starting line when he won.
Want to race down the same track as the stars of NHRA? Tracks all across the country host events that you and your family can race at and be part of. Race your street car at the NHRA Drag Street Legal Style presented by AAA, or your hot rod in the Summit Racing Series, where you can be crowned track, division, and even the NHRA Summit National Champion. And don't forget that kids can race in the Summit Junior Drag Racing League, starting at 5 years old. And for teenagers 13 to 16, there's NHRA Junior Street. It's family fun at an NHRA member track near you. Visit NHRA.com for a complete list of the tracks and programs. Remember, drag a friend to the track and share the speed.
What, Bruce Damewood's cleaning off them rear tires, putting a little heat in there. He'll be on the right side running for your track.
Right, and against Joe Novak running for Milan Dragway up in Michigan.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to flip sides since this is your racer. I'll try to do that courtesy there. Joe Novak Jr. is no slouch either, as Bruce has got a tough match up here first round. And Joe Novak, I'll take the left side. He's got the Kawasaki. Milan Dragway, they are on their feet. This goes a quarter mile, everybody knows that, and I'll tell you what, you got a little longer time to make decisions. And looking at the dials here, 882 for Joe, 877 for Bruce. They're going to have their eye kind of out of the side there to see if they hit the Great job, both riders in it to win it. They're already watching each other. Looks like Damewood's behind a little bit down there. Well, I'll tell you, that was very interesting.
I can't believe what I just saw there.
Go ahead.
Double breakout. Bruce had an 011 light, Joe at 032. Bruce pulled it out on the top end at the very last second, 875 on his 872. Joe Novak at 873 on an 882.
Well, that was an interesting race as Bruce was behind down there just past the 660-foot marker, and I thought, uh-oh. They were down there playing some games down there. That was cool. Bruce Damewood survives that, and we quickly move into Mark Holly, right side, Kawasaki running for National Trail, 913.
Up against Chad Isley from Coles County, the 73 Kawasaki, dialed in at 936.
You've got a tough race. Looks like Mark's behind already. Let's see what Chad does down there. A long racetrack, 1320, double breakout. Mark Hawley takes the win down here. He goes, boy, this strategy is playing cool. He goes 4 under. Chad goes under 6.
Yeah, 930 on his 936. I was ready to throw in the towel on both guys in the right lane, and they both win.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's a lot of games that go on here, a lot of strategy. It's fun to watch this, and when they run the full 1320, you can see it develop. Scott Shepard right side running for National Trail, dials 920. Kawasaki.
And for Beacon Dragway, that's Brian Bolton out of Tennessee border. Dialed in at 948. He's way out in front.
Scott Little behind on the tree. They're knotting it up down there at the top end. Front wheel watch, and you got the winner.
Oh, yeah. Brian carries it on through at 949 on his 948. A little bit better light there with a 058 to an 070 for Scott.
Well, Scott gave up a little down here, and he goes 6 under down there as we'll bring up quickly 2 more. This is Donald Freet, and that is a Hayabusa, the Chapsman-Borough, Tennessee, running for Beacon Dragway. He'll dial 1018. I get to leave first. You got to catch me.
Yeah, Eric Cooper will be trying to catch him. He's out of Coles County on the Kawasaki.
Well, I'll tell you what, they're both hitting the tree down there. This is going to be good. Now, Eric Cooper looks like he's caught Don already. Let's see what the finish line develops down there. Yep, you got the winner.
Yeah, Eric goes through at 937 on his 933. Seems like the Kawasaki was having a little bit of trouble moving on down further down track.
Well, Freet goes a full 7 under on that breakout. As we quickly bring up Jonathan Vickers with a Kawasaki, the Sunoco Race Champion, running for Byron Dragway. Kawasaki 1195, dials 867. I leave second this time to
Mark McCoy from Beacon Dragway from Mayfield, Kentucky on a Kawasaki, trying to chase down Jonathan there. Jonathan was a Race of Champions winner here a couple nights ago.
So again, they release a little button down there as the electronics are on board. Not quite as many miles of wires on these bikes. Well, Jonathan's behind there a little bit. They'll tighten it up down here at the finish line. The phone blocks are waiting for him on the double breakout. You got the winner.
Yeah, Mark McCoy, 891. That's kind of an upset there, taking out Jonathan.
Well, I'll tell you what, I was a full 6 numbers under. I have not gandered at the flag today. Yesterday when they were running down through there, they had a headwind, so maybe this is throwing them a little bit of a curveball today. Thomas Cole, right side, a very tough racer running for Byron Dragway with a Kawasaki. Yeah. He's dialed 866. He'll leave second to
the Suzuki with Jason Keller on board out of Summit Motorsports Park. He's from Toledo, dialed in at 812.
Well, Thomas Cole, he's sitting up straight down there, and he's probably catching his breath a little bit.
I watch someone that take like a deep breath. They'll set up and they'll take a big deep breath before they go.
That's right. Try to get as relaxed as you can. The tree's got all the attention right now. All right, wheels up for Thomas Cole. He quickly puts that bike right down the middle of the racetrack. Here comes Jason Keller. Great drag race wheel watching going on. You got the winner.
Jason Keller, better reaction time, a 009 to an 012. He goes at 812 with a 2 on his 812 dial-in.
Just an outstanding race as Cole was dead on 5, 17 thousandths package, but Jason had a tighter one. Margin of victory, 6th thou at the stripe.
High schoolers to the lanes, please. High school to the lanes, please.
Yeah, high school should be on the west side, lanes 9 and 10 for your first time run. Meanwhile, at the racetrack, Phil Humphrey on the right side, running for Gateway Motorsports Park, dial 960, and it's red for Phil. I'll tell you what, he left the red ornament on the Christmas tree right side. Rick says, I'll take this.
Yep, Rick Poole on the Suzuki gets the victory there. Runs it way out the back door at 840 on his 848.
So Rick running for Summit Motorsports Park puts a mark on their side as Phil Humphrey to fill out the time slip goes 1 over, and we got John Spooky Markham out of Bowling Green, Kentucky with a pair of Kawasaki's this time. Beacon Dragway where the racers shine. He's dialed 895. He'll be down in the next county before who takes off?
Bob Foster Jr., multi-time track champion at Route 66 Raceway on his Kawasaki. He's out of Lansing, Illinois. Dialed in at 778.
So the runway is reserved for Bob Foster, John Spooky. Who's going to reserve the wind light? We'll watch the lights dance at the top end, and it will dance for your racer.
Bob Foster Jr. 0-10 reaction time, runs a 785. He forced Spooky out the back door there with a breakout 889 on an 895.
Wow, John Spooky found the shortcut down on the northbound side. Here we go, Greg Darm, 905 is a dial for Route 66 Raceway, Kawasaki out of Streeter, Illinois.
Jeremy England from Westchester, Ohio for Killcare on a Hayabusa. Dialed in at 910. That sounds like a pretty realistic dial-in for a Hayabusa. They're 9 seconds right from the stroke.
Well, I'll tell you what, the long wheelie bars are helping the rudder system, but I'll tell you what, Greg Darm, all he had to do was keep it green, and he did. He's got the wind light as Jeremy got caught down there on the tree, and he's got the red eye flight northbound on the left side. Greg is your winner. Greg just kept the power plant across the stripe down there. He was holding a few. He goes 5 under, but he's got the win.
A little too close for Jeremy.
Bruce Sauer with another Kawasaki. He's down there giving a little attention to the side of the left side of that motorcycle. He's from Reynoldsburg, Ohio, running for National Trail Raceway. And he'll lead first with a 917 dial on the Summit side.
Out of Dearborn, Michigan for Milan Dragway, that's William Stetz on a 76 Kawasaki. Pair of 76 cows here.
Got the green machine for Milan Dragway over there. That must be where the green painted vehicles run on you. Oh my goodness, Bruce Sauer, red eye flight northbound on the Summit side. Missed the tree by 2 and it caught him. You got the winner.
William Stetz runs it out the back door, 872 on an 878.
Well, Bruce Sauer knew that one was over, and he says, well, let's just see how fast the bike goes. He goes 911 off the 917, and we'll bring up 2 more gladiators. And this is Michael Nugent, 76. You guessed it, Kawasaki running for Killcare Dragway. He's putting a little attention to the left side of his bike.
Another cow on the other side there, that's the Beacon Dragway track champion, Jason Barnhill.
There must be a little compartment on the left side of your bike where you can open it up, pull out your Snickers bar or whatever, candy bar or potato chips, get a little snack before you go to work.
Right.
950 for Killcare's Michael Nugent. Carefully finding the sweet spot. Low beams are on the tree. They'll turn the high beams on. The auto start says, okay, we got to go to work here. Bang, Mike's gone, Jason's gone. I'll tell you what, Jason's chasing Mike Nugent. They'll tighten the noose up down at the finish line. Wind light your side.
Jason Barnhill gets the victory, a 915 on a 911. He had an 022 reaction to 034 for Michael.
Well, kind of looking at Michael's mile per hour, he may have had some problems down there, or he thought, well, let's see if Jason will break out. And Jason says, no, we're not going to do that. Michael well off the pace, 18 over the projected run. And this young man, know him well, Frank Linder, 71 years young. This sport has no age barriers, except you got to be a minimum age to race. It's getting lower for the juniors. Route 66, 1020 for Frank Linder. Right side. 71 years old, just drilled the tree. Linder's 002 on the tree. He's got the win. I bet his wife is tickled pink. Got Frank to bed early last night. Frank goes 5 under. He said, let's let her rip. We got it to win here already.
Frank is young at heart, and he says, let's go to round 2.
All right, Sean Robinson out of Johnstown, Ohio. I'm not going to tell you what bike he's got. You know the trend. This is a National Trail Racer. 930 is the dial on the orange bike.
And for Gateway out of Springfield, Illinois, we have a Suzuki, and that's Chris Hunter. Dialed in at 905.
Got Isringhausen Imports on board and Chris Hunter well, and he is having a ball. He loves the ET Finals. Great job, both riders. Chris Hunter's bike jumped off the ground like a horse jumping out of the gate. Who's got the wind out the top end? Oh, Shane Robinson dead on 520 thou. He threw it over at Chris Hunter, and Chris says, oh my.
Chris runs a 9006 on a 905.
So, National Trail Raceway puts another one in the bank account. We got Marshall Hutchinson Jr. and a couple Kawasaki's this time. They're back there like, man, let's get a Kawasaki for next year. Hutchinson driving for National or riding for National Trail Raceway dials 973 will be chased by
Milan Dragways, Joe Novak Sr. dialed in at 825.
So it's lock and load time. They got their fingers on the trigger down there. Waiting for the signal. The auto start will kick in as soon as they do their job. And they are gone. Holy cow. Look at the big lead for Marshall. Here comes Joe Novak. Joe knows he's in trouble, but he gets the win.
Oh, wow. Good thing we didn't throw the towel in there. Joe Novak, 829 on his 825.
Well, I'll tell you what, Hutchinson, 003 on the tree, and he was way down track, probably looked over his shoulder and thought, okay, let's tighten this up, and Joe goes flying by for the win.
Maybe he shouldn't have looked back. It might have ruined his aerodynamics down there.
All right, here goes Joe Deck, and I think Joe Deck's had some great success here in years past. I believe he did take, I'd have to look at my archives, I'm not going to speculate there. He's running for Beacon Dragway, 820. Watch this spread. Look at your lead.
Wow, 11-second bike here with Andrew England on board for Killcare.
You know, Joe Deck's going to sit there and say, come on, Tree, come on, I'm here, come on. Bang, he did a great job. They're both clean and green. Here comes Joe Deck. Joe's like, finish line, go north, finish line, go north on the double breakout. Joe Deck survives. Wow, he goes 3 under. And I'll tell you what, he was way back here in 2 counties away.
Another.
Well, Joe Deck, 9 years ago, as Dennis Weiniger archived that one, was the winner here in the bike class 9 years ago. Bob Nugent, Killcare Dragway. He's got the colors flying on the right side for Killcare. Dial 968 will be chased by
Donald Stokes from Republic, Ohio, racing for Summit Motorsports Park on another Kawasaki, dialed in at 886.
All right, and away we go. They're both going. I love the chrome spokes over there for Don Stokes, but I wouldn't want to have to polish him. He's going to try to polish off the finish line, and he does.
888. Made an 012 reaction time to an 020 for Bob Nugent.
Well, I'll tell you what, Bob Nugent off the pace down there, dialed 968, ran a 980, so that was a very interesting race. Nugent may have been having some mechanical problems down there at the top end, because now here we go, Wesley Wells. You've probably heard this name. He's ran Pro Stock bike class, and he is running here with the Bracketsters, running for Lucas Oil Raceway. The Sunoco Race of Champ Rep, 889 is Wesley Wells' number.
Herb Baker on a Kawasaki running for Summit Motorsports Park, dialed in at 882. This will be a close race right off the line.
Well, Wesley Wells parked under the Summit scoreboard. He wants to get a closer look at that scoreboard here in just a second. They'll be northbound and down to see who goes to the next round. Here we go. Herb Baker's out ahead. So far at the 660, still ahead. Here comes Wesley Wells trying to close the gap. Can he get there? No.
Herb Baker, 884 on his 882, had an 017 reaction time.
Well, very interesting there as Wesley Wells goes 6 over the number down there. And we quickly have our bye run.
Bye run will be Corey Gilman running for National Trail Raceway. He's out of Amanda, Ohio, on another Kawasaki. And he'll try to run a 914.
Well, while Corey's having a fun ride down there, feeling that cool breeze as he goes down Route 1320, we need our high schools, west side to lane 9 and 10. You should already be there for your time run.
And
Go ahead.
And Corey runs it out the back door at 912 on his 914. And that concludes Pike.
Well, you know, anytime you can get a bye run through competition, it's like a free time run that you can kind of lock in the combination and put it in real tight. And Nick Agresta has joined us back in the booth here as he's been out visiting and got his Do a Wheelie shirt on there as he's the Crossroads Dragway announcer and does a great job. And Nick, I'll tell you what, it's a beautiful, cool morning out there. And I haven't had a chance to see if we have any wind. The flag's kind of blocked a little bit for me. Very pleasant. Nick says it looks like the wind's not a problem. Yesterday, the headwind was kind of creating a little havoc for the bike riders. But what a beautiful day here. You know what? Here at Lucas Oil Raceway on a Sunday. And 39 years. It's going to be interesting to see what's planned for the 40th year, the anniversary year. And we've got to get through this year. We still got a lot of racing to do yet as we are waiting for our next brand of racers to come up. The high school have been called to lane 9 and 10 on west side. And I believe you've called a sportsman on both
sportsmen,
sides.
you should be in the lanes. Sportsmen should be in the lanes.
Put those hamburgers down, put those soft drinks down, because we need the sportsmen, as you said, on east and west side.
We need 4 guys that want to go to Pomona.
They're editing. I'm sorry. Okay. We have a partner that said wrong, not wrong track. Okay. Thank you, Warren. But whenever you do, then I make it full screen over here while you guys are talking. So we're broadcasting live points up to date standings. So if you're watching on D3 TV, every chance you get, just kind of hit that.
Okay. Well, we will.
Periodically,
Are they racing up at Ohio then,
They
as
were.
we speak?
They were.
They're not now?
Oh, I assume you still are. I haven't checked for about an hour.
Kind of plug that in, if that's okay. What's going on there?
I don't know what happened. I was listening down there, just for that instant, you went away. You tried to find it. You sounded like you were in a well or something.
Okay, I'll,
I mean, well,
I'll talk
but,
about it.
well, then.
You can't blame that on my $100 microphone. It's really trash. I
may have been back
$29
here.
at Walmart.
And we have sportsmen at the ready line.
Perfect for you. The only thing
All right, just a-
where you can't turn it off.
just a reminder here, the D3 TV, they've also are set up with the event going on at National Trail. And if you get an opportunity, Warren Evans has got equipment up there and got that locked in. We're doing the deal here.
Easiest way is the division website, NHRA-DIV3.com. It's the easiest way to get there.
And if you want to stream that, NHRA-DIV3.com, and there'll be icons there. You can watch either race. You can stream that as they are racing hot and heavy up at National Trail. And we've got
Pair of gateway cars.
Ronnie Beach III on our right-hand lane. This is our high school class here, and they've got their time run available as we speak. Couple black cars.
Danny Radulowski, Highland, Illinois. The Camaro SS.
This is the 69 GTO with a Pontiac power plant for Ronnie Beach III.
Now, that would be a neat car to go to high school in.
16 years old, and this has got to be quite an experience for these young racers. I'll tell you what, they got that green bulb cooperating on the tree down there, and again, just in time trial mode, they're leaving at the same time. We'll wake up the handicap tree when we see them in elimination mode, and they do run the full quarter mile.
The GTO gets there first to a 1202 to a 1302 for the Camaro. Like 12 flats, the lowest dial-in you can use here for high school.
So Blaine Rager out of running for National Trail Raceway. He's on the right side with the white 80 Camaro out of Thurston, Ohio, running the small block Chevrolet.
For Lucas Oil, we have the 67 Camaro with Josh Pickett on board.
So the high schoolers look like they get 2 time runs.
We got high school, then we got sportsman round 1, then we come back to high school second time.
Okay. So again, the high schoolers get 2 opportunities at the racetrack for time runs. They're in that mode right now. We've got sportsmen waiting in the wings. You should be their east and west side. Once sportsman is done, we'll run high school for your second time run right after sportsman. Well, I'll tell you what, these kids got the tree figured out down there. Their foot breaking off the line. Blaine Rager running for National Trail, runs 13:62 at 96 mile an hour.
Josh Pickett gets there first at 12:16 at 110.
I was gonna tell Charlie, when that orange Camaro comes out,
Mhm.
his dad ran the car, his mom ran the car, both his sisters ran the car, and now he's running the car.
Mom, dad, sister, and that. Wow. It's a nice looking car. Well, this is Vicki Harris. Will be running for Bunker Hill Drag Strip out of Warsaw High School. That's a Grand Prix with a small block Chevrolet.
2014 Charger for Lucas Oil Raceway. That's Austin Gamble.
Well, I'll tell you what, these kids are hitting the tree. They know they got to do that to stay in it to the end. Vicki Harris trips the beams, 13:11, 101 mile an hour.
Austin Gamble, 14-13 at 99.
Looks like Bob the Builder's out there waving the sign. This is Matthew Danilak out of Skokie, Illinois. That's a 68 Pontiac Catalina. That is a beautiful car. Niles West Auto Club. So I'm wondering if they put that car together, found that somewhere and purchased it, put it together, worked on it, Byron Dragway.
The 98 Dakota, that's from Lions Raceway Park. That's Devin Ramsey from Terre Haute. Matthew gets there first, 1592. Devin Ramsey is 1762.
Okay, attention in the pit area. We need our best appearing cars here to lane 11 on the east side, please. We need Herb Baker with the best appearing Super Pro bike. We need Mr. Larry Fleming, the best appearing sportsman car. We need your best appearing pro car, and that is going to be Aaron Fries. And the best appearing Super Pro car, that is Ted Cannon. Please bring your cars, your motorcycle, go to lane 11 on the east side. We need you now. So John Weiss down track, interesting here with the car. His dad drove the car, his mom drove the car, both his sisters have driven the car, and now Johnny here driving the Camaro out of Paris, Illinois. Once again, lane 11, best appearing entries. We need you there now, east side.
The other lane, that was Derek Lyons, and he's from the famous Lyons racing family, also over there in Illinois. They run all the tracks in Illinois, a lot of them in Indiana, the Lyons family.
Well, the Dragon Wagon, this is Morgan Wood out of Wabash, Indiana, running for Muncie Dragway with, that's an 84 Malibu wagon. You've got Chase Hubner.
Chase gets down there first at 79 Nova, goes to 12:02.
Well, I'll tell you what, Chase was not chasing that time. That's a pretty good run down there. Morgan Wood runs 14:89 at 88 miles an hour. And this is our high school class. This is their first of 2 time runs planned. This is Amber Price in that beautiful jet black pickup truck. Looked like it's had some wax rag attention here, running for Crossroads Dragway. Tony and Tony Price.
And Mariah Hunter from Muncie Dragway, 2005 Grand Prix.
I'll tell you what, on that heads-up tree, the 660 mark, they look like they're side by side. The tree was pretty tight on this end.
Mariah gets there first, though.
Well, I'll tell you what, Amber Price, 15:11, 89 mile an hour for Crossroads.
Mariah, 14:66.
You know, the beauty of bracket racing, you got a driver's license, you pass tech, you can bring just about anything out here. A couple pickup trucks. This is Cardino Fornatero out of Newark, Ohio. That is an 84 long bed truck, bright red, running for National Trail.
For Bunker Hill, we got a pick-em-up truck with Tristan Rowe at the control. Whoa, 009 reaction time for Tristan. Now we're talking reaction times.
You let me tell you, now this is foot braking, gang. That is a pickup truck, 009 on the tree. Cardino, well, he's into the next county down there with that long bed, runs 12:46, 105 for National Trail. And Tristan runs 16:76, 82 miles an hour. This is Abby Swoboda. This is a product of your junior dragster program. Abby running for Coles County Dragway. That is a Grand Cherokee running out of Decatur, Illinois. And you've got a convertible.
Yeah, this is a really unique car in the left lane. You might want to check this out when you get in the pits. But that's Fernando Lopez Jr. out of Homewood Flossmoor High School. And he actually runs nitrous on this car. It's got a roll bar in it. You think he was getting ready to go road racing with this thing. You look at it.
Well, I'll tell you what, Fernando, Abby, there's your junior dragster laps down the track. Abby just drills the tree 005 out of that right-hand lane, and Abby will get there. They're leaving heads up right now. We'll put the handicap tree in motion later. 1677 for Abby Swoboda.
Fernando goes down through there 12:17 at 109. I think that's the top mile per hour so far. That's that nitrous kicking in down there.
Well, he probably had some hamburgers on the grill back there in the pit, just needed to get back there and give him attention. We've got Austin Hedrick already leaving that gorgeous 69 Camaro Piatone High School Route 66 racer. Well, Austin will paint the stripe down there first on the Summit side with a 1276 104.
And here comes Courtney Wilson out of Pacemakers at a 1725. The Hedrick family, that's the Raceway Pizza family from up around Joliet area.
Wow,
One
cool.
of those slice of pizza. You want to stop by and see them.
All righty. Kay Crum, another junior dragster racer out of Jamestown, Ohio. And the truck must be a pretty good weapon of choice for this racing. Killcare Dragway representative Kay Crum.
Yeah, that's a nice ride over in the left lane, too. A small block Chevy and a 98 S10. Carson Griffith from New Carlisle, Ohio, running for Killcare.
So these two, well, this is kind of interesting. Couple racers squaring off with one another. They know each other's habits and things. I'll tell you what, they're clean and green. I'm very impressed because all of these racers know that's half the product. You got to keep it green to stay in it. And that quarter mile will capture both of them down there as Kay Crum runs 13 flat, 104 for Killcare.
And Carson gets there first at 12:23 and 108 for Killcare.
That will conclude the first time run, and this is the plan. This is the plan as high school will run another time run right after we get Sportsman done on east and west side. So keep that in mind, high school racers. All right. Well, I'll tell you what, unofficially, Lions Raceway Park is in the number one spot, followed by a tie for second, Ohio Valley Dragway, Muncie Dragway. Then we'll move down to Gateway Motorsports Park, and Pacemakers tied there. Take it from there.
Crossroads and Edgewater tied next for 6th place. Summit Motorsports Park at 8th. 9th place National Trail Raceway, and Bryan Dragway topping out the top 10.
Well, I know the deck's going to get so shuffled the cards will be worn out, but I bet Jay Farnsworth and Brent Jones right now are like, oh, sweet, we're on top right now.
But wait, look, Route 66 Raceway is actually in a tie with Byron. This is going to be Family Feud here in a little while.
Okay, let's get back to Sportsman action here as they'll run the full quarter mile. Dalton Deffenbaugh, a product of the junior dragster ranks, dialed 1253 for Lucas Oil Raceway, right side.
Dialed at 12:02, Chris Cowles and a Nova with a small block Chevy. Spin.
So red and black, who's going to be back as that 660 foam blocks waving bye-bye, and the 1320 is waiting to greet both racers. Who's going to make the lights dance? It'll be yours.
Breakout down there. Chris Cowles gets the victory at 12:29 at 94 miles an hour.
Well, Dalton pasted a good advantage on the start down here, but just breaks out down there, takes a short trip on the Summit side, breaks out by 4. When Dalton sees that time slip, he's probably not going to be happy. Steve Markham up next.
Yep, he'll have a sad Sunday afternoon.
Edgewater Sports Park's on their feet for Steve Markham's Mustang as they are at the edge of the water box. We're doing a little mopping over there on your side.
Yeah, neat little 70 Duster over on that side. I like that paint job. Green and gold. Out of Beach Bend, that's Larry Fleming. Dialed in at 13 flat.
Well, I'll tell you what, green and gold, they're going to try to dig up the nugget down there at the finish line. Steve Markham running for Edgewater Sports Park, 1375 dial. Steve will say bye-bye, Larry, and Larry's going to have to kick it in high gear down there. Cincinnati, Ohio is where Steve plants his mailbox. That is a Ford. Now, that's a pretty small block Ford down there. A lot of torque, a lot of heart. They are away in fine shape. Half the work is done. The important part is coming up. Who's going to get the final A on the test? It will be on the double breakout, your side.
Yep. Larry Fleming had the much better reaction time there in 017. Runs out 12.89 with a 9 on a 13 flat.
Well, Steve was trying to tighten the gap, had to spin the reserve at the top end. Jason Wisman with the bright yellow car. 73 Challenger that is up to the challenge, running for Lucas Oil Raceway. He was the Race of Champ rep. He'll dial 1260. We'll lead first. Against?
Brad Tenzillo. Another Mopar, 71 Duster from National Trail Raceway. Dialed in at 1220. Pretty even off the line here. The victory goes to Jason Wishman. Double breakout. He runs a 12.55 flat on a 12.60. Brad had a 12.23 on a 12.29.
So Lucas Oil Raceway picks up another marker, and this has got to be the factory color for that 67 Custom Deluxe. Ben Harold, he sits in the office there, and the photographer out there is trying to get a picture of that one. Kevin Pepper's probably doing the same, and then Nancy's selling the product back in the staging lanes. Ben Harold, 12.89, running for Lucas.
Dialed in at 13.17, running for Beach Bend. That's Bill Crutcher.
Tell you what,
67 Nova.
Bill was getting a closer start there as he deep staged out of that left side for Beach Bend. There's a whole lot of front fender watching going on right now, and they're wheeling and dealing down there. I guarantee on the double breakout, Ben Harold, he had the higher hand. As he breaks out, goes 4 under. How far did yours go under?
Like 6 under, 13.11 on a 13.17.
All right, Amy Henney's running for Edgewater Sports Park with that Snow White 89 Mustang, the GT version, running the Ford 302 out of Cincinnati, Ohio. And I get to chase your car, and it's gone.
Yeah, and out of Byron, Illinois, the hometown of Byron Dragway, that's Kristen Vincent. Little Cavalier trucking down through there.
Well, I'll tell you what, everybody that's watching in the stands probably knows what's going on here.
If she doesn't break out, she'll be okay.
Well, I'll tell you what, you've got the winner. Amy just could not get that Mustang to cooperate and start the race down here, and we'll just leave it at that. You got the winner.
Yep, Kristen, 17:30. I'm pretty sure she dumped it down there. She only showed 64 miles an hour for top end speed.
Well, there's a racer that's watching over the shoulders. We'll quickly bring up Philip Buddy Rogers, running for Ohio Valley Dragway with the black 96 Mustang, 15-16. We'll see if he can get his Mustang out of the starting gate here.
Up against Brad Fisher in the 67 pick-em-up truck from Bunker Hill. Dialed in at 13:02.
Well, doggone it. Philip was trying to decorate that tree with a strand of green lights and reached in the box and pulled out the red strand. As Philip goes red on this right-hand lane, we'll call the numbers out down there. Philip was looking for a 15-16, runs 15-31, but you got the win.
Brad Fisher will go to the next round. He went 13 flat with a 3 on his 13:02.
Well, let's bring up, now this is a tight affair. Josh Green right side, white car, 70 Nova, running for Beach Bend Raceway Park, looking for a 12:02.
Yeah, this almost heads up here. 12 flat, 12:02. It's Tony Phillips in the S10.
Well, I'll tell you what, if they were trying to determine RT who got it, they can't tell there. They're going to have to watch down at the finish line and drive it like there's no tomorrow. Wind light right side, Josh Green goes 2 over the dial. Was 2,000's head start. Tough break for Tony.
I think Tony tried to dump it, but he didn't dump it enough. He runs 11.99 with a 3 on a 12.
This is Chris Dietrich's Dakota pickup truck, another racer that plans on hauling money and trophies home. And this is running for Pacemakers Dragway Park, dialed 1503, and I get to leave first.
Aaron Worstel, 351 in a Mustang. That 351 never really became in a Mustang. He's out at 1206. He's running for Gateway, and he's out of Union, Missouri.
They're not stellar lights, but they are green. Here comes that Mustang tracking quickly. Top end. Chris says, where is that Mustang? Chris takes the win as he goes 1 over the dial. Chris behind on the tree, and the Dakota had the right game plan and took the win.
Yeah, the Mustang 5 under.
All right, we're going to bow out of here very quickly as Nick Agresta and Scott Kiefer. Scott, he was out there racing that beautiful car yesterday, didn't plan out. Now we got to put him in the announcer's deck, but he does a great job. Scott Kiefer, Nick Agresta, take him away.
Well, thank you, Ron Douglas. Great job, guys. As Scott joins me in the tower, I know he'd rather be out there. Gorgeous car yesterday. Little problem in the first round, but that's okay. That's why, Scott, they call it a drag sometimes. We've got a double breakout win here for Brandon Bennett running for Summit Motorsports Park. Perfect. Off the line, but that's okay. He gets the win light too.
12:41 at 107 from Bennett. 000 reaction time. Lewis Vollmer was red. 12:04 and 17:10. The dial ends in the next pair as Mike Romali, Columbia City, Indiana, 68 Camaro for Bunker Hill. And we have an Ohio Valley racer on your side in the Summit lane.
Yeah, Chris Townsend way down track already out of Louisville, Kentucky. That 88 Ford pick-em-up truck. Here comes your guy. Who's it going to be? And the win light will flash. It's coming up. Believe me, it's getting there. Who's going to win it? Double breakout win. You got it.
1199's 5 under the 12:04 dial in at 108 for Bunker Hill. Mike Romali moves on to the next round here in the first round of Sportsman.
Double breakout there. Townsend, though, good job to get here out in this round. Here's Mike Davis out of O'Fallon, Missouri, the 67 Ford Mustang, 351-incher. Gateway Motorsports Park, the home track, dialed in at 12 flat in the Summit lane.
And he'll be doing the chase against C.J. Yeager, Sunoco Race of Champions representative for Summit Motorsports Park from Lodi, Ohio, is in the 72 Nova on the national. Red light start for Mike Davis. C.J. Yeager, 12:38 dial in. One light flashes on the National Dragster side, and he will go at 12:42 to move to round number 2.
13 and 47 out here in this round. Here's Dave McVicker out of Largo, Indiana, running for Bunker Hill Drag Strip. He was the Sunoco Race of Fuels Race of Champions competitor. Down in at 12:06 Summit side. And I know you got to like that 55.
Yeah, 1/10 of a second difference. I like that Anglia over there on the National Dragster side, too. Small block Chevrolet power plant for Bill Northrup, Remington, Indiana. Sunoco Race Fuels Race of Champions rep for Route 66 Raceway. A 1/10 of a second difference in the handicap here between the two classics.
I love the word mark. Days of old here on the line to 55 and the little poplar Anglia, but it's over on the line. McVicker going to win this one as he'll hustle down to the stripe. Breaks out, that's okay. Red eye catches Northrop. Tough break for him. 12:03 at 108, 3 under for the win.
12:19, 3 over for Bill Northrop after the red light start.
And of course, Scott can talk to the technical and the driver's end of it because that's what he does. Not only being a good announcer, great driver. I have no expertise in that. So a lot of these breakouts and all this kind of stuff, you got it figured out. It's a red light start. I do know that one for Steve Haas. Tough break for him at Edgewater Sports Park.
Patrick Broombaugh from Belleville, Ohio, in a 74 Pontiac is going to get the nod for Summit Motorsports Park. He runs a little under his dial, 1284. He's going to move on to round number 2 at 102 miles per hour.
Once again, we need our best appearing vehicles to lane 11 on the east side. Please, we need you there. If you're not there, if you are there, thank you so much. Here's Wayne Nelson, Spencer, Indiana. He calls home. Lions Raceway Park, the home track. 12:58 the dial, Summit side.
Ron Hunt will be on the National Dragster side. 96 Impala SS from St. Louis, Missouri. He's racing for Beach Bend. Oh, great start for both guys.
It is 2 great lights. Here comes Nelson trying to run him down. Real Estate starting to run out. Top end, great lights a pair, and the wind light, too quick for Nelson. He had a 009 light, wasted with the breakout.
Oh, Nelson drove around him and took almost 2/10 at the finish line. And that cost him 15:27, a 1/10 over for Ron Hunt. 006 reaction time to the 009. The Impala moves on to round number 2.
Alex Winkler out of Mattoon, Illinois. He is 80 Trans Am, or 2000, I'm sorry, Trans Am. Coles County Dragway, USA, 1201 the dial, Summit side.
Dave Holzhauer from Klein, Ohio. representing Summit Motorsports Park and the Ford. 1203, 1201 dial-ins. They are nearly heads up. Slight advantage going to your side, Summit Lane, in the win.
And you picked that slight advantage, no doubt. Winkler going to win it. He'll go 12:05 on his 0-1 at 109. And another point for Coles County.
Chalk that up as a whole shot win there for Alex. Nate was a little bit late, 0:56 to 0:17, a 12 thousandths margin of victory at the stripe.
Thomas Summers, Amherst, Ohio, the hometown. 79 Malibu dialed in at 1296. Summit side running for Summit Motorsports Park.
1361, that belongs to Travis Booth. Nubiana, Indiana, the 93 Mustang for Lucas Oil Raceway. 1361, be leaving first. Ford versus Chevrolet matchup.
So the Booth boys have been busy. Let's see what they can do here. For Lucas Oil Raceway at Indianapolis, Summit Motorsports Park love to have something to say about it. Summers, motoring hard on the top end. Can he get there? Yes, he does. How about a 1298 on his 96 closer to the dial? It was over there in the other lane. You had the better light there. I'm stumbling here because I'm looking at that saying, how'd that happen? But the winner here, Summit side.
2,000's margin of victory, and one of my guys is on the starting line here. Jim Edlin Jr., the Edlin Automotive 74 Barracuda for Mid-Michigan Motorplex. 12 flat dial-in. Jimmy's off the mark here against Mike
Radulowski.
Slight advantage going to the Summit side of the racetrack, reeling into Camaro at the finish line. 8 thousandths margin of victory going to Mike with a 1334 at 103 miles per hour. Jimmy with a 1209, 9 over at 106 with the Barracuda.
Steve Opolinski out of Joliet, Illinois, the Route 66 driver. 79 Trans Am, 1265 the dial, Summit side.
Randy Wolf will be on the National Dragster side from Bunker Hill Dragster. From Bunker Hill, Indiana, that 75 Nova, 1377.
So this first round of our Sportsman Eliminator. Both guys carefully to stage. Here comes the green red light start for Opolinski. Tough break for him out here in this round.
Opolinski, 33 thousandths red. Randy Wolf is 036 green. And that Nova's going to move on. 1380, 3 over the number, 97 mile per hour, and a point for Bunker Hill.
And for the paperwork, 12:59 out here on the breakout at 106 for Steve Opolinski.
2 S10 pickups on the starting line here, I believe. No, it's a Dakota over there. Steve Zuniar from Imperial, Missouri for Gateway Motorsports Park, 1432.
12:15, the chaser here for Jason Howell. Nope, Jason Newell got to get the bifocals going here. Zanesville, Ohio, the hometown here, running for National Trail Raceway, that 82 S10, small block 355 Chevrolet.
Jason's going to be in the driver's seat as they leave the starting line. He's got a slight advantage in reaction time. Steve's out in front in Dakota, and the S10 reeling him in. At the stripe, breakout for the Dakota, and Jason's going to be the winner. 12-17 for National Trail, gets the point.
Yeah, I like to say it ain't over till it's over. You can't do it by the numbers when you look up here. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't.
There's another Ford and Chevrolet matchup, Nick, is Shayla Fab from Xenia, Ohio. Killcare Dragway, 1543.
Out of Pataskala, Ohio, this is Chuck Tyack. 91 Mustang GT, neat little car. Got all the good stuff on it. Pacemaker Dragway. Oh, red light start here by Chuck, minus 31 on the tree. So academic there. You got the winner over there.
1536 for Shayla on the 43 dial, 86 miles per hour. Killcare gets the point.
Jason McGinley out of Lebanon, Indiana, running for Lucas Oil Raceway at Indianapolis. Right here we are. 12:01 the dial, Summit side.
Lucas Buckley on the National Dragster side. I actually raced Lucas 4th of July weekend, and I owe him one. I haven't forgotten about that. And he's got a slight advantage off the starting line, racing for Mile and Dragway as the two Camaros make their way toward the top end of the racetrack.
Who said racers don't have memories, right? On the top end, here we go. Your winner on a double breakout affair. Great lights there, almost identical. It'll be McKinley here for Lucas Oil Raceway at Indianapolis taking the win.
300 for Lucas with a 1289 run at 104. Lucas Oil Raceway with a point. And Camaro and a Malibu matchup here as Sean Pitts will be on the National Dragster side. London, Ohio for National Trail. The 1211 dial in, we're nearly heads up here.
Killcare Dragway sends us Charles Picklesmeyer out of New Carlisle, Ohio. 79 Malibu down track here. Here we go. They pull alongside each other, almost dead even at the 8th mile mark. And they approach the 1,000-foot, still there, and it's a double breakout affair for your side.
Yeah, pretty competitive race, side by side all the way down. They were only 11 thousandths apart in reaction time. 12:08's 300 at 106 for the win. Sean Pitts, Race of Champions representative for National Trail Raceway, moves on.
And that margin of victory, 001. Here's Paul Hagan, Fenton, Missouri. He calls home. It's the 99 Pontiac Formula Car, Gateway Motorsports Park, 1217 Summit Side.
Summit Motorsports Park driver James Ring, he fouls out. It's going to give the win to Paul Hagan here. Minus 13 thousandths RED. Hagan for Gateway Motorsports Park is going to be the winner.
Well, good leave there. 22 light for Paul. He wins it 12:15 on his 17, and he gets a point for Gateway Motorsports Park.
Two Pontiacs on the starting line here. The 02 Trans Am and 04 GTO. Marlon Howes, Milan Dragway. Marlon, a regular at Milan, has won a lot of races there. Sunoco Race Fuels Race of Champions rep. 1250 dial on the yellow Firebird.
And Lucas Oil Raceway here at Indianapolis sends this Ron Whitaker. Coatesville, Indiana, the hometown here for the 04 GTO. Little Pontiac 350 for power, 1372, and it's over on the line for Whitaker.
Marlon's going to get the point for Milan Dragway here as Ron fouls out by 34 thou. Marlon would be tough anyway. He was 021 at the tree. Trying to run that 1250 dial in at the quarter mile mark, and he is going to go dead on. Shows why he's the Race of Champions rep for Milan. 1250 with the 6, 107 for Marlon.
Yeah, you called it. It would have been a toughie anyway there with that dead on run.
Yeah, Jim Kincaid here, Kirkersville, Ohio. He'll be in the 74 Duster. We don't have the driver data here entered on the Summit side for the Monte Carlo.
Well, I'm sure they'll figure that out there. In 342, the car number here, 1254 the dial. Summit side, the Monte Carlo. Academic there, too, is, a red light start. Sends it over to your side.
Yeah, Jim Kincaid, 047 at the tree, 12-12 dial in for the 74 Duster, and he'll go 200 at 12-10 and 109. National Trail gets the point, and he will move on to round number 2 here in the sportsman category.
Absolutely gorgeous car here, this 1972 Chevelle convertible. That's right, the rag top here, 350 Chevrolet for power. Out of Morris, Illinois, this is Paul O'Keefe. 1229 the dial, Summit side.
Yeah, Paul burning out and approaching the starting line. Bill Lewis on the National Dragster side, I think the tire dried up, and he kicked the rear end sideways, and I thought the quarter panel of the car was going to bump the boy in the water box. But he got him wet down, and he smokes the tires hard and rolls out of the water with that 72 Nova. And we'll dial 12 flat on a National Dragster side as the two classic Chevys match up here.
And Scott, you've been there before. Can you really feel that in the car when that happens? I would think you could.
No, there's no question.
So here we go, O'Keefe and Lewis. Crossroads Dragway 66.
Only 11 thou apart in reaction time. Pretty even start. Chevelle out in front down the top end. Lewis in the Nova. Runs him down the double breakout. 100th under even on 1199.0107. 1227, 15 thou under for Paul.
And Crossroads whooping it up down there as we look to Craig Jones. Summit side, dialing at 1355, Hammond, Indiana, the hometown. Route 66 Raceway, his home track.
There's David Lewis, 1507 for the 03 Ranger. 242 cubic inches. I'm assuming V6 to Edgewater. And neither driver is going to make the reaction time on a roll today. At least not for this round.
Well said, my friend.
Both of them are green, though, and Craig Jones is going to get the win by only 22 10,000ths. Close race.
1361 to the 1511. Route 66 with another point. Here's Ethan, I believe it's Breger. Breger out of Monroe, Michigan. His 68 Camaro. 383 little stroked Chevrolet. Milan Dragway, the home track, 1215 the dial. Summit side.
Another small block Chevrolet mouse motor in the National Dragster lane, a 96 S10. That's Dave Satchwell from Andrews, Indiana, racing for Bunker Hill. 1382 is dial in.
So rapid fire eliminations here for you, Ethan. Tough break for him. Way under on the red light. It's over. On the line, the winner, your side.
Dave Satchwell, 057 green. He will run a 1369. And some of these guys may not be real confident in the dial-ins after sitting for a while. Their last time trial was late in the evening. Wanted to make sure that they can run a number that they can actually get, make sure they can run a number. It might be a bit soft. But 1369, given the opportunity to run flat out after the red light start. He'll be back in round number 2.
And this cool thinking probably changed a lot of their thinking, no doubt. Here's Ernie Brown. 85 S10 out of Powell, Ohio. 12 flat to Dallas Summit side.
Andrew Lewis, St. Louis, Missouri, in the 98 Camaro, racing for Gateway Motorsports Park, and Andrew was late. Double breakout. Win's going to go to Ernie Brown.
Sure did. Double breakout, 1193 here for Brown. Lewis to 1295.
Here's Ellis Booth, Warrensburg, Illinois, 96 F-150 Ford pickup, the old inline six-cylinder Ford. Lucas Oil Raceway representative, 1835. We got a big, almost a 6.5-second handicap here.
Yeah, I was just going to say, 6-second handicap here. Greg McCurry going to have to wait patiently. And I kidded Ellis, talked to him the other night. I said, they probably thought you were one of the track vehicles. You were so far down track. Let's see what happens with the 84 Camaro running for Milan. There goes Ellis. There goes Ellis. There goes Ellis. Here comes Greg. Wow. I tell you what, that would really bug me to see that. Scott way down track. Can he get there? Here comes McCurry. Motors hard on the top end. The wind light says he did it. McCurry did it way from behind. 1204 and 1201. 104 big speed there at the end for the win.
Yeah, Ellis timed it right on the starting line. That truck was moving on the second bulb, and he had the better light by about 500ths, but the truck just did not run at 1835. He was 0.3 over the dial-in.
Gary Knight out of Fairborn, Ohio, 1339 on the Dow Summit side. Killcare, the home track.
All right, Byron Dragway, represented in the National Dragster side, is Robert France from Bartlett, Illinois, is in the Trailblazer, and we got a pretty even start here.
Yeah, unlike last time with that big handicap, we're pretty good here. Let's see what happens. Both guys looking tough. They're going to eyeball each other at the light. They're going to look, and they both break out. Breaking out the least, Gary Knight for Killcare. 1337 to the 1359.
Yeah, France was a dime under, and that's the margin of victory at the stripe, or actually what the finish line difference was. It's over 900ths of a second. That was all in reaction time.
Here's Kyle Hall out of Ridgeville, Indiana, running for Muncie Dragway, dialed in at 1211. He's Summit side.
Alyssa Galanak, 1234 from Hickley, Ohio. 78 Malibu, the small block Chevrolet. Summit Motorsports Park.
We're off and running. Pretty even start here, but somebody with a ton, as you say, in the bank.
Yeah, pretty even start, and it was mainly 0.2 of a second difference in her dial-ins, but 1/10 of that was made up in reaction time. Kyle with a much better start and gets a double breakout win. 12:10 on the 11, 12:26 for Alyssa at 109, and that's what we referred to in the tower as a three-striker. Left last, got there second, broke out. Not a winning plan.
I love that. Here's Gary Lewis out of St. Anne, Missouri, running for Gateway Motorsports Park, 12:33 the dial. He's in the Summit Lane.
John Sepatarek, Elyria, Ohio, a 95 Mustang for Summit Motorsports Park. And he will dial 1484, and he will also red light. Gary Lewis on the Summit side is going to be the winner. 0:32 reaction time for Gary, and that's 69 Buick. 12:33 dial. And at the stripe, 12:21 comes up on the scoreboards, 12 under. The race was decided back here at the tree after the red light by John, and he runs 14:79 on his 1484 dial at 84 miles per hour. Here's the next pair. Ashley Hedrick, Custard Park, Illinois. The 68 Nova for Route 66 Raceway. Terry Knight on the Summit side, the 85 S10 for Killcare Dragway. We'll dial 1280.
I don't know if these guys could qualify either. Doesn't matter, though. You got to run your race, as you well know. Top in charge and the win. Going to be the Shreves. He did have a better light as he runs down there on his 23. He'll go 12:23 on his 17 to the 13:06 on the 12:98 dial. Muncie with another point.
Yeah, both of them safe on the numbers at the big gun, but in that particular case, a couple of pairs back. The guy that was 00, the other one was in the teens, and he was king. And this pair, 084, you were the man. 12:15 dial in for Laura Trainer, Lawrence, Ohio, in the 74 Charger. Another pair of good reaction times.
Exactly. Ted Lipka making his mark here at Gateway Motorsports Park. See how he does on the top end. He's got a 12:20 on the window. He goes 12:21, 14 light. Good looking race for him. Breakout too quick for Laura in the other lane. And it's Lipka putting another point on the board for Gateway.
Laura Trainer breaking out by 100, 12:14 and 106. Another one of my teammates over there on the Summit side. That is Ken Hansen. Big block Chevrolet 66 Impala, rag top, drives down the street, brings it to the racetrack, goes rounds, win the race, takes the winner's circle pick, puts the top down, drives home. 13:50 dial in for Kenny. That's quite a routine for him that we see quite often.
I love that picture, no doubt about it. 12:39, as we said here, from Mike Malley out of Patricksburg, Indiana, running for Lions Raceway Park. So here we go, the Impala and the Firebird.
Hansen and Malley down at the top end of the racetrack. Wind light comes on for Malley. A 12:40 at 100 mile per hour even gets the win as Kenny was uncharacteristically late. 13:52, 2 over. Actually had the better numbers on the big end, but gave up 500s in reaction time.
You know, that's the best of both worlds. You go drag racing, put the top down, and drive home. That's good action. Here's Joel Zender, I believe it is, out of Oak Forest, Illinois, running for Route 66, trying to catch up here.
Over England will be in a 97 Saturn for Killcare. 1686 dial in. Homer gave up a bit on the starting line. That's going to cost him. Summit side.
Runs good. 13:51 on the 50 dial for the win at 87 miles per hour. Route 66 with another point to the 1689 at 81.
Gene Horner from St. Joseph, Illinois, a 98 Saturn. He'll be racing for Coles County in a 1791 dial in. He'll be leaving first by big handicap, again, over 5.5 seconds.
70 Dodge Dart Swinger, Jack Waldron, running for National Trail Raceway. He's got a 12:23 on the window, Summit side. And red light start, couldn't wait.
Oh,
Man.
Jack is going to be sick when he sees his time slip. Gene was 240 on the tree, and he's moving on to round number 2. 1784 on the 91 dial in as he's 700s under 75 miles per hour, but a point for Coles County.
Now I'd have to get away someplace and look at that one for sure. Here's Eric Libka out of O'Fallon, Missouri, 12:16 to dial, Summit side, Gateway Motorsports Park, the home track.
12:06 dial in on National Dragster side is Joey Moore, another one of your guys from Terre Haute, Indiana.
Yeah, Joey awfully tough here, the Crossroads Dragway entry. See how he does against Lipka. Lipka tough. Oh, boy. Well, once again, the guys really not working on the light there. Let's see what happens on the top end. It ain't over till it's over. Even what it looks like here on the screen, it's a double breakout affair for Lipka. Lipka wins it for Gateway Motorsports Park as he'll go 12-12 on the 16 and a 12:02 on the 04. So both 4 under. Margin of victory, 9 thou.
All right, again, high school drivers, back to the staging lanes for your second time trial. High school should be in the lanes for their second time trial. Rob Fisher from Humboldt, Illinois, the 83 Malibu wagon for Coles County Dragway. 1265, 2/10 difference in the handicap versus your side.
Yeah, Ryan Tyree, Killcare Dragway, the home track, out of Trenton, Ohio, down in at 12:45.
Pretty even start. 4 thou apart.
It is. I just started to say Rob's got 2 of these wagons here racing this weekend. As we look down track, and you got the winner.
Rob's 1 over for the win, 1266, 98 miles per hour. 1241 breaking out for Ryan as he took 400ths at the stripe. And Coles County Dragway gets the point. Josh Rogers, Reeseville, Indiana, 93 Chevy S10 for Crossroads, and one of your drivers again.
Sunoco Raceway Park, or Sunoco Racing Fuels Race of Champions, here for Gateway Motorsports Park is Aaron Hagan, 1268 the Dow Summit side.
A good light there for Josh. Aaron's going to make him work for it, though.
Oh, yeah. Going to try to run me down there in the top end. They'll start rubbernecking each other. Or at least Josh will. Who's it going to be? And Josh Rogers for Crossroads Dragway. Another point there. Takes the win. He'll go 13:05 on the 13 flat. 95 breakout. Too quick here by just 1 thou there at 108 miles per hour. But the reaction time was the difference.
Dolo 9 light, and we move on here to the next pair is Mike Clancy. Clancy, it appears to be, from Hamilton, Ohio, 66 Rambler. Edgewater Sports Park racer, the 1235 dial.
I love me a 66 Rambler, no doubt. As the Cutlass here out of Xenia, Ohio, Eric Toft, 1246 his dial. Running for Killcare. He was your Sunoco Racing Fuels Race of Champions competitor. Double breakout win for Eric. 1242 on the 46, 31 on the 35, and on the next round is Toft.
Chad Isley, another Sunoco Race Fuels Race of Champions rep. Coles County Dragway with that 84 Mustang. He will dial 12 flat right on. The 12 flat, no quicker than 12 flat dial, an index for Sportsman.
1492 the dial for Dale Massengill. Bunker Hill Drag Strip. As we look at this winner as they go down track, you know, Isley's been to Pomona twice, could go again.
May do it again. 011 light. He was holding a 10th in reaction time. 12:13, tightened it up to 12 thou, and he was in control at both ends of the racetrack.
No doubt. Hey, Larry Robertson. Larry Robertson, my buddy, if you can hear the sound of our voice, you need to be at race control. Larry Robertson, please, to race control.
Eric Cooper from Martinsville, I'm assuming Coles County Dragway racer. And Cody Alboom.
Yeah, that's Allen Ball there. Crossroads Dragway trying to get there for the win, and he does. Crossroads, get up and holler. I know you are. For Cody Allenball, is he'll go 12:20 on his 19. Now, Cody didn't have the light, but, well, he ran closer to the dial. 12:29 on the 23, your side at 104.
Now, Ron G. Daddy Hayden from Keyville, Kentucky. Sunoco Race Fuels Race of Champions representatives for Beacon County Dragway. 13:25 with that Mustang.
And Cal Wright, Ashmore, Illinois, running for Coles County Dragway, USA, 13:45 the Dow Summit Lane.
Oh, and G-Daddy is going to get the win here by a foul. Kyle Wright fouls out, and Ron is 156. Kyle is going to be kicking himself when he gets that slip.
Oh, yeah, those are heartbreakers.
Both of them are one-overs. They were right on the scoreboard, 13:26 and 101 miles per hour. I've never met Ron before, but I got to believe his personality is rather flamboyant. And he's going to be the winner and move on to round number 2.
Here's Gary Rice, his 66 Rambler. Love him. Dennis Weininger loves him. as the Edgewater Sports Park Rambler, 1237 the dial, Summit side.
Cassie Edwards Wilson from Charleston, Illinois, 99 Camaro for Coles County. And a 1291 dial in will leave first.
So the Ramblers in competition, they look neat parked end to end down there in the pit area. So I'll make them and it's going to be Rice for the win. Edwards goes red.
Oh, another case where a guy had a close red light, and the driver that gets the win here was late, big time. 1238, one over for the win, 107, and Gary Rice, 181 on the Christmas tree. Moving on to round number 2.
Hey, Larry Robertson, if you can hear the sound of my voice once again, we need you to race control, please. Larry Robertson to race control.
Kendall Schmidt, 1313 from Elberfield, Illinois, or Indiana rather. 64 Chevelle racing for Beacon Dragway. We got a Lions Raceway Park racing on this side.
Red Spore, Patoka, Indiana. Here for Lions Raceway Park, good looking. 63 Plymouth Fury. They're locked dead even at the 1,000-foot mark. And it's another double breakout win. This one for Spore from Lions Raceway Park. 13:21 on the 24. 08 on the 13. Your winner here in the Summit Lane for Spore. Well, what more can you say about the young man? He's already got one win under his belt. The Sunoco Racing Fuels Race the Champions champion. In the sportsman class, this is Bill, the Midnight Rider McCarty. Washington, Indiana, the hometown, a room full of Wallies. He'd like another one here, dialing in 1295 Summit side.
Bill's competition will be Tony Lyons from Ashton, Illinois. Oh boy, Bill having a great weekend and looking to keep it going here. He has a great start.
Sure does. Let's see how he parlays this on the top end. It was close, so they both go under. Bill goes under the lease. He'll go 1293 for the win at 93 to the 1204 at 104 miles per hour.
Yeah, 93 miles per hour at the stripe. I got to believe that Bill was kind of controlling the finish line, was maybe dialed a little bit soft, but he was 007 off the starting line.
Yeah, he knows how to play the big end, no doubt. McCarty hadn't got all those Wallies, not knowing what to do for sure. Hey, happy birthday to Corey Butler. He sits on the line, 26 years young today. He'd like to give himself a birthday present, leaving here in the Summit Lane for Coles County Dragway, USA.
Larry Suppard from Windfall, Illinois. Muncie Dragway racer, the 79 Chevada. Wind light on your side for Corey.
Yeah, Corey gives himself that birthday present. 1355 dead on. 1355 with an 8 on the 1355. Good looking 1216. Not good enough though. The light big time to your side, but Butler hangs on, runs the dial.
Yeah, Suppard was 400s better in reaction time, but looking at the numbers, the truck just didn't have enough moxie to run that on that pass.
Here's Kelly Edwards out of Charleston, Illinois, the 98 Camaro. 1308 the dial, Summit side, running for Coles County Dragway, USA.
Adam Van Noot from Ridgeville, Indiana is going to be the winner here. As a foul start for Kelly Edwards, goes red by only 4 thou. And again, like we've seen so many times today, driver had less than stellar of reaction time, but his opposition fouls out with a close red light, and the winner's going to be on the National Dragster side, 1220 at 109 for Adam.
Yeah, everybody starts over next round. Doesn't matter, does it, Scott? So I tell you, tough break there. Wayne Couch out of Norwood, Ohio, is a 2002 Chevrolet pick-em-up truck. Edgewater Sports Park, where he races it every week. 1617 the dial, Summit side.
1457 on National Dragster Lane belongs to Tracy Smart from Muncie, Indiana, racing for Muncie Dragway.
Yeah, this is the tall and short and the long and short of it all, as the big truck and the little S10 match up. It's over on the line, though. Couch goes red, minus double. 9. So close. Not good enough.
And Tracy Smart again is going to be the benefactor of a close red light. 143 on the tree is going to get the winning time slip. 1449 is a little under that 1457 dial in, but she'll get another chance to hone in on it and move on to the next round of Sportsman.
Couch, I think, saw the red light and just drove down nice and easy. Just like that. Is that the Byron?
That is the Byron, because I happened to be standing next to him when they pulled him. Matt Watson, Canton, Michigan. Milan Dragway Racer is going to get a point from Milan. 12:34 dial in for the red Camaro, making his way down the National Dragster side of the racetrack. On that 12:34, Matt will go dead on one. 12:34 and 111. And we'll see Matt back for Milan Dragway in round number 2 of Sportsman competition.
Well, we just pushed that, thought we might get some points, but I imagine they're updating things right now. We'll give them to you unofficially when we get them. As we look now, I believe this is the second and final time pass for our high school competitors before they'll come back for their first round. Okay, Scott, as we said, second and final time pass here for high schoolers. Then they'll ready themselves for elimination. This is Derek Lyon, Summit Side, out of Ashcombe, Illinois, the 95 Mustang running for Coles County Dragway, USA.
Blaine Rager from Thurston, Ohio, in a 1980 Camaro. National Trail Raceway representative.
So the guys and gals are going to get all dialed in. Big deal for these high schoolers. I mean, they worked hard all year long, too, to get here. And, man, to be on this stage, they are excited. Talked to a couple of them this morning, and they're just thrilled to be here. 1475 at 94 for Lions.
1362 for Blaine and 96 mile per hour for the Camaro.
Danny Radulowski, as he'll stage up. Highland, Illinois, his hometown, running for Gateway Motorsports Park here in the Summit Lane.
Kay Crum, Jamestown, Ohio, in the 89 Ford Ranger for Killcare. $12.90 at 104 for Kay Crum. Danny goes 13.11 at 104 with the Camaro.
Here's Carson Griffith out of New Carlisle, Ohio, running for Killcare Dragway Summit Side.
Abby Sabota, 2013 Jeep Grand Cherokee from Decatur, Illinois for Coles County.
So Griffith goes 12.11 at 109 miles per hour. Good speed over there.
Abby goes 16.86 at 84 mile per hour with the Jeep.
Courtney Wilson out of Centerburg, Ohio. Pacemaker Dragway Park, the home track, Summit Side.
Ronnie Beach III from Troy, Illinois, in the 69 GTO. Gateway Motorsports Park racer.
Couple of close lights here. They'd like to have those in eliminations, I'm sure.
Yeah, 30s on both sides. Ronnie with a 12.01 at 111 miles per hour.
And Courtney gets there to 17.22 at 79. Hey, will the crew for Devin Heitzman, the crew for Devin Heitzman report to the front of the Parks Tower, please. Devin Heitzman, we need you and your crew down there in front of the Parks Tower, please. We need you now.
12:17 for Josh Pickett at 109 miles per hour with the Camaro.
Hubner goes 12:02 at 1:11. Once again, Devin Heitzman, your crew to the front of the timing tower. Here, we'd like to see you now, please. Tristan Rowe out of Logansport, Indiana, running for Bunker Hill Drag Strip, Summit Side.
And Vicky Harris from Warsaw, Indiana with the 82 Pontiac. Bunker Hill Drag Strip Racer.
Time to get the red light out of your system. This is the final time pass for high school. And then the next time you see these cars, they will be in competition.
13:12 and 101 for Vicky.
And Tristan to a 1672 at 82 miles per hour. Here's Mariah Hunter out of Pendleton, Indiana, running for Muncie Dragway, Summit Side.
And Austin Gamble, a 2014 Charger in Indianapolis, Indiana, racing for right here, Lucas Oil Raceway.
Good-looking Charger. Equally good-looking 85 Grand Prix. Mariah with her red light out of her system for the day. And they're pretty even Steven down there, Scott.
Yeah, 14:47 getting there first for the Charger at 97 miles per hour. Mariah runs 14:72 at 94.
Amber Price, young lady out of Terre Haute, Indiana, awfully tough with her 2001 Dakota. The bifocals got me again. Crossroads Dragway, the home team, Summit Side.
Austin Hedrick, the 69 Camaro from Wilmington, Illinois for Route 66. A great start, 004 reaction time and a 12:78 the stripe at 104.
15:04 at 89 for Amber Price. Here's John Weiss. Weiss will stage up out of Paris, Illinois. We told you the story. His dad ran the car. His mom ran the car. Both these sisters ran the car in high school. And now John Weiss here running the car for Crossroads Dragway, Summit Side.
Devin Ramsey from Terre Haute, Indiana for Lions Raceway Park will be on the National Dragster side with the Dodge Dakota truck.
Matter of fact, I think John goes nice picture taken in the winner's circle with the tux on, looking awfully sharp. Johnny down track as he'll motor down. He'll stop the timer, 12:82 at 103 for Weiss.
Devin gets down there with a 1770 run with the pickup at 76 miles per hour.
Here's Fernando Lopez. Fernando Lopez out of Homewood, Illinois. Route 66, the home track, Summit Side.
Matthew Danielek, 68 Catalina from Skokie, Illinois. Byron Dragway racer.
Cool car. No doubt about it. That'd be fun to drive to high school, wouldn't it?
Yeah, no question. Get to see you pull up at the gas pump, have to flip the license plate down. They've never seen that before.
That's right. Good point, Scott. I love that. Okay, here's Lopez. He'll go 12:20 at 108.
And Matthew with a 1585 run with the Pontiac at 84 miles per hour. Cardino Fornatero from Newark, Ohio. Newark right outside of Columbus. He would be a national trail racer. 84 long box Chevrolet S10 pickup. National drags to the top side. He will make a single run. Pretty sharp on the starting line, 035. And Cardino at the stripe will go at 12:26 at 107 miles per hour. Another single from the National Dragster side, Morgan Wood, the 84 Malibu wagon from Wabash, Indiana, racing for Muncie Dragway. All right, Morgan Wood, 0-12 reaction time. I believe will be the closing high school car here for this second and final time trial for the drivers. And the wagon at the stripe will run 1480, just a tick under 90 miles per hour. That'll conclude the second time trial for high school.
And that concludes, Scott, some time trials here where I think we're getting ready for maybe some special awards. Hey, Devin. Hey, Devin Heisman, we need you and your crew to the front of the park's tower, please. Okay, here we go. If I can direct your attention toward the A board there at the starting line, we've got some best appearing awards to do. You see Kevin Pepper out there. Kevin, wave your hand. Of course, you're waving both your hands right now. Our Division III photographer here as he's bringing his beautiful cars around, and we'll have the motorcycle too, as these are your best appearing awards here at the 39th running of the Summit ET Racing Equipment Finals. And around the corner they come. Kevin will get them lined up just like they want them. And we'll kind of wait and see once they get all lined up, and then we'll introduce these winners to you.
Little different arrangement than we've had in years past here. It appears as though Kevin's going to stack them up on the starting line, kind of take like a group photograph here. As he's got, I believe, the Sportsman and Pro Bracket best appearing cars. The Super Pro entry, I believe, is the rail, and then the best appearing bike.
So we'll get them all out there, and then we will tell you the winners here from, the starting line towards the finish line. And man, what a bunch of good-looking cars, no doubt. And this is always tough to do. Don't want to be near even trying to judge these cars, because when you look around the pit area and just drive through, so many cars obviously worthy of this award, but there can only be one. And the guys and gals worked hard on deciding who were the best appearing. As Kevin going to get them all lined up. I'll give you the winners here, and then we'll give a collective round of applause for everybody. The first car you see there, the beautiful gold greenish Duster there, that's the 70 Duster 340, your best appearing sportsman here today from Beach Bend Raceway Park. Give it up for Larry Fleming. Let us hear it for Larry Fleming out there. Beautiful car. Equally beautiful car here. Your best appearing pro car, the 1969 Chevy Camaro from Milan Dragway. This is Aaron Freeze. And then your best appearing super pro car from Byron Dragway. It's going to be Ted Cannon. 2015 brand new Racecraft rear engine dragster right there. And the best appearing Super Pro bike from Summit Motorsports Park. This is Herb Baker. Sorry about that. Herb Baker. His best appearing Super Pro bike's the 1980 Kawasaki KZ1000. So, gang, put your hands together. They can hear you out there. Whoop it up for these beautiful best appearing entries as the drivers now will take their position beside their cars and the bike. And Kevin from Photos and More going to get the great shot. And I want to tell you guys and gals out there, we've talked to people that's had this done before, and no matter what happens when they get home and they see that picture that Kevin's going to take of you, really means something over the years, because this is a coveted award here, always at the Summit Racing Equipment ET Finals. Your best appearing on the starting line. So pictures being taken here for your best appearing awards as Jay Hellinger, our North Central Division Director, coordinating things out there with Kevin Pepper. Kevin up in and on the ladder, I think, out there to get that kind of that neat perspective of that overhead shot. But once again, to recap, your best appearing sportsman car, the Duster there for Larry Fleming. Best appearing pro car, the gorgeous 69 Camaro there for Aaron Freeze. Best appearing super pro car, the Digger there for Ted Cannon. And Herb Baker, your best appearing super pro bike. Congratulations, one and all. Beautiful cars and the bike. And you crew members and all the fans down there, when they see those cars and the bike go by your vantage point, I should say, give them a big shout and a wave and a round of applause. We need someone from Racers for Christ to race control. One of our Racers for Christ chaplain, we need you to race control, please. Okay, here goes the Duster. Boy, what a beautiful car as it comes by our vantage point. Nice piece. Love those twin hood scoops on those cars. Here comes the Digger of Ted Cannon. Brand new, spanking brand new 2015 Racecraft chassis rear engine dragster. Nice peaches. See Ted nestled down there in the roll cage, and look at this great 1969 flamed Camaro. Oh my, what a good looking piece there. Aaron Freeze going by our vantage point. And Herb Baker down there with that gorgeous Kawasaki. Okay, and the call goes out. We need east side, west side pro cars. Pro cars back to the lanes. We need pro cars back to the lanes, please. So, Kevin Pepper going back there. Is he busy man? And we have called Pro Cars, east side, west side. Let's go. Next round coming up. Pro Cars. Back to the lanes, please. Hey, guess what? William Tharp is in the house. I just saw him. So William Tharp joins us from Kilcare. Last year when I saw William, he was walking on cloud nine because they just won the championship. Scott Kiefer, great. Always working with you, old buddy. Appreciate you. Great racer. Scott Kiefer out of Mid-Michigan Motorplex. Did a good job all weekend. Really appreciate him helping us out here. As we have called Pro Cars to the lanes. You need to be there like right now. We're just about ready. We've had our pre-race with our best appearing cars here, the awards. And we are just about ready for next round action here. It will be fourth round action in our pro class. So pro cars have been called. We hear the engines over there as they headed to the staging lanes.
Want to race down the same track as the stars of NHRA? Tracks all across the country host events that you and your family can race at and be part of. Race your street car at the NHRA Drag Street Legal Style presented by AAA, or your hot rod in the Summit Racing Series, where you can be crowned track, division, and even the NHRA Summit National Champion. And don't forget that kids can race in the Summit Junior Drag Racing League, starting at 5 years old. And for teenagers 13 to 16, there's NHRA Junior Street. It's family fun at an NHRA member track near you. Visit NHRA.com for a complete list of the tracks and programs. Remember, drag a friend to the track and share the speed.
Foot in, put your left foot out. Put both hands up, shake them all about. That's what they were doing.
Yeah, that was the hokey pokey. I forgot.
Hoochie coochie, hokey pokey, whatever it was. Anyway, congratulations. And to be looking this good after day number 3.
Wow. Yeah.
I got to change clothes 4 times a day. Just keep from getting spaghetti stuff all over my shirt, pants, and everything else.
I like that. Dino Dave. Devin Heisman here and the crew here for out of Mid-Michigan Motorplex. And Scott Keefe are going to like that award, no doubt.
No doubt. No doubt. Let's see. I think that there is one other award. There is one more award that we have. Yesterday afternoon, Nick, we had the judging for the Team Spirit contest, and Kevin's going all the way up there and all the way back here taking pictures of people standing up and hooting and hollering and having banners and having billboards and everything else down there. And all the voting was done. The judging was done. And now we would like to announce the winner of the Team Spirit Award. And that would go to, drum roll, that would be Byron Dragway, Team Spirit Award, Bob the Builder and all the crew. They built that grandstand in 2 days. They are that good. They are that good. All those vests over there. They also, after here, they'll be out on 74 headed back toward Byron, stopping traffic and gathering money in the booths for their banquet come January. And nobody will be the wiser, right?
Right, and the rest of the crew is right behind the Parks Tower, so I would have loved to heard that roar back there. And Dennis, when you were doing the drum roll, Dino Dave and the crew were doing the drum roll for you down there.
Great. I love it when the words get outside the tower. Well, most of the time we love it when the words get outside the tower. So congratulations to Dino Dave and his team for Best Appearing, and congratulations to all the folks that helped Byron Dragway pick up the Team Spirit Award for the 2nd year in a row. Last year they were Cowboys and Indians and a TP and smoke signals, and now they've got the barricades out there, Bob the Builder. And I want to give Bob a call, 1-800, we'll build this for you. And it's a lot of work. You first have to come up with an idea that gets approved by pretty much everybody, like BJ and his kids. And then you got to probably assign some people to be the T-shirt team selection, somebody to get the safety tape, somebody to steal some barricades. Not that they would do that. Oh, I know, it's probably a barricade rental company. That's what it is. So it does take a lot of work. So congratulations to Team Byron for winning the Team Spirit Award 2nd year in a row. The BJ should be picking that award up at the banquet in Indianapolis. So we'll get a picture of Dino Dave and the crew down here in just a couple minutes as soon as Kevin reloads his camera with pixels or whatever it is. So, ladies and gentlemen, this would be Nick Agresta. He's got some more words for you in just a moment.
Well, thank you, Dennis. It is time.
And in this country, Lord, and let them protect them, Lord, and keep them safe. We just pray for a great day, and we'll give you glory for all things. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Oh, the greatest flag in the world, the greatest country in the world, the greatest sport in the world. NHRA bracket racing at its best right here at Lucas Oil Raceway at Indianapolis. We're ready to bring you round 4 here in the Pro Cars. It is a pleasure for me to welcome Mr. William Tharp on the deck for the first time this weekend. He's been back at Killcare busy taking business. And our good buddy Larry Robertson to bring you the call for 4th round. Here they are at the ready line. Take it away, guys.
Well, thank you, Nick. An absolute pleasure to be back here at Lucas Oil Stadium for the bracket finals. Brought to you by Summit. Mr. Robertson, how are we doing, sir?
William, it's been a few years since we've been on the mic together. You got a couple old school guys here out of the Brian Olson School of Announcing.
Yeah, we were talking about it a little bit ago, and I don't think I'd be where I'm at announcing, which hopefully is in a better spot than when I started, had it not been for Brian. So I owe a lot of this to him, and he'll always be with my thoughts and prayers. And the man meant a lot to a lot of people. He means a lot to me and always will. So,
Same here, William. Same here. He's the one that drug me into this and got me started. And I don't know whether to thank him or blame him, but God bless you, Brian. We miss you, brother.
All right, this round's for you, Brian, as we're going to get things rolling. And what is this, round 4 of Pro? I believe this is round 4 of Pro. I think I heard that go across the radios over there. So we'll see if I remember how to do this. Those of you back home that have to suffer with me sometimes on the mic, well, here we go again. I'll start off here in the Summit Lane. That's Chris Walker out of Paris, Illinois. 67 Camaro down a 7.67.
Brian Kiefer over on the left-hand side in the National Dragster Lane. 78 Malibu running for Mid-Michigan Motorplex. He's dialed at a 593.
Team Crossroads going to make some noise here for Chris. He's going to attempt to get the win light on. Hopefully where everyone's at with their numbers, they'll kind of get things figured out, settle into a routine. So this should be an interesting round of racing. This one decided right here to start. 007 red as Brian, as Chris Walker will move on. Legs it out to a 765 with a 9 on a 67. I think an ET prediction adjustment will be coming in the near future.
Looks like it, Kiefer, a little too quick on the tree. 007 on the red side, 590 on the breakout, 593 dial.
We'll rack things up here with Brian Lewis in the Summit Lane for Team Edgewater. 68 Nova, kind of blacked out like that whole look over there down to 630.
Left-hand side, it's Eric Paul running for Beach Bend Raceway Park. He's dialed at a 605. Hits the tree, 005 reaction time, runs 605 on the 605 dial, 8,000s package in the win for Eric Paul.
Well, one thing to keep in mind, you might want to think about adjusting the dial-ins. If you had some numbers on it all weekend, I think the air's a lot better today, so it's going to be Breakout City. If you haven't worked with the dial-ins, probably wouldn't be a bad idea, as we'll get the next pair racked up here. Hey, that's one of our guys from Team Killcare, Caleb Ellison, the young gun, who's a Race of Champions representative, down a 652. And that Camaro out of Beaver Creek, Ohio.
He'll be going against Brad Paul in the National Dragster Lane. He's out of Evansville, Indiana, the 74 Plymouth Scamp. Another Raceway Park. He turns on the red bulb too early. Win goes your side.
Yeah, live by the sword, die by the sword. Caleb was red too, but only by 4th thou. But first is worse in a case like this. 657 with a 2 and a 52 for Caleb. He'll get to the next round and, more importantly, give Team Killcare another one of those valuable points.
Lucas Walker, left-hand side in the National Dragster Lane. Mayfield, Kentucky-based racer, 93 Mustang, another Beach Bend Raceway Park competitor.
And over here in the Summit Lane at Alliance Raceway Park, Bedford, Indiana native, Mr. Rick Covey, 69 Nova, got a 696. Issues on the line, not really sure what happened, but check your guy out. That was cool.
Hanging the hoops for Lucas Walker. Oh, we have no times on the right-hand side. He must have left before the tree.
Yeah.
0-1-2 on the reaction time, 574 in the winning run for Lucas Walker.
I was going to drop you an Olsen line. Do not pay attention to the screen. You have to look at the cars. I've been there, done that. Trust me, many a time. So we'll rack up the next set. Cody Ambaugh, Terre Haute, Indiana. Crossroads Dragway down to 714 in the Summit Lane.
Then dialing to 655 on the left side, Sam Manuela. He's out of Adrian, Michigan in the 74 Nova. He's running for Milan Dragway. He's going to have to make the change.
Well, we got 2 green lights. That's half the battle. You've got to go green. Who's going to go to the next round? Going to be your guy.
Holy cow. Well, he was behind on the tree a little bit, tardy with 044 light against the 022. 656 with an 8 on the 655. He was dumping at the end. Breakout on the other side.
Yeah, just a little too much wind light. You get greedy down there. It happens real quick. You got to make a decision. What are you going to do? Evidently he chose wrong. You go ahead and move it on to the next round as Frank Valsenia, Oakland Park, Illinois, 92 Firebird for Route 66 Raceway. 621 dial-in, chasing after your guy over there in the National Dragster Lane.
That is the bad man. He's got a Dragway. 63 Sport Fury down into 650. And he had a hill to climb.
Yeah, he did. That decided right at the starting line as Frank had a little bit of an advantage. That played into things down at the stripe. A 625-0. A 621 gets you to the round of next.
Next up will be Mike McKinney. He's on the left-hand side, National Dragster Lane, out of Centerville, Indiana. He's running for Team Muncie. Where are you at, Team Muncie?
Mike Morse alongside. That's Kentucky. 57 Bel Air for Ohio Valley Dragway. 697 dialing and check the numbers out there. Wow.
Well, we got a horse race, but it was a tight one. 0-3-0 margin of victory. 32-34 reaction time. McKinney takes a win. 649 with a 4 on the 649.
Well, I got to tell you, McKinney comes over and picks our pockets every now and then. When I see his motorhome and trailer roll in, I'm like, uh-oh, it's going to be a long day for somebody.
That's a short drive for those Muncie racers.
I'm telling you, the area that Division III's probably got the best spread of tracks probably in the country by far. So if there's a track to race at within a 2 to 3 hour radius, everyone hits every one of them. Joshua Gans in the Summit Lane out of Crestwood, Kentucky. I don't think he's come up and visited us just yet. 76 Vega out of Ohio Valley.
He's been going against Greenwood, Indiana's Greg Dillman. Was in the VP Race of Champions for Lions Raceway Park. Dillman foot brake deal. What's the name of that?
Thanks for putting me on the spot. Hey, let's talk about the race, the double breakout. Check that out.
Oh, hey, Dillman picks up the win on the double breakout. Yeah, we're track watchers. We're not screen watchers. 617 on the 619 dial, lesser of the breakout. He gets the win.
Yeah, we're trying to give a shout out for Greg and his race that he puts on, and we totally missed the race. Hey, can we instant replay that? You know, if you're watching on D3 television back home, you know, maybe you can go to rewind it and maybe text me and let me know what happened on that one.
Next up will be Jesse Brandt, National Dragster side out of Mattoon, Illinois, in the 85 Cutlass. He's running for Coles County Dragway, dial to 770.
Dave Mione out of Oak Lawn, Illinois, 87 Monte Carlo for Route 66, dial to 626. Occupying the Summit Lane, he'll be the chaser. Jesse will be the Yeah, somebody had to take a little too much stripe down there, at least trying to get there. Couldn't even get there. Mathematically ineligible, as they would say.
Yeah, Jesse Bryan had him pretty good on the tree. 08 reaction. 772 with a 9 on the 770. 1700s package.
I don't even try with the numbers sometimes. I just read what's on the screen because then you'll get a text message from someone going, seriously, you just completely butchered that.
That's fine. I'm not a math professor. Never claimed to be. John Radikowski Sr. out of Highland, Illinois, running for Gateway Motorsports Park in the 71 Camaro, dialed it to 676.
And Tony McKinney alongside in the 71 Satellite out of Detroit, Michigan. From Island Dragway down at 769. He's your automatic winner. Hopefully he looks down track, sees his win lights are flashing because, my man, you are going to the next round on a 775 with a 7. Wow, that's a lot of 7s there. 769. Tone up the reaction time, adjust the dialing, load it up for the next round, and we'll see what will happen. April Isley out of Charleston, Illinois, 95 Cavalier. Not a 744 for Lucas Oil Raceway in the Summit Lane.
And Ed Michael, he's from Georgetown, Indiana, 72 Nova, National Dragster Lane, running for Ohio Valley Dragway. He's dialed it as 613.
That's kind of a big spot on the tree here in this pro category. You got a little bit of everything. You got your 5 cars, you got your 6, not many 7. It should be interesting here. 744, it's a pretty big spot, and nobody's really in a hurry to get things staged up. Must be enjoying the beautiful Indiana weather today.
It is a beautiful day. It's turned off real nice this morning.
That one I think was just decided there. Someone might have got the cage rattled because April going red by 3 thou. Your guy.
Well, Ed Michael, 056 on the tree and 609 breakout on the 613 dial, but picks up the win anyway for Ohio Valley Dragway.
Brings up Mike Twell out of West Terre Haute, Indiana, 87 Monte Carlo. These Monte Carlos, it's why you can't find one out on the street because they're all at the racetrack. He's out of 643 for Crossroads Dragway here in the Summit Lane.
National Dragster side for Ohio Valley Dragway. Tommy Gentry, he's from Louisville, Kentucky, 78 Ford Fairmont wagon. He's dialed at a 710. He'll get the head start.
And he's got the luggage rack on top too in the wagon. Big wheels up start there for Mike. He's not looking at the luggage rack. He's looking for a win light. And he'll find one. A great 005 light seals the deal for him. Dead on 6. 11th thou package. Plenty of room at the stripe. My man, you might want to keep your eyes on that one in the later rounds.
Joe Pickett, he's out of Avon, Indiana, left-hand side for National Dragster Lane. He's running the 78 Chevy for Beach Bend Raceway Park, dialed at a 670.
And Rob Fisher alongside of Humboldt, Illinois. Here we go with another wagon. I'm a station wagon guy, 66 wagon. Can't tell if there's a rack on that one or not, but anyway, for Team Coles County, 747 making some noise, hopefully here for the Summit Lane. Well, we don't see a red light. We see green lights. Will we see a win light? Hey, you guessed it. Rob Fisher, 013 on the tree, 49 with a 5 on a 47. Plenty of room at the stripe. Your guy over there, Joe, put up a good fight. Didn't have enough that time around.
Didn't have it. 60 on the tree, run 75 on the 70. Just couldn't put the numbers together.
Hey, I bet you Camaro's going to win this next round of racing. This is Clay Tyler out of Illinois for Gateway Motorsports Park with that 73 Camaro, dot a 628 in the Summit Lane.
Clay will be going against Lisa Scalf. She's out of Floyd's Knob, Indiana, 91 Camaro, running for Ohio Valley Dragway, right across the river. She's dialed
It's not that far. Talking about not far apart, a 4 thou spread on the tree. Your margin of the stripes 5 thous. Clay Tyler for Gateway Motorsports Park gets a round win. He's dead on 3. There's a lot going on there that I almost missed. This will bring up James Sanders for Team Killcare. 650 dialing in the Summit Lane out of Riverside, Ohio with the 85 Firebird.
Michael Gramlich, he's out of Maybe, Michigan. And I don't mean Maybe, Michigan. That's the name of the town. 78 Malibu for Mid-Michigan Motorplex, dialed at a 6 flat. Super Pro, both sides, east side, west side. Super Pro, we need you to the lane. Super Pro. Win light on for Michael Gramlich, 036 on the reaction time, 605 on the 6 flat dial. He was pedaling it down at the end.
Yeah, Sanders was 53 with a 4 and a 50, just couldn't get there. It was decided here at the start line as well. Most races usually are. Brings up Brett Spring out of Newark, Ohio. 69 Dodge Dart. Team National Trail down a 7-2-5 here in the Summit Lane.
Be going against Brad Doan. He's Terre Haute base racer. 657 for Doan. And he gets the win. Red light on the other side. He's a beneficiary. 016 on the reaction. Runs 57 with a 9 on the 57.
Yeah, tough break there for Brett. He goes red by measly 8 thousandths of a second. Takes it under to boot by 6 thou. His day is done.
Once again, Super Pro, both sides to the lanes. Super Pro to the lanes for your next round of eliminations.
Got to rack things up here for Johnny Comer Jr. out of Fairdale, Kentucky. 68 Chevelle for Ohio Valley Dragway. Down to 660 here in the Summit Lane.
And Muncie Dragway sends up the infamous Nagan Chico Pindell out of Peru, Indiana. He's running the 93 Camaro over on the left-hand side. 808 dial in for Chico. Let's hear it, Muncie. Chico's up.
This ought to be a good little race. Let's just say that much. They're both green, so it's going to be a race, literally.
Fairly even on the tree. Chico gets a win. Nagan Pindell 810 on an 808 dial. Margin of victory 002.
And when you tighten it up to 2 thou, that's some driving down there, or luck, as some would say. I call it driving.
He did. He was behind off the starting line.
Brings up Jonathan Chapman out of Columbus for Team Pacemakers in a 68 Chevelle. Summit Lane is where he's going to occupy with the Chevelle. Down to 702.
Be going against Stacy Gerald. She's out of Tipton, Indiana, the 67 Camaro. She's running for Muncie Dragway, many-time track champion at different tracks around. She's dialed it a 609.
Definitely a tough hitter over there at Stacy. She can get the job done. Jonathan here's got him a tough draw. Let's see what happens.
Stacy Gerald gets the win. 611 with an 8 on a 609 dial, and she was pedaling the big end.
Yeah, I don't know if Jonathan had enough to get there, but you see an 08 with a 7 on an 02. And no clue what his mile per hour is. You really can't do any guessing up here. All we can do is talk about the next pair and say that, hey, that's racing. 2 go down, 1 come back.
Next up, David Wiggum out of Mooresville, Indiana, 86 Camaro for Lucas Oil Raceway.
Jack Canan will be in the Summit Lane, taking the different approach here in the pro category. He's got the 23 altered. Now, you see a lot of door cars. You may see we've even got a couple short dragsters that run in this pro category that have had some success. He's stepping up with the altered here and the dare to be different side of things in the pro category.
Well, Wiggum on the left side to Camaro. He went a little more water in the water box, but they're doing some housekeeping out there on the starting line over on his side, so he's going to wait patiently. And they gave him fresh water. That looks like they both backed up now. Going to get a fresh burn here. And they're waving them forward, so we're going to get right back at it.
So fresh water means better burnouts? Is that kind of the idea with the fresh water type thing we got going on there, Larry?
Well, no, it was a little dried up there after their first burn. They was dried in their wheel spots. So,
hey, whatever it takes. You're at the bracket finals. You're working on a trip to Pomona. I guarantee you, someone that sat out there today got on their smartphone and started map questing from their house, from the track, looking at some hotels. Trust me, there's plenty out there. But we'll talk about all that stuff later on as Jack's going to be staging up here, as we mentioned, in the Summit Lane. 602 dial in for the altered. So we'll get back into that. As Nick would say, rapid fire rounds of eliminations. That's the idea here. So we'll just keep cranking the rounds out. Hopefully we put a big dent in things here and get some win lights up there. Green light's a pair. We got a breakout situation. David just takes a little too much stripe. May have been hard to judge that Alder down there. You never know. But an 0-2 with an 8 on an 0-2 for Jack gets it done. Had the better of the two reaction times. Crossed in front. Life's good. Win light's on. We'll see you next round.
Next pair up, Aaron Dysinger out of Monticello, Indiana, running the 78 Malibu for Bunker Hill Drag Strip. Pugsley's dialed at 667.
Brings up Chuck Lewis in the Summit Lane out of Michigan with the 70 Duster for Team Milan, dialed a 585.
That's a new car for Dysinger. Dan Richardson's been working on it. I know Joe the Wildman Wiles did the chassis on it late last winter. Started out to be a 2-bar situation, ended up being full cage. Oh well. Nice car.
You gotta like that. We'll get a win light. Chuck overcoming a starting line deficit to get the win light. Plenty of room to spare in the meantime. He's dead on 4s. Aaron, well, maybe not so familiar with the hot rod there.
Well, I think maybe he thought he had the tree that he might not have, that he didn't really have. Or in 71 on the 67, he was probably pedaling down there hoping he had a little better than he had.
It brings something to mind here. You know, like on a Windows or on a computer, we got the back button and you can undo what you just did if you're doing like a document. I bet you there's racers wishing they had the undo button on some of these rounds of race, but hey, it's racing.
Well, you know Dysinger does. He's
well, Scott Chagley going to red light it away in the Summit Lane for Bunker Hill. Ouch.
And the beneficiary will be Troy Bogner from Sparlin, Illinois, 68 Camaro for Route 66. He goes 022 on the rear and 612 with a 9 on a 612 dial.
Tough sledding there for sure. It's Eric Rowan Sr. in a gorgeous, and I mean gorgeous, slam down 72 Nova for Ohio Valley Dragway. Calls Louisville home, down a 579 here in the Summit Lane.
National Dragster side, that's Mike Shanks. He's out of Union, Missouri with the 76 Camaro. Running for Gateway Motorsports Park. He's dialed at a 649.
Over at the line, Mike Shanks turns it red, turns the win light on for Eric as we will get to see the Nova once again. He's dead on 7. You're going to start seeing that. These guys have got it figured out. The guys and gals know what they want to put for some numbers. That's evident right there. He'll tone the reaction time up. He'll definitely need something a little bit better than that. We will see Eric in the next round.
Can't win if you don't go green. Barclay Schmidt out of Imperial, Missouri with the 74 Cutlass National Dragster side. Another Gateway Motorsports Park competitor, 641 dial in for Schmidt.
And over here in the Summit Lane, Jeremy Clemens out of Louisville, Kentucky with the 67 Camaro that sure looks like a Malibu to me. Anyway, we know that's Jeremy. That's all that matters. He's out of Beach Bend Raceway, parked out of 685, leaving first. Not much of a spot on the tree here. Now, taking their time getting things staged up. Every round is a big round of racing here at the bracket finals.
Schmidt he turns on the big red tomato.
Yeah, you got to notice some of these guys and gals that are getting out of their routine, that might actually be costing them. Just come up and race. It's another round of racing. That's what you got to do. Jeremy will advance, a chance to run it out the back. It's an 81 with a 9 on an 85. Not bad on the tree. That's definitely a good situation to be in as you head into the round of next.
Next up, Daniel Hardsaw from Borden, Indiana. Running the 70 Nova. He's for Ohio Valley Dragway. He dials the 667 in the little Chevy too.
And Scott Wisen out of Hebron, Ohio. Team National Trail, the 653 dialing on the Camaro. So he'll be here, as I mentioned, in the Summit Lane. Well, check that out. That's a double breakout. Wow. Only 3 thou spread on the tree as Hardsaw takes the stripe by 10, but it goes too fast. Scott Wisen, your winner. 652 with an 8 on a 53. Puts another
Those
point.
guys were racing it all out from beginning to end, close on the tree, close at the end. It goes to the right-hand side.
Brings up Chris Cass out of Columbus, Ohio with the 86 Mustang for Team Pacemakers, down a 691 in the Summit Lane.
Over on the left-hand side, his competitor will be a Mitch Vincent out of St. Charles, Illinois. 67 Camaro for Byron Dragway. He's dialed at a 583. Wing goes left side. Mitch Vincent picks up the win. 0.35 on the reaction time, but he was better than the 0.56. Other side runs 5.84 on the 83 dot.
Hey, Larry, I just realized we do not have any adult supervision in our announcer's deck at this time. That's probably a good thing, right?
They should know better than that. This is the A-team, man.
Don't worry, I'll get it queued up on my phone here a little bit. It's Justin Ray out of Louisville, Kentucky with the 89 Camaro. Out of 696 in the Summit Lane for Ohio Valley Dragway.
And following the other Vincent, Brent Vincent out of Byron, Illinois, 91 Camaro. Out of the 642.
Well, green lights, and they're definitely green lights with them. Hey, double breakout going your way.
Both red on the end, but anyway, 49 to 62 on the starting line, 641 on the 42 dial for Vincent as he picks up the win.
I think that was the case where they were going to not lift, and it didn't matter whose win light came on. They were giving it all they had on a situation like that. Chelsea Magnus bringing up that gorgeous 2010 Camaro for Team Byron. I like that car. Like the color, like the stance. Hopefully we'll like a win light into the next round with a 664 here in the Summit Lane.
And in the National Dragster Lane, that 72 Cutlass, that's Steve Davenport. He's out of Strongsville, Ohio for Summit Motorsports Park. He's dialed at a 770.
This one very well could have been decided at the start line. Yep, it was.
It was. Davenport picks up the win. 718 with a 1 on a 717 as he pedals it through the trap.
Go ahead and rack up our next pair here. Wes Buckley out of Rossford, Ohio. The 86 Camaro, not a 599 for Summit Motorsports Park.
They'll be going against the 72 Vega out of Tell City, Indiana. Gene Cash, another Beach Bend Raceway Park team member, dials a 650 in the Little Vega. High school, round 1. We need you in the lanes. High school, staging lanes 9. High school.
Looks like Wes goes about as red as the car there. 008 on the red side gives you the win light to Mr. Cash.
And Gene Cash picks it up. Runs 647 breakout on the 650, but that was just a free time run for him.
Yeah, you always, I guess, kind of got to like it when you see the red light on your opponent. But hey, brings up Edmund Ellison out of Beaver Creek with a 66 Mustang for Team Killcare, down a 642 in the Summit Lane.
He'll be going against Matt Ball out of Troy, Ohio, 91 S10 running for Summit Motorsports Park, 634 dial in. Hey, just a tip for you, I noticed the teams are kind of coming up front to back, and that's okay. But if you team members are all coming up together in the back of the pack, and one side runs out of the out of cars, you may end up paired up. So be careful coming up. If you're coming up in the back of the pack, don't a bunch of you come together from the same track.
Yeah, you got to hate when that happens, when you get down to the... Hey, I ran into the same thing last year where we had our guys were down to, I think we had 2 left in the semis and pro, Mike Roberts and Stephen Collier, and got a little interesting there. They had to make sure they got things back up here the way they need to be, so definitely need that advice.
You know, about the last 10 years I've been down there with Lukey drawing those cars out, and we have that happen once in a while, so just a warning out. Win light on for Matt Ball, double breakout on the run. He had 016 on the tree, so no surprise on the other side. And he runs 6:32 with a 7 on a 6:34.
Yeah, Edmund wasn't too far behind. He went under just a touch. Good old-fashioned race. 17 was your margin at the stripe. Well, Larry, them cars look a little faster than what we've seen going down the track before. I believe we're getting ready to go into Super Pro. Looking by the dial-ins and the cars down there and the designations on them. I'm sure it's been put out a lot. I'm sure everyone knows. And your button, no, it's not working yet. Make sure them dial-ins are on the right-hand side and we can see them up here on the control tower.
My easy button's broke, William.
Easy button? I don't think there's any easy buttons around here. There's just wind lights that get turned on by great drivers down there that are actually here. That's half the battle. You start crunching the numbers on how many folks race at your local track, then spread that across Division 3, and then you get us our car count that we have here, then we take them down to 1 in each of these categories. So they'll touch things up here, get that water box with, as you called it, the fresh water. I guess Indiana has fresh water for their water boxes. I'm still stuck on that. I don't know why, but we have fresh creek water back home at Kilcare. It works out pretty good for them.
It's a burnout. Water's water. What do you mean fresh water? Is there stale water?
You know, I don't really know, and I think we're so happy the first pair of Super Pro around, I do believe, 4 coming into the lanes.
And here we go, left-hand side, National Dragster Lane, Stephen Barno out of Radcliffe, Kentucky, the 88 Monte Carlo runner for Ohio Valley Dragway, dialed in at 714.
Kevin Adams with the big burnout over here in the Summit Lane, that gorgeous 67 Chevy 2 for Crossroads. Definitely one of the cars that's caught my eyes. They'll get him backed up here and get him racked up to go down the Summit Lane.
Once again, while we're waiting on him to stage, high school needs you to the lanes for your first round of eliminations. Lanes 9 and 10, please. High school to the lanes. On the red bulb. Oh, man, it's just pink at 003. Goes your side, William.
Yep, Kevin Adams will move on. 544 with a 6 on a 546. Not so good for the home team, as they would say over there for Steven, but hey, like I was saying a minute ago, he's here. That's half the battle. Brings up Kevin Hall out of Shelbyville, Indiana. 71 Chevelle. Good-looking little car. The thing runs some numbers, too. 559. Slammed down to the ground for Team Muncie, and would love to get another one of those valuable points for Team Muncie.
And for Route 66 Raceway, Jim Oliver. He's in the purple 66 Chevy 2. He's out of New Lenox, Illinois. He dials a 559. Oh, we got a heads-up race, buddy. We got a heads-up.
I was wondering when you were going to figure that one out. That's all right. That's why they got me up here, the younger guys. It's all good.
We don't watch that screen because we can't even make out the number. Our eyes are all blurry and everything, so I have to watch what the cars do. Well, Oliver goes red, so it's all your way.
Yeah, Kevin Hall, great 001 light. Helped out the cause. Didn't even really need it. It's Jim going red over there. 561 with a 3 on a 559. Mr. Hall will advance.
Randy Schur Jr., he's out of Toledo, Ohio, running for Summit Motorsports Park, 473 dial in as he brings the dragster back up so he can push it into the stage.
Alongside Brian Harrison, the Summit Lane, 67 Camaro out of Indianapolis for Lucas Oil Raceway. It's, definitely got him a tough draw over there with Randy. He's come down and picked our pockets, too. We get a lot of these heavy hitters coming down for our money races. Yeah, the Bear team is no one to take lightly.
They're tough. Chris Bear winning the Super Pro Race of Champions Friday night. They are a tough team for sure.
So Brian in the beams, he's already sitting there in the pre-stage as Randy's going to get things bumped in over there in the National Dragster Lane. Long wait there, and this is going to get good.
Where's it at, Randy? Sure, he wins for Summit Motorsports Park 013 to 014 on the tree, 470 with a 0 on the 474 with a 0 on the 473.
You got a lot of 3s, a lot of 7s, a lot of 4s. All I can say is Brian probably let him back around there at the stripe.
Probably did. I don't know. You're looking at the numbers. They're all blurry to me.
Macaulay Young out of Bedford, Indiana. 70 Nova will be in the Summit Lane for Lions Raceway Park down a 5:35.
He'll be going against Stephen Holman out of Pataskala, Ohio. You see how I pronounce that right? You know who taught me to pronounce Pataskala, Ohio? You did. He's running for Pacemakers Dragway Park.
Mr. Holman, another one of our regular customers, too. It's kind of cool. I like coming to the bracket finals because you see all the racers that frequent you when they can. It's always neat when everyone tries everyone else's tracks.
It really is, and I encourage racers to do that. Put a few miles on your rig, you get a chance. Go visit some of these places. There's a lot of nice tracks around there. Win goes to Stephen Holman. 36 on the tree, runs 55 with a 7 on the 55.
As we'll bring up the door slammer of Jason Betts out of Portland, Indiana for Team Muncie. Yeah, it says his nickname is Tater, not Tater Salad, just Tater. Okay, 648 dial in. I should know about Tater. I helped out over Muncie there a couple years ago, way back. Just something a little different for me. And I got to tell you, I still like rooting for some of the Muncie folks.
The dragster over on the left-hand side, that's Ted Cannon out of Rochelle, Illinois, running for Byron Dragway, dialed at a 507. Yeah, I like Muncie. I got friends. I made friends with racers.
Well, green light's pair. Win light going via the breakout to your guy.
Win goes to Ted Cannon. Runs 08 on the 07. Sure, he was burping it a little bit down there.
Yeah, just a little bit. One of the big things I always say, just support your local tracks. It doesn't matter what track you go to, support your local tracks, period.
Sure. Doesn't mean you can't go check out a new track because there's some fine ones around.
David Skew here in the Summit Lane out of, let me guess, Pataskala. See, I got that right, Ohio. 74 Mustang from National Trail Raceway.
Oh, you taught me that about 12 years ago. I still think you're wrong, but anyway, I'll take your word for it. He's going against Dave Goob Cook out of Indianapolis, Bunker Hill. Goob! 77.
Goob's green, that's a good thing. Dave's green as well. We got ourselves a race.
Well, he was out for about 10 years on an illness, but he's pulled it back, struggled this year. 026 on the tree, had the advantage on the whole shot, runs a 80 on a 70 as he was pedaling it hard down there. Goob!
Brings up Jack Fisk out of Thornville, Ohio with the Horton Chassis Dragster for National Trail Raceway down a 496 in the Summit Lane.
And for Lions Raceway Park, that's going to be Nathan Jones in the National Dragster Lane. He's out of Wheatland, Indiana. Dialed at a 454.
That's flat getting it. That would work pretty good in my 450 index class we got back home. Just saying.
That would go pretty good, but I guarantee you there are guys that'll show up. If you put a 450 index class, there's guys going to come in there and then.
What's your thought? That's just 450 index. You just put a 450 on it, let it eat. Check this out. Heck of a race right there.
Oh, that's Nathan Jones. He picks it up. God, that was close. 008 to 09 on the reaction time. They were just about dead even. 454 with a 4. That's a 1200 package for Nathan Jones as he picks up the win for Lions Raceway Park.
I'm going to go get you one of them Red Bulls that I drink to get you pepped up to be reading the screen because there's a lot going on. That's the thing with 8th Mile Racing. It happens so fast. You've got so much to get out before the next pair up, like Lewis Schilling at Howard, Ohio with the 5-flat dial in here in the Summit Lane for National Trail Raceway. And what do you got there, the National Dragster Lane?
Wilmington, Indiana, running for Lions Raceway Park. Killer James, he picks it up. 11 on the tree, runs 94 with a 3 on a 94 dial margin of victory, 001.
That, my friend, is close.
You see, the problem is protocol was broke here. The old guy always goes closest to the screen because we can't see. Oh, now he's going to move the screen. Leave it there. Leave it there. You have fun correcting the old guys.
It's all in fun up here. We have a good time. Try to make it halfway interesting for you. You get a lot of different announcers out here having fun, and that's what it's all about, enjoying ourselves and hopefully putting on a good little entertaining show for you. It's Bill Leahy out of Columbus bringing up the Race Tech machine down to 477 here in the Summit Lane.
He'll be going against Jason Grams out of St. Peters, Missouri. Here, look, I can thank you, William. 527 on the dial in for Grams. Double breakout goes.
Yeah, Bill's going to take it. He's only under by 4 thou. Jason had some room down there to work with. Had him on the tree by 12 to his 29. It takes 32 at the stripe. My friend, just a little too quick.
Next up, John Elliott. He's National Dragster side out of Corydon, Indiana. 88 Camaro for Lions Raceway Park. He dials 574.
Dominic Bowden in the Summit Lane out of Illinois for Route 66 down a 464.
Having a good time up here with William Tharp. I think the first year that we were announcing was the same year, if I remember right. 1999, is that right?
Yeah, it's 99. That's about back when I thought I was cool and actually started this whole announcing deal when I used to have to pay to get into the racetrack. I'll tell you, it's a pretty cool story at some point.
Yeah, we've been friends for a long time. And doing a tremendous job, I got to say.
Well, someone did a tremendous job on the tree. Dominic goes 005 on the tree, goes 465 with a 3 on a 464. It's John. Well, he gets there 6 thou in front, but he's too quick by 2. Yep, he'll be loading her up in the trailer and heading home here later on.
Okay, hey, attention out there in the pits. Car number 383Y just ran. They're having problems down at the end. They're going to need a tow back. If that's one of your teammates or if you're one of the crew for that car, he's going to need a tow back from the big end. Car number 383Y. Kirby McLennan out of Temperance, Michigan, running for Summit Motorsports Park. Running the Dragster, National Dragster side, 455 dial in.
Mike Ammerman out of Indianapolis, Indiana with the 78 Mustang 2 for Lucas Oil Raceway down a 506, occupying the Summit Lane.
Green light's a pair, and it's a close one. Watch them as they get to the end. Wind light going to get bumped over to the right-hand side.
Yeah, he had a 1 thou deficit at the line. Mike's going to be your winner. He crossed 8 thou in front. He's 1 above and safe. Kirby, he's 1 above. Well, he's almost 2 above. Yeah, my math's almost as good as Larry's over here. So we'll get the next set ready to go.
Always a kind word from William Tharp. We've been friends for a long time. We have a good time together. Tim Buckley out of Rossford, Ohio. The advanced Chevy-powered chassis running for Milan Dragway, 470 dial in.
Bill Pertley out of Sullivan, Indiana for Crossroads Dragway, down to 587 with the Nova. And he's got himself a tough customer here. If you notice on the top of the scoop of Tim's Dragster, there's only 2 numbers. Do you know what those may actually be?
Yeah, those are earned numbers. You bet you're right. 31. What does that tell you? Number 1, defending champion, Super Pro for Division 3. He was last year's winner.
Definitely a tough draw, as I mentioned, for Bill. So this ought to be a good race.
Well, not that tough anymore. Buckley drills the tree. 0-0-0. Perfect reaction time. Hurdle was red by a lot. 471 on the 470 dial in. Tim Buckley trying to defend his title.
Well, I'm going to bring up one of those Team Kill Care representatives, Brent Angles out of Hillsboro, Ohio, in the 62 Biscayne. Got a 554 in the Summit Lane.
And representing Pacemakers, Dragway Park, that's Dennis Mead on the National Dragster side. He's out of Newark, Ohio, dialed at a 599. Mead hanging the hoops off of the starting line. He's got the advantage if he can hang on. He does. Shoves Angles out the back door. Runs 602 on a 599 dial. Big advantage on the tree for me.
Yeah, he definitely chopped it down, as we would like to say, in a really cool fashion. He must be an electrician because he just rewired the tree to 003.
Oh, my God. You new age guys. New age drag race announcers.
Oh, wait, you were back in the whole day of dropping the flag or something like that.
What's wrong with that? You say that like it's a bad thing. Hey, here comes, whoop. Well, they're shutting them down. What do we got going on out there? Looking something down track?
Well, it looks like they're just taking their time getting staged up as both drivers kind of inching towards the line. As Dirk Sutton will be in the Summit lane out of Missouri with the 92 Camaro dotted 540 for Gateway Motorsports Park.
And he'll be going against Friday night's race, Super Pro Race of Champion winner Chris Bear. He's out of Curtis, Ohio, dialed at a 472 for Summit Motorsports Park.
Jenks is on. Green lights pair. Which side's it going to go to?
It's going to go to Chris Bear. He's 0-15 on the tree, got the whole shot, runs 472 with a on a 472 dial in Chris Bear. Moving on to Sunoco Race of Champions winner. Moving on, going to try to take it all.
Brings up Bill Webb out of Centerburg, Ohio. An always tough hitter wherever he rolls in. Running for Team National Trails, dialed a 468 here in the Summit lane.
Well, this is going to be a good one because both of these guys are very, very good, very experienced racers. Tommy Bueller be going against Bill Highway Webb. Tommy out of Huntington, Indiana, running for Oh my gosh, yep, and they represent well on the starting line.
Yeah, 007 leaving last. What's that tell you? Wow, Bill Webb, your winner. He's dead on one with an 8th out package. Tom over there, he had a chance but goes under by 1, and your margin was 5. So mathematically, he was still in the ball game, just didn't go his way.
Good race. That was an excellent race right there. Just what you'd expect from those two guys. Jeremy McKay out of Chamois, Missouri, 69 Nova for Gateway Motorsports Park in the National Dragster Lane. He's dialed to 654.
And St. Charles, Illinois brings us Tim Vincent for Team Byron with the dragster dialed a 491. Be chasing after some Nova taillights out of the Summit lane. Green lights a pair. One of them's going to have a slight advantage. Yeah, your guy gets
McKay
it.
picks it up. The dragster breaks out trying to make the chase on the body car. 008 to 014 on the dial ends. 656 on a 654. McKay even pedaled it at the end and shoved the dragster out the back. Door car guys love to see that.
Yeah, he had 16 at the stripe when Tim crossed first, and he goes under by 1/1000th of a second. Man, tough sledding here in round number 4.
Motorcycles. Class call out for motorcycles to the staging lanes, please. Motorcycles to the staging lane. And sportsmen. The call out for sportsmen to the staging lanes. 4 elimination sportsmen. East and west to the lanes, please, along with motorcycles.
Brings up Michael Gramlich out of Michigan with the American Chassis Machine from Mid-Michigan Motorplex, one of those Sunoco Race of Champions representatives. The 505 dial-in here in the Summit lane.
He'll be going against Camaro Costello out of Evansville, Indiana, driving the 80 Camaro for Lions Raceway Park. And picks up the win. The beneficiary of the red light on the right side. 001 reaction time for Camaro, and he runs 607 with a 5 on a 607 dial 6000s package for Camaro Costello.
Yeah, getting it done over there. 001 on the tree and your opponent goes red. Those are always one of the runs that you kick yourself. You have like a great light and you're going, seriously, can I trade that in for another one and use that a later date? Brings up Matt Gramlich out of Monroe, Michigan. The Diamond Chassis Dragster. Got a 509 for Mid-Michigan Motorplex. Is that Summit Lanes, the lane he'll call home.
And he'll be going against Bloomington, Indiana's Joe Robertson Jr., second-generation racer, running for Lions Raceway Park in the 74 Maverick. The previous bum steer car, probably seen him around. They travel a lot. 641 dial in for Joe Robertson.
I love seeing the dragster versus door slammer matchup. It's kind of like the epitome of bracket racing, especially on the fast side. 2 different ways of going. Check that out. We can't talk about it because Dennis and Jay will come in and like beat us down, but they had identical reaction times.
Yes, so they come in and beat us down. So what? Joe Robertson picks up the win. 012 on the reaction. He was perfect match. They left the line equal apart. Robertson runs 41 with a 1 on the 41 dial for the win.
Door car getting it done, kids. Matthew Payne coming up next here in the Summit Lane, doing the healthy burnout. That 64 Nova out of Centerburg, Ohio, for Team Pacemakers.
And over on the National Dragster side, it's for Lions Raceway Park. That's Alex Joan. He's out of Wheatland, Indiana. He's dialed at a 474.
Well, looking at a great reaction time, but it gets interesting. Alex Jones, your winner on a double breakout. Payne had a 005 light. We thought it was over. He takes a little too much wind light, breaks it out by 7, cross 21 ahead. Ouch. Do you need me to do an instant replay on that one for you there, Larry? Billy Hoskinson coming up next in the Summit Lane out of Hebron. The 18-year-old getting it done with the Nova for Team Pacemakers.
He'll be going against the 70 Duster of Mark Long. He's from Brownsburg, Indiana. He didn't have a very long trip here. He's running for Lucas Oil Raceway at Indianapolis, dialed at a 627.
It probably takes him longer to actually take his rig out. All we can say is wow. Yep. Winner.
And Long picks up the win, 001 to 005 reaction time. Long was ahead on that, run 640 on the 627 dial.
Yeah, Billy had some problems over here, slowing to a 740. He was 005 on the tree, so he had a chance, had a fighting chance. Just couldn't get the numbers out of the Nova, but a 001 for Mark, lighting it up, wisely rolling out of the loud pedal to get the round win.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened, but he had to hurt something or something like that, because he just slowed down way too much off of that. Justin Daniels out of Huntington, Indiana. Showtime. Running the undercover dragster for Muncie Dragway. 539 dial in.
Jim Halberstadt. Jim Halberstadt. I'm like, I know how to say his name and everything. He's 003 on the tree. Running for Team Edgewater. And he's going to the next round with a win light. 72 with a 0 on a 71. Crushed it with a 003. Plenty of room with the stripe. Justin had to throw a little more at it than what he was able to do.
Next up will be Bradley Miles. He's out of Terre Haute, Indiana. He's running for Lions Raceway Park. He's on the National Dragster side, dialed at a 485.
And Wayne Adams for Team Edgewater to Hamilton, Ohio, a 493 dialed in here in the Summit Lane. Definitely one of those heavy hitters. Adams can definitely get it done, whether it's in the dragster, the roadster, the door car. He's got an arsenal of vehicles that can turn wind lights on and make the man some money. Well, looking at another great set of reaction times, but it's going to go to you there, Larry.
I'll tell you what, this is some wicked. This is a killing field out here today. 0006 margin of victory for Bradley Miles, 485 with a 6 on the 485.
Yeah, Wayne was 004 on the tree, goes a 94 with a 2 on a 93. But Bradley being dead on 6 over there, and then check that out, 6/10,000ths of a second. That's like, wow.
That's going to win a lot of rounds over there, but he was just in the way.
Yeah, that's what the funny thing about this. Some of these packages these people put together, you go back home and you Steve Pearson heading down the Summit Lane, 661 down with the Vega.
Going against Wayne Bevins, Aurora, Indiana-based 70 Nova. He breaks out for Edgewater Sports Park. Goes your way.
Yep, a 002 to a 003, 662 with the 2 for Steven. We'll let him advance along with his great 003 light, coupled with the fact that Wayne decided to take 14 at the stripe, go under by 1/1000th of a second. Tough sledding here. It's Eric Bonewell bringing up the dragster next here in the Summit Lane, down to 5 flat for Crossroads Dragway.
And for Lucas Oil Raceway at Indy, that's Roger Parks. He's out of Covington, Indiana. He's over in the National Dragster side. Got the wing on the dragster dialed at 479.
I like the theme on his car over there, the Punisher. If you're kind of racing, I like when guys and gals put names on their cars. Kind of gets back to that old school side of things.
Old school. Man, I remember that just the way it always was. I like that. I like that.
We got green lights a pair. We got ourselves a race. Yep, Eric going to pick up the win. He's dead on with the 0. Cross 16 in front, had a 12 light to help out the cause. Roger had no choice but to chase him out the back door as he goes under by 7 on that 479 dial.
David Mascaro, he's out of Henderson, Kentucky. He's National Dragster side, another Lions Raceway Park team member. He dials a 520.
And out of Batesville, Indiana, with a 93 Mustang, Kyle raced out a 646 here in the Summit Lane. Green lights a pair, not much of a spread, but hey, they're green. We got a race, and we got a winner via the breakout. David taking way too much strike down there. Goes 518 with a 5 on a 520 to give the win light over to Kyle, who's able to follow him right out the back door. 647 with a 3 on a 646. I keep pointing at the screen and with my arm moving, acting like people are actually seeing me, but they can't. All I can tell you is Mr. Race is going to the next round.
I can see it.
All that matters.
It's very dramatic, too, I got to say. Hey, next up, John Nifong. He's out of Plymouth, Indiana, the 91 Calais. He's running for Team Bunker Hill Drag Strip. Nifong dials a triple nickel, 555.
And Walt Edwards out of Charleston, Illinois with the Black Magic Dragster out of Coles County Dragway, USA, down to 510 in the Summit Lane. And hey, this is the last pair of Super Pro. Green lights a pair. Slight, and I mean slight advantage, went to the Summit Lane, but your guy going to take the win.
Nifong pulls one out there. He was just a hair behind at the tree. Not too awful bad, almost even. Picks up the win for Bunker Hill Drag Strip. John Nifong moving on to the next round. Well, run down the numbers, William. I'm going to let you do this. It's a younger generation thing.
Yeah, age before beauty, I guess, or something like that. Currently in first place, these are unofficial, just what we see on our screen right now, but Team Lions Raceway is currently got a 3-point lead at 36 over Team Muncie, who's currently at 33. And we've got a tie for the third spot with Gateway and Crossroads at 30. We drop down to the fifth spot for Summit Motorsports Park at 29. Pacemakers will be in at number 6 with 28. And number 7 is Ohio Valley, followed by National Trail. Edgewater Sports Park, Milan winds out the top 10.
Very nice job, kid. You're coming right along in your 15, 16 years experience of this. Hey, you're doing a great job over there at Killcare. I'm going to get on out of here. I'm going to turn the mic over to my buddy Ron Ruggless.
Brings up high school round number 1. Class where I actually got my start in this whole deal. So, yeah, high school was a near and dear class to me. So, brings up Blaine Radger in the Summit Lane for National Trail Raceway down to 1360, the 1980 Camaro. Ron, who you got over there, bud?
Well, the GTO, and they're going to go here pretty soon, the Gateway Motorsports Park. GTO, Ronnie Beach the third. You're going to be ready to hammer that pedal down there. This is foot braking at its finest, 1202.
The basic premise here, you run the same thing as sportsman rules, but you got to have DOT tires on the hot rod. Let them eat, let's have some fun.
Well, I'll tell you what, that finish line's waiting for both of them. The foam block's going to capture a winner. Who is it?
Well, it'll be a double breakout situation. Blaine's your winner in the Summit Lane. 13:57 with a 9 gets it done. Had a little bit of a deficit to make up on the tree. Ronnie going ahead, breaking it out. Gave it up there at the line. I'm going to jump over in the National Dragster lane. It's Kay Crum for Team Killcare out of Jamestown, Ohio, bringing up the Ranger, dialed a 1290.
That's a junior dragster, former junior dragster racer, I believe. Danny Radulowski is going to run for Gateway Motorsports Park, and he is clean and green, and so is Kay Crum. The Camaro and the truck going northbound. Who's going the next round, William?
Well, you know who I'm rooting for, but at the end of the stripe, it's going to tell us exactly who it's going to be, and it'll be Kay Crum. Check that out. Getting it done, dead on zero, made up the difference at the starting line. As Ben's down there going, yep, I taught her how to do that. Good job, Ben.
Well, I'll tell you what, Danny was over the number down there. That was a great one. And quickly, Josh Pickett's ready to go for Lucas Oil left side with the Camaro dialing 12-1-7.
Brings up Vicki Harris out of Warsaw, Indiana in the 82 Grand Prix. Out of 13-11 for Team Bunker Hill. I'm telling you, I wish I could relive my high school days. That was back when I thought I was cool. I'm still thinking that, but it's just not happening. So, like I said, high school is a neat class, great entry level for the kids to jump out of the juniors to get into a full-size car if they don't have the race car just yet. So we'll see what happens here.
All right, who's going to make the lights dance on the scoreboard? It is Josh Pickett. Wow, 2 over the dial. He was holding a few, about, we'll call it a little over 30 cents out of the gate, and Lucas Oil puts it down.
Yeah, Vicki, just a little too quick. Is that 1290 on a 9 on a 1311? Sometimes it's kind of tough to judge these street vehicles on how they're going to react with the dial-ins and what you need to do. But hey, 2 go down, 1 come back, and it brings up Carson Griffith out of New Carlisle, Ohio for Team Killcare. The 98 S10 truck down a 12-12, occupying the Summit Lane.
That's all right, but clean and green. Lucas Oil Raceway left side, Killcare right side. I bet you they were doing some watching left and right. Wind light on the double whammy, the double breakout. Austin Gamble survives as he goes under by 3 thou.
Yeah, Carson went 12-10 with a 3 on a 12-12. 1 thou separated him here at the start. Carson got there first by 15, but needed to trade some more of that back in to get the win light.
Well, the pickup truck with the tailgate down, 1671 dial for Bunker Hill Drag Strips. Tristan Rowe out of Logansport.
Derek Lyons out of Illinois for Coles County Dragway with a 95 Mustang. Clean and green. Seeing a lot of pickup truck taillights right now is Derek. Hopefully he can judge it, get up alongside there, and make the right decision at the stripe.
I love these races, William, and it just takes, you got to be very patient if you're on the right lane.
Yeah, exactly. Derek going to be in the correct lane for the win light as they're dancing, having fun down there. It's a 1478 on a 1471. Gets it done. To advance to round number 2 high school.
Well, Tristan goes under. We'll be kind on that one as we quickly bring up Matthew Danilak out of Skokie, Illinois, running for Byron Dragway. The Niles West Auto Club, where do you think this car came out of?
The Niles West Auto Club?
How about 1575, left side?
Amber Price out of 1507 out of Terre Haute, Indiana with the 01 Dakota truck. Crossroads Dragway occupying the Summit Lane.
Well, it makes you wonder if this was a school project. Possibly. We'll see.
Yeah, you don't know. You don't see too many of those high school tech programs still going, but if they are, we appreciate them.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is interesting down at the finish line as we're watching this develop down there in the wind light. You've got it covered.
Yeah, 005 light for Amber, just flat mowing the tree down. 1634, 1507. Some problems over there for Matthew. Just goes under by 3 thou. Had a little bit to work with, but hey, that's racing.
Well, we'll bring up Chase Hubner out of Byron Dragway, 79 Nova, and
yeah, here in the Summit Lane, Cardinio Fornero going red in the truck. It's a 1230 dial and doesn't mean much, but hey, 007 on the red, going for it. You got to. It's eliminations.
Well, I'll tell you what, maybe Chase survived that one. We're looking at the RG on that. Runs 4 over the dial for the win for Byron.
Brings up Courtney Wilson out of Centerburg, Ohio with the Mustang for Team Pacemakers. Dot a 1722 as the ragtop will be here in the Summit Lane.
And as Nick Agresta mentioned earlier, this car on the left side, John Weiss is in it now, but it's been passed around the family. That's a 73 Camaro, and it's pumpkin orange running for Crossroads Dragway. And they're going to put in the bank $12.83. William, they want it all at the finish line.
Well, we got green lights ahead. We'd like to say we've got a race. Back when I tried to race, that's the key thing. When I tried, I always would seem to go red all the time. And this is not the case here, as we will have a win light for your
John
lane.
Weiss just hung in there. That's all we're going to say, William, on that. He was way behind on the tree and takes the win, goes 1 over.
Yeah, Courtney was 004 on the tree with the Mustang, but just couldn't get the numbers out of it as a 32 with a 1 on a 22. Just not going to be enough in that round, as Morgan Wood will be up next in the 84 Malibu Wagon for Team Muncie here in the Summit Lane down to 1479.
Running for Route 66 Raceway is Fernando Lopez. Got the 12-18 dial. Fernando's going to have to take that Mustang and hold the bridle, as the Mustang's going to have to wait a little bit, quite a bit. I love these races, William.
I always like a race where a car's still sitting at the line and one of them's down at half track. Those are always make kind of interesting races on the slower side.
Well, Morgan will be in the next county, and then Fernando. Great job, great patience for Fernando.
Yeah, you just got to focus on the tree, do your thing, and let the race come to you. And speaking of the race coming to them, down at the stripe, who's going to get that win light? Well, that'll be Morgan Wood. 1484 on a 1479, 007 on the tree, sealed the deal right there as Fernando put up a good shot.
All right, Fernando goes 4 over, but again, like as William mentioned, you got to try to mow the tree down, but don't get into the bark of the trunk of it. Here we go, Devin Ramsey. And Lions Raceway Park, dialed 1761. Devin will be way down there. And here comes
Mariah Hunter out of Pendleton, Indiana, Muncie Dragway, the 05 Grand Prix. That's riding in style down there. 4 doors, leather, all the amenities. You got to like it.
Well, 660, Devin was ahead, but here comes the power of Mariah Hunter trying to get that fishing pole out and reel in Devin.
Well, Mariah going to get the win light. 1474, fish on, as they would say, as a 1468 dial-in helped out the cause. Mariah moves into round number 2.
All right, the bright red, beautiful 69 Camaro, Austin Hedrick. He sits behind that steering wheel. Piatone High School, Route 66 Raceway, dials 1275. He's going to have to wait and wait and wait.
Abby Savada out of Decatur, Illinois, in the Grand Cherokee down to 1684 will be here in the Summit Lane.
Doggone it, we got a red light to match the red car for Austin Hedrick. That wasn't the plan.
Yeah, Abby will advance to the next round. A good chance to leg the car, I should say the SUV on out.
There you go.
1682 with a 9 on a 1684.
Well, Austin says let's just hammer down across the stripe. And breaks out 1269 on a 1275 and quickly.
Well, wraps up round number 1 of high school. Looks like Pro Bike waiting in the wings back here. And being that I just showed up today, I think this might be, around 2 or 3 here for bike, something along that nature. Maybe if Dennis was here supervising like he was supposed to, he would tell me that. Oh, we got a schedule. By golly, I believe it is round number 2 coming up here of Pro Bike. So we'll rack things up, stretch it on out. Looks like I'm going to be stretching my legs here as Nick Agresta says, look, you young whippersnapper, get out of my chair. I'm going to show you how it's done. As I will turn this side of things back over to Mr. Agresta. He'll keep you entertained.
Well, William, it's been a pleasure. Come on back. All right, Nick Agresta.
No doubt, William Tharp.
Well,
We
I'll tell
worked
you what.
together all those years ago, and now, of course, taking care of business over at Killcare. I wish you could have been here just a year ago when this man his feet never touched the floor. When he knew that championship was at hand, this guy was celebrating, rightly so. Good job, William Tharp, as always.
Well, they had to replace the ceiling in here as he jumped so high. He went from this floor to the next floor, but what an honor. And I'll tell you what, when you end up in that spot, it's a tough battle, and you are battle-worn. So great job, and we're going to crown a new one this year. All right, this is fun, Nick. I love the motorcycles, and we will get right to it here. Brian Bolton, left side, running for Beacon Dragway out of Fulton, Kentucky. And dialing 945 leaves first.
And Bruce Damewood wears that number 31 out of Clinton, Iowa. He's the tough hitter. His 83 Suzuki running for Route 66. It's where he gets his kicks. 873 the dial, Summit side.
All righty. The energy level is interesting. I walked back through the pits. The weather stations are getting a lot of attention. Now the finish line's going to get a lot of attention. Who's going to get it, Nick?
Well, they motor on down. Your win. Oh, boy, look at that. A little bit of an upset, I'd say, right there.
Well, Brian Bolton says, hey, I'm here to win, and I'm dead on 36,000's package, and Bruce Damewood's year ends.
Great 16 light. He had the light by a pretty good margin, about doubled on the other side. But there he goes. Bruce Damewood with a great run, though, this year.
In the green helmet over there, dialing 888s is Mark McCoy running for Beacon Dragway out of Mayfield, Kentucky. A couple Kawasaki's just going to duke it out on the platform.
Reynoldsburg, Ohio, Mark Hawley calls home. Running for National Trail Raceway, 909 the dial.
Well, I'll tell you what, we've got a battle going on. We got a little ways to go yet, Nick, as we're narrowing them down. But I'll tell you what, red light for Mark McCoy. It's over for the Beacon Dragway racer.
So National Trail racks up another point, 910 on the 909 for Hawley at 143 miles per hour.
Well, tough break for Mark McCoy as the numbers indicate he was out of the power band early, and he will just find the exit ramp off of Route 1320 as we bring up Mr. Eric Cooper running for Coles County Dragway, the race of champ. Trying to get it done here. 77 Kawasaki dials 935.
And Summit Motorsports Park sends us Rick Poole, a heavy hitter out of New Franklin, Ohio. His Suzuki. He's going to have to chase Eric. Here we go. Here he comes. Can he make up the real estate top in charge? Poole looks over. Eric looks at him, and Poole wins it. 854 to 136. To your 951 at 128. Poole going to the next round.
Well, I got to jump in here. Rick Poole was fighting that motorcycle as he was drifting close to that center line down there, and he hung in there and took it down there and got the win. Jason Keller, Summit Motorsports Park, left side, out of Toledo, Ohio. 810, he'll be chasing
Sean Robson out of Johnstown, Ohio. His 73 Kawasaki National Trail Raceway, the home track. 930 the dial on the Summit side.
Just about 2-bulb head start for the right-hand side before the National Dragster lane will get active on our one-way runway. I'll tell you what, the teams, they're on their feet as they're cheering their racers on. Got a little bit of somewhat of a breeze coming southeast today, Nick, so we'll turn the wind the advantage out of the reaction time. The Christmas tree tells us. Here comes that finish line, going to capture them both.
Yeah, but it's Robson with the win. He runs 32 on his 30 closer to the dial, 27 off the starting line, and he wins it here and goes to next round for National Trail.
Looks like Keller was cutting Sean loose down there, and it didn't work out that time as we quickly bring up Herb Baker, the wind light maker, running for Summit Motorsports Park. He plants his mailbox, Toledo, Ohio. He'll dial the quicker 880 and will run.
Route 66 sends us from Streeter, Illinois. The Kawasaki ZX 1100 of Greg Darm. 9 flat to dial, so evenly matched here. Ron, as they move up the stage, this should be a good one at the stripe down there.
Well, I'll tell you what, 2 cows at the line are going to turn. A great drag race.
Well, we can see the increments. Yeah, you're right, Ron. We can see the increments here. And the winner here for Greg Darm. 904 and his 9 flat. 82, closer to the dial, but the whole shot win, 003 off the tree, sealed the victory for Greg Darm.
Well, Baker was 2 over. Greg Darm was 4 over. But I'll tell you what, Herb gave up 17 thousandths at the start. That margin of victory was close. 003, 2 more. Donald Stokes running for Summit Motorsports Park from Republic, Ohio, dials 886. Will chase.
Amanda, Ohio, this is Corey Gilman. Corey Gilman, the 76 Kawasaki National Trail Raceway, the home track, dialing at 913 Summit side.
So the Buckeye State battle is on as they're both on their feet. Both teams I see out there. Summit National Trail. All the drivers 660. Bye-bye 660. Here comes the finish line, Nick.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, a little bit of a hole shot advantage for Corey Gilman for National Trail, taking the win, 9:18 on his 13. 003 off the tree to 137 for the win.
Boy, were they playing it safe down here at the top end as they were well over the dials. A lot of gamesmanship. This is Joe Novak Sr. Got to meet him yesterday in the lanes. A very nice gentleman. Loves the two wheels. Milan Dragway, dials 827.
And Joe Deck out of Morning View, Kentucky. It's a battle of Joes here, Ron. For Beacon Dragway, 817, the dial, Summit side.
A lot of similarities. Black helmets, black leathers, first name. But we've only got one win light. They're going to have to give up one of those down there at the top end. Who's going to win the lights? Well, my goodness, Joe Deck's in park.
But let's hope that Novak looks around. I'm sure he did and saw he wasn't there. He takes the win. And Joe Deck and now leaves. And even though he was there, the green light came on. It records his reaction time, which I'm not going to tell you what that is. And he runs a 9 flat at 117, but pretty easy because he knew something had gone wrong.
Well, you know what? You mentioned that about looking over his shoulder because I have seen this happen right at this racetrack where someone forgot to do that. We had a disabled bike down here, and it ended up being the winner as we quickly bring up Jason Barnhill out of Paducah, Kentucky, the Beacon Dragway representative. Dials 912 will be chasing.
Fred Linders, Washington, Illinois. He's already off and running there. Summit side. Here comes Barnhill. Top in charge. He reaches him. He looks. They look at each other. It's a double breakout win for Linders.
Well, I'll tell you what, Frank Linders survived. You always have that lucky round. That was one for Frank. Jason just mowed the tree down. 002 breaks out, goes 3 under.
40 light beats a 2 light. That's a 002 light.
I'll tell you what, Bob Foster Jr. is up to the task. Feeling lucky. 777's down there, Route 66 Raceway. He's got the left side occupied.
872 the dial here for William Stetz. Stetz in the Summit Lane running out of Dearborn, Michigan for Milan Dragway. He was your Sunoco Race of Champions competitor. Milan, and here we go.
Well, I'll tell you what, William had 2 bulb head start on the tree. Here comes Bob Foster. He's got the high jets on down at the top end, and Bob Foster gets it done. Goes 2 over the dial, takes the win for Route 66. Look at the MOV.
Dead on for Stetz. Dead on. 72 with a 3. No good. Okay, here's the current points before we get into next round here. We'll bring you up to date on the points real quick while we have the time. In first place, Lions Raceway Park goes to number 1, at least this session, unofficially. Muncie, number 2. Gateway, number 3. Crossroads, number 4. Summit Motorsports Park, number 5. Number 6, Pacemaker Dragway Park. Number 7, National Trail Raceway. Number 8, Ohio Valley Dragway. Number 9, Route 66. Number 10, Edgewater Sports Park. Number 11, Milan Dragway. Number 12, Byron Dragway. Number 13, Killcare Dragway. Number 14, Beach Bend Raceway Park. Number 15, Lucas Oil Raceway at Indianapolis. Number 16, Coles County Dragway, USA. It's changed a whole bunch from last time, Ron. It's going to change again, I guarantee you.
That's the top 16, and just like a deck of cards, we keep shuffling them and shuffling them as we quickly move into Sportsman.
You know, I had a chance to go down and sit in the stands. I forgot how fun it was out there rooting with everybody up there in the stands at Crossroads and across the way, Lucas Oil Raceway. It was great to see Greg and Lisa Gaskins down there. Got to talk to them, hadn't talked to them for a long while. And, man, what a neat time it was up there. And smiling Bill Pirtle, even though he lost, came up into the stands, big smile on his face, waving at everybody and thanking everybody for their support. What a classic guy he is, even on the loss. Here we go, Greg Spohr out of Patoka, Indiana. 13-19 the dial, already going down track, Ronnie.
Beach Bend's hammering the throttle down there. Chris Cowles dialed 12:02. He flips the win back to your side.
13-21, 2 over on the 19 for Spohr, and Lions with another point.
Yeah, Cowles was one over the dial behind on the tree, and man, it cost him. And we quickly bring up Larry Fleming with the beautiful Duster. I believe that one got a pretty cool award today.
Best appearing, no doubt. Best appearing sportsman car on the line over there. National Dragster side up against Ben Harrell out of Indianapolis, Indiana. Lucas Oil Raceway. Home track. Oh, out of here in this round via the red light.
So the Mopar powered car of Larry Fleming dialed 1295 running for Beach Bend. They'll put a mark on the chalkboard, and it'll see what Larry shows up. Larry was holding a few. He goes 4 under at 104. Beach Bend's got a point. All right, Reverend Randy Heinzeroth running for Byron Dragway, the Race of Champ rep. Monte Carlo SS dials 1315 will be chased.
McKinley at 11 in Indiana running for Lucas Oil Raceway in Indianapolis.
Green lights a pair. Here we go, finish line. It's going to tell the story down here top end. The Reverend Randy takes that win. He goes 1 over the dial. He was behind on the tree. Jason chasing down there goes 7 over, and Byron Dragway, they're on their feet, Nick.
Next matchup, it's Dave McVicker, Summit side, 1205 the dial. How about a 1955 Chevrolet Del Rey? Oh boy, beautiful car here. There's Sunoco Race of Champions.
Byron Dragway's 1204 dial. Brett Malolepsy with the Camaro. Good looking race. They are fender watching down in the dump zone. We've got a double breakout, and Brett takes the win for Byron Dragway. Brett breaks out by 7 thousandths as Dave McVicker goes a full 2 under, and we'll see Byron Dragway's Brett next round. As the terrain gets tougher, the hill gets steeper. This is the bright yellow Cavalier of Kristen Vincent running for Byron Dragway. Kristen, 1707. This is the races I love. 5-second head start. Ted's going to think that Christmas tree's broke on the right side. You take it away, Nick.
So off and running Ted Lipka for Gateway Motorsports Park. Pretty even off the starting line. Too close to call. Look how far down track Vincent is. Can he catch him? Winlight says yes on a double breakout. It's Lipka. 12:16 at 108. To the 17 flat at 80. How about the margin of victory? 5 thousandths of a second, Ron. What a race.
Well, I'll tell you what, Ted Lipka got it done last year, and Ted says, man, let's do this again. Here we go, Brad Fisher, the battle of the pickup trucks. I'll take the C10 for Bunker Hill drag strip left side. I'll plug in a 1302 into the scoreboard.
Well, you know I'm going to love that Dakota. Love them Dakotas. 93 Dakota Dodge here, 318-incher. For Chris Dietrich out of Lockburn, Ohio,
Well, I'll tell you what, Chris lost his tailgate, but you know what? He'll look for it later. He's looking for a win light right now.
So on the top end, so closely matched off the starting line, and you got the winner on a double breakout affair.
Double breakout. Brad Fisher goes under by 5 thousandths. He goes under the lease. As Chris, well, he goes under by 6,000. Look at the margin of victory, Nick. You call it, man.
Oh, my word. Are you kidding me? 1,000? Is that what that says, Ron?
You got it. Let's bring up 2 more. Shayla Babb, sponsored by Dad, running for Killcare Dragway. Dials 1535, and the Monte Carlo will leave first.
Thomas Summers out of Amherst, Ohio, Summit Motorsports Park. For the little Malibu, trying to motor on the top end, making up some real estate as he goes. See if he can get there. Wind light's going to come on. Yes, a 1297 on a 95. Had the light by a touch. At 98 miles per hour to the 1539. Just 4 over. But it's going to be Summers going to next round.
All right, Shayla gave up 20 cents on the start. Ends up running 4 over. And quickly we have Bill Lewis, 72 Nova, running for your racetrack. Why don't you take that side, Nick?
Yeah, Crossroads Dragway here with Billy Lewis to 72 Nova.
Jason Hill is away. They're clean and green running for National Trail Raceway. That's an 82 S10. home of the Y Bridge, Zanesville, Ohio. Here comes that finish line. They're going to cross it. Even Steven down there, Winlight, you got it.
Oh my, Bill Lewis behind at the start makes up the difference on the top end. Look at it, dead on. 12 flat with a 7. He had to do that to win it, and he did it. 12:22 up in the other lane for Jason at 103.
All righty. Next pair up, this is a very tough racer out of Coles County Dragway, Mr. Rob Fisher. He's got stickers just about to cover the whole glass on that wagon. 83 Malibu out of Humboldt, Illinois. He'll dial 1264.
And running 2 classes here as he matches up against Craig Jones. Hammond, Indiana. Hometown, Route 66 at Dragway at order. Customary red light start by Fisher. Sends it over to Jones, Summit side, and for Route 66.
You nailed that one. As Rob Fisher, usually you don't see them red apples showing up on his apple tree as he just kept his foot down, goes 4 under. And Craig Jones, well, we'll go to the next round for Route 66, and Sportsman continues on with Josh Rogers in the bright orange pickup truck. He lost his tailgate too, but I'll tell you what, Crossroads Dragway's on their feet, 13 flat dial.
Yeah, and they're blowing that horn down there. As I said, it was fun to sit down there as we watched Josh Green match up against him out of Shelbyville, Tennessee. Home track.
Well, I got to mention this on your side. Josh Green looks like the crew chief. You know that man, Edmund Richardson. And here comes Josh, pedaling hard. Can he get there? Oh, double whammy, Josh Rogers outside. The battle of the Joshes, but Rogers takes this one for Crossroads Dragway. Wow, he goes 5 under, but Josh Green on the right side goes under.
And dead late at the start was Josh Rogers, but it ain't over till it's over. And Josh hangs on for the win.
C.J. Yeager running for Summit Motorsports Park. He's got the left side reserved with a 12:45 on the National Dragster side. He'll take the Nova and try to get it done. He'll run.
Here's Paul Hagan, Fenton, Missouri, the hometown, Gateway Motorsports Park. Real close there, and he's a winner already via the red light for Yeager. He's got a 12:18 on the dial. Let's see how he does on the dial. He knows he's got the win, so he's going to motor on down. Probably run that baby out the back door to see where he is. Well, not really. 12:24, 6 over on the deal, but 112, and that's all he cares about. He's going to the next round.
Well, C.J. Yeager, Nick, a tough break, and I'll tell you what, when the red light came up, you saw the nose of that race car drop as he's just going to take a nice cruise, take in the moment, knowing his day is over as we bring up Matt Weston out of Milan Dragway with his Camaro. Bright red, got the black top on it, dial 1236.
And Eric Lipka out of O'Fallon, Missouri. His 99 Camaro down in at 12:10, Summit side, running for Gateway Motorsports Park.
Well, I'll tell you what, they were looking at each other from the 660-foot marker as it's even Steven, win light your side.
Lipka with the win as he'll go 12:19 on his 12:10. 002 light sealed the victory there for Lipka and Gateway Motorsports Park.
Well, I'll tell you what, he squeezed the tree and it was kind. Let's bring up Ron Hunt. He's going to hunt for that win light. He's running for Beach Bend Raceway Park with the Impala. It's a beauty out of St. Louis, Mo. Dialing 1531, we'll leave first.
Alex Winkler, Mattoon, Illinois, the hometown here for the Coles County Dragway USA veteran. Winkler with that 2000 Trans Am. 1201 as we set his dial. Summit side, and they move very carefully. Here we go. Big head start over there for Hunt. Here comes Winkler.
Well, I'll tell you what, they're in it to win it, and Alex Winkler is hoping that finish line keeps moving north. He's trying to catch up down here, and he gets it done, Nick. Go with it.
He sure does. 12:08 on his 01 for the win. 4 thousandths the margin of victory with the 15:35 on a 31 for Hunt.
All right, we quickly move in with Marlon Howells in that bright yellow Milan Dragway representative with a Trans Am dial in 1252. He's got to chase you this time.
Yep, 1368 to dial for Dave Satchwell. Satchwell at Andrews, Indiana, running for Bunker Hill Drag Strip.
We are going to give up about 2 bulbs on the tree. Whoa, baby, this is going to be a nail biter, Nick, at the finish line.
No doubt, a couple of great lights, probably 2 of the best we've seen in the class right now. So they are going to play the game at the stripe, and you're the winner.
Wow, 6 over for Marlon Howells. They were both plugged into that tree. Marlon gave up a little bit at the start, but he survives that one as your driver goes 10 over. Looks like to me they were playing the game like, okay, let's drag our feet down here.
So next matchup, Gary Lewis at Gateway Motorsports Park. Stages up in that gorgeous 1969 Buick Skylark. Couple on the grounds this weekend, 1220 the dial, Summit side.
Summit Motorsports Park, Patrick Broombow out of Bellevue, Ohio, and he painted it red. He sunburned it, not by much, but it is red as you got the win over there.
Yeah, Lewis going to motor on down for the win via the red light. See how he does on his dial. Pretty good. 1223 at 108 on the 1220 dial. And for the numbers, it's a 1280 on the breakout on the red light, minus 012. Tough break.
So doggone it, he painted it red from start to finish as we bring up Mike Redlowski running for Gateway Motorsports Park with the Camaro dial is 1336, and he will be hitting the pedal first.
Greg McCurry. McCurry out of South Lyon, Michigan. His 84 Camaro here. It's a small block 355 running for Milan Dragway.
Couple bow ties, oh my, going at it here, and they're standing. You know, Mike was trying so hard, Nick. This is so important to these drivers, and Mike just hit the pedal 15 thousandths. It is red left side. You got it.
Yep, 24 light going to win this one. Breakout, but that's okay. 12:01 on the 05 at 108 miles per hour for Milan Dragway and another point.
Well, just to fill out the time slip, Mike goes 3 under, and we quickly bring up, we're mixing and matching Gene Horner. That is a 1998 Saturn. They don't make them anymore, Nick. Running for Coles County Dragway. It's dial 1784, and I love these spreads. Go away.
Yeah, how about a 12 flat? So, look at that, over $5 near 6-second head start there. Waiting patiently, but here he comes. Out of Powell, Ohio.
He did a great job, and I'll tell you what, if you're sitting in that truck and you're Ernie, you're thinking, oh my God, I'm not going to get there. But
and he does, though. He goes 12:05 on his 12 flat. Pacemaker Dragway Park with another point.
Well, Gene goes 4 over, Ernie goes 5 over, so you know who got the light there as we bring up Mike Remley out of Columbia City, Indiana. He's got a beautiful red 68 Camaro out of Bunker Hill Drag Strip, dial 12 flat.
And Joe Zender, I believe it is. Zender, yep, out of Oak Forest, Illinois. The 92 Mustang, and it's a rag top here down in the 1350 Summit side. So pretty close off the starting line, Ron, as we watch them down track.
Clean and green, Mike Remley. He's on that bicycle, and he is pedaling hard. The sweat's coming out of his brow on the double breakout. Mike, he'll take the towel and wipe it off and go, woo, baby. We go 7 under, and we win.
Zender with the light just by a touch, by about 17, but that is not what happened. It's a double breakout and a tough break for Zender here and out in this round.
All right, David Vaughn with the 1971 Torino. We have not said that very much. It's beautiful, bright blue, running for...
Now on the top end, let's see what happens. Grab a blue Torino, trying to make the best of John Whitmer. Whitmer on the top end. His Camaro Super Sport. Can he get there? Double breakout win to Whitmer. Whitmer 1197 at 109 to the 1206 breakout here for Vaughn at 109. Also on the speed.
Well, I'll tell you what, Nick Agresta, they must have opened the gate back there, and they must be coming off the street, but they're still coming, the sportsman. This is Randy Wolf out of Bunker Hill Drag Strip with a 75 Nova, dialing 1377. He'll say, bye, Mitch. I'm getting out of here first.
Okay, attention in the pit area. Class call. Pro cars back to the lanes. East side, west side. Pro cars. We need you now, pro cars. And Mitch Williams with the win for National Trail Raceway via the red light. He'll go 42 on a 48 at 106 miles per hour to dead on 1377.9 on the red light. Tough break.
I'll tell you what, hide his time slip, because when he sees that, man, that's just going to be worse. This is Ron G Daddy Hayden running for Beacon Dragway, the Sunoco Race of Champ rep. That is a beautiful Mustang. Keville, Kentucky, dial 1325.
And Nick Hastings out of Shelby, Ohio, Summit Motorsports Park, the home track. His 83 Mustang. It's a Ford 302, 1234 the dial, Summit side. Once again, Pro Cars, Pro Cars, Pro Cars. Back to the lanes, east side, west side, we need you now.
Put those hamburgers down, bring them to the lanes. Here we go. Great drag race here. They're clean and green. They're in it to win it. Nobody, Nick, wants to go home yet. You got it.
And 12:38 on the 34 wins it for Hastings and Summit Motorsports Park. Too quick, under by 4 is G Daddy Hayden at 102 miles per hour.
All right, Sean Pitts up next for National Trail Raceway, and they have been cheering today. Sunoco Race of Champion over there with his Camaro, dial 1210 out of London, Ohio.
And Gary Knight in the Tons of Fun 96 Caprice, 350 incher, 1338 the dial for the Summit side.
I'll tell you what, Nick, we're not saying a word. We're looking at it. They are on their game.
And William Thark going to be rooting for the big Chevrolet, and he gets the win. Kilcare, another point, 1337 double breakout to the 1208. A 97 mile an hour clocking here for Knight in that Caprice.
Well, Sean goes 2 under, Gary Knight goes 1 under, and Knight's going to keep racing through the day. Here we go. We're going quickly with Jim Kincaid II out of Kirkersville, Ohio, close to National Trail, and he is running for National Trail. Isn't that a beautiful blue 74 Duster with a 1211 dial?
It sure is. Coles County Dragway says happy birthday. Oh, tough break. The birthday boy, Corey Butler, going out here in this round. We're doing a great job all day, but the red eye catches him. How close was it? -0, 0, 1. Oh, tough break for Butler.
He was dead on 8. Jim Kincaid, he was holding a few as he goes under, but the birthday boy, well, the birthday cake, he's going to have to start eating it earlier than he wanted to.
And he runs dead on 53 on a 53.
Mike Malley, the points champ there at Lions Raceway Park. Last year, 75 Firebird out of Patricksburg, Indiana, runs the Pontiac 383 with a 1236 dial.
Here is Eric Toft out of Xenia, Ohio, running for Kilcare. He was the Sunoco Racing Fuels Race of Champions competitor. See how he does. Top in charts. Here we go. Your winner, Toft. He'll win it 12:45 on a 42. Too quick for Malley. 12:30 on the 36.
Well, that's right. Mike was 6 under, and you know Mike had no choice, Nick. He had to keep the pedal down there because he was behind on the start. Oh, here we go. Chad Isley, you know him well. Why don't you go ahead and take it away?
Well, everybody knows Chad Isley. My gosh, 2 times to Pomona and a consummate racer. We talked about Chad. He can jump on a bike. He can jump in a Super Pro car, a Pro car, a sport car, whatever he drives. I can't get him in a junior dragster anymore, but let's see how he does here. 1203 dial.
Well, he's running Terry Knight, a tough customer for Williams Kilcare Dragway. That finish line is going to tell us, and no surprise. You got it, Nick. Take it away.
Yeah, Chad Isley once again with the win as he'll go dead on. 1203 with the 1. Ah, boy, 21 pack there for Chad Isley. Breakout too quick, 1275, Summit side.
I love Tony Schwab's 34 Ford running for Edgewater Sports Park. He's got the Tweety Bird affair going. 1245 is the dial left side.
Already out here in this round via the red light, Ron.
Well, I'll tell you what.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead. I'm going to say the Ridgeville, Indiana native for Muncie red lights it away.
Well, Tweety Bird's going to be flying high down there. As Tony Schwab, he was holding a few as he goes under by 4. 006 on the tree for Tweety Bird. Edgewater Sports Park, they got the chalk out and they just marked one down.
Here's the Midnight Rider himself, Bill McCarty, already a winner of the Sportsman Sunoco Racing Fuels Race of Champions here on Friday. McCarty out of Washington, Indiana. His 84 Dodge pick him up 360. running for Lions Raceway Park, Summit Side.
Running for Muncie, they're already on their feet for Adam Van Note. This will be a great race. And S10 is the battle. Choice of weapon, 12-19 is the dial. Great start, Nick. This is going to be fantastic at the finish line.
Yeah, here we go. Let's see how they do. McCarty out in front. He'll look around. He'll keep his eye right on that bumper, and he does. Runs a 12.92 on a 90 for the win at 86 miles per hour to the 12.25. 106.
Well, I'll tell you what, Andy may have tried to cut Bill loose down there, hoping Bill's a cagey racer as he kept it on the top of the hill, and we quickly bring up Tracy Smart, and they running for Muncie Dragway. Looks like he's running a crate motor. S10 pickup, dial 1451, will be chased by the yellow machine up.
Jason Wisman, Indianapolis, Indiana, the 73 Challenger course. Listening here in the afternoon sun. He's down there at 12:55, running for Lucas Oil Raceway at Indianapolis. He knows this track from front to back. Can he parlay it to a win? Yes, he does. 12:56 on his 55, and he was behind at the start just by 8, but hangs on for the win at 106 miles per hour.
Well, I'll tell you what, Tracy Smart just took 2 bites out of the finish line. He goes under by 2, and boy, here's a nice-looking classic vehicle. 66 Rambler. Gary Rice is the owner, running for Edgewater, dials 1237, and he'll race your tough race.
Yeah, Stephen Collier, what more can you say about him? Huber Heights, Ohio, the hometown. Kill care the home track. See how he does here on the top end charge as they approach the 1,000-foot. We're going to get a win light for Stephen Collier. 12:23 with an O on a 12:23 dial, dead on for Collier and the win.
Well, I'll tell you what, Steve Collier took that door and just about closed it down there. Didn't leave Gary Rice any room. He broke out as he goes under by 4. He had to give up too much out of the start as we bring up Rick Shreves running for Muncie, left side, the blue 69 Nova. 12:18's the dial. You're close on your side.
Yes, no doubt. 12:19. Darn near a heads-up affair here for Cody Allenball running for Crossroads Dragway. Cody out of Terre Haute is 86 S10 350. Let's see how we do.
I'll tell you what, Nick Agresta, with my data, Cody has had a fantastic year, and he doesn't want it to stop now.
Well, here comes Shreves, top in charge. Win light says double breakout win for Cody Allenball. Whoop it up, Crossroads. Allenball going to next round.
They were both 4 under. Our screen flipped too quick. I'd love to have seen that margin of victory. Call this one up.
Well, it's because we had our bye run here. Brandon Bennett out of Perrysburg, Ohio, running for Summit Motorsports Park. He'll put a 12:42 on the window. Let's see how he does on that. He gets the bye the next round.
Aren't those buys nice? Anywhere you can get them. It's like a free time run.
Well, that's that lucky round they talk about, as he'll motor on down to a 12:50 at 106 miles per hour. Once again, Pro Cards, if you did not hear the call, you are late. You need to be in the lanes like right now. East side, west side, Pro Cards.
I'm going to jump right in there, Nick Agresta. Unofficially, this is our standings. Number 1 is Lions Raceway Park. Number 2, Gateway Motorsports Park. We've got a couple tied for third. We got Muncie Dragway, Crossroads Dragway coming in there. And also another one in there with 33 is Summit Motorsports Park. We've got 3 of them tied up in there. The next pair, we've got 2 tied. We got Pacemakers Dragway Park, National Trail Raceway. Nick, take it from 8 on down.
Well, here's the deal. Ohio Valley Dragway number 8, Route 66 number 9, number 10 Milan Dragway, 11 is Edgewater Sports Park, number 12 is Byron Dragway, Killcare Dragway goes number 13, 14 is Beach Bend Raceway Park, Bunker Hill Drag Strip number 15, Coles County Dragway number 16. But Ronnie, when you look at it, 11 points separate number 10 from number 1. So, I mean, these are unofficial. It doesn't matter anyway. This thing's going to change round by round. The key is here at this point in the race, you got to go rounds. Well, Dennis Weiniger laid his hand on it, so we think it's official. No, 11 points separate number 10 from number 1. Okay, here we go. Attention. Team mascots. Team mascots. You know who you are. We need you now to the front of the Parks Tower. All of our team mascots. All of our tracks, the ones we just mentioned, of course, and more. We need the team mascots. Team mascots to the front of the Parks Tower. Super Pro. Super Pro. We need you back. East side. West side. Come on down. You're going to be next after Pro. So Super Pro, your call too. And team mascots, oh boy, is that going to be a, what do you call that when you get all those mascots together? I'm not sure. I can't say it. There are a lot of words come to mind, but Dennis Weiner could probably figure that out. What you call a bunch of team mascots who are all together at once and not like all around the place. Congress. Dennis Weiniger. Ding, 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 the winner. Congress. That's what you call it.
I can't wait to see the mascots coming up here, and they've been very active here as the teams that's cheering up in the grandstand. But let me tell you what, Nick, what I've noticed, we've got racers that's going out, and they're pitching a hand in, helping any way they can to their competitors that are left in there. I took a stroll back in the pit area, and the weather machines were getting a lot of attention. Not the grills right now, those weather machines.
No doubt. And like I say, I had a chance to sit in the stands, and it's just an incredible thing up there. We don't really see it here. We comment on it. We yell at them. But until you sit in the stands and you hear it, oh, my, nothing but fun. But here we go. We're going to kick it off here with our pro class here. This is Chrissy Walker. Chris Walker out of Paris, Illinois. 67 Camaro. You ever get a chance, look at this car. Absolutely pristine. Running for Crossroads Dragway. They're blowing the horn down there right now in the Summit Lane.
Well, you know what? That looks like a factory color there for sure on that beautiful 67 Camaro. Mitch Vincent has got also a 67 Camaro out of St. Charles, Illinois, running for Byron Dragway. Now, Mitch says, I'm going to dial a 583. He's got a little bit different configuration under the hood. Chris may have a stock motor. Who knows? Maybe you would know that.
Yeah, he does. Basically, when you look at the car, 67 Camaro's a pair, but two different approaches to this class and the dials. So way out in front is going to be Chris Walker, and then Vincent's going to unleash that little Camaro.
Vincent's got a wheel and deal very quickly. Vincent's got the bulb. He's got the win. He runs 2 over the dial and picks it up by 12,000.
And 2 over the dial for Chris Walker, but the starting line leaves 7 to the advantage for Vincent.
How about this is Brent Vincent, Byron Dragway on the left side, 91 Camaro. He's dialed 641. Take it away.
Clay Tyler, he'll stage up here, your VP or your Sunoco Racing Fuels Race of Champions, Gateway Motorsports Park. He's a repeat qualifier for the Let's see how he does here.
He was wheels up. He's got him set down, 2-point landing down the runway. Wind light comes on 4. Brent Vincent left side dead on 5. 24,000's package. Margin of victory 28.
Yep, and a 629 for the numbers on a 27 dial. Here is Mike Toole. Mike and Chrissy Toole's entry out of West Terre Haute, Indiana, the 807 Monte Carlo. Running for Crossroads Dragway, 642 on the window summit side.
And the Green Mean Machine, the 68 Camaro of Troy Bogner, and he's running for Route 66 Raceway. He's locked in, 613. He's plugged it in the National Drag Lane. They are on their feet. The wheels up was great, but the red light was not. Bogner's down and out.
17 off the tree for Mike Toole. 644 and his 42. Nicely done at 106 miles per hour to the 610, and the red light at 111 for Bogner.
We're going to call this pair, and we're going to bring in the gang. that's going to rock the dock here in just a little bit. Let's get this one done. Sam Manuel, Rob Fisher. Here we go. Left, right. Rob right side, Sam left side. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, Fisher here in the Summit lane. Now he jumps in the other wagon. We just saw him go out to the brown wagon. Let's see what he does here.
How about super stock left and right, Sam and Rob? Here comes that 8th mile marker. They striped it. You got it.
Yeah, and it's going to be Fisher. Humboldt, Illinois, the hometown for the winning Coles County Dragway USA. So Stevie Riggins coming on up here, and here we go. Guys, jump on in. You've got the next pair, and hey, stand by, crowd, for some fun here. These two guys full of energy.
Mr. Riggins is getting ready to come on board. It's like jumping in a top fuel car halfway down the track. Here you go, young man.
Thank you guys very much. Here we go on the starting line. Going to have Lucas Walker out of Mayfield, Kentucky, 93 Mustang. Racing for Team Beach Bend in the National Dragster side, down in the 574.
Field Care Dragway, dialed a 649. Got him doubled up down there and gets there first, taking the win. Moving over is Lucas Walker.
Goes 2 thou under, getting the win. Caleb under by 14 thou. All right, next up, hey, where's Team Muncie? Here's your guy, National Dragster side, Mike McKinney, Centerville, Indiana, the 72 Vega, dialed in at a 648.
Jeremy Clemens, Beach Bend Raceway, stand up and cheer for your driver, the 67 Camaro, dialed in at a 683, but that's a Malibu out there, so something not right.
All right, head start going to Clemens, if it's Clemens. Well, we're going with that for now because it's what we've got. McKinney going to try and chase him down. McKinney's pre-staged. The Malibu moving forward.
So, Steve, what a beautiful day it has turned out to be after the monsoon. Hey, look at the monkey down there holding up the Wallies.
Wow. Go figure where they've been. All right, got ourselves a race. 6th thou separation here on the starting line. McKinney trying to squeeze it in. Finish line. It is McKinney. Double breakout. 7th thou. Breaking out by 14 thou is Clemens. So give the win to Team Muncie.
All righty. Up next, we got Tony McKinney here, the 71 Satellite for Team Milan Dragway. Stand up, Milan, 774 the dial.
And where's Team Lions Raceway Park? Here's your guy, Greg Dillman, Greenwood, Indiana, down into the 618 in that Camaro.
Part of that No Box Nationals. One half of it.
They're a gang, I think.
Yeah, the other half stays at home. He don't do nothing
They're really
anymore.
combined like 1/3. Dana's 2/3.
Well, yeah.
Let's be real. Aaron and Dana do most of it, and then
well, Greg's got a little bit on the start line. Can he run that satellite down? And he does. Gets there first, taking the win, moving on to round number 5 or 4.
So whatever. Next. Round next.
We're going to go next.
Yeah, we have no idea.
Tony got there first, breaking out by a bunch and giving the win over to Greg.
He took 900s, breaking it out by 73. So he had to take 7 or less. That's
7 or,
a lot of math, but he was going to have to do a lot of work. All right, next up, National Dragster side. Going to have Brad Doan out of Terre Haute, Indiana. Where are you at, Team Crossroads? Sound that horn.
Yeah.
Except I'm down there.
Siren,
yeah.
Yeah,
Your siren, yeah, except we're down there. Don't do that.
Route 66, here's Jack Canon, the 23 ordered 603 the dial. Yeah, I got blamed. I got told I was annoying, or we were annoying, and it wasn't even our siren.
We were annoying for many other reasons, but not
the
we
siren.
Didn't have a siren. That's right. All right, here we go. Got ourselves a race. Doan trying to catch Coonan, or trying to hold off Coonan. Here we go. Finish line. It is Doan. Win going. Team Crossroads. 6:59 on the 6:57.
Well, over there in that National Dragster lane is our team, Muncie Dragway. Stand up for the young lady, Stacy Gerald.
They are. They're waving their stuff down there. Looking good. Team Muncie.
609 to dial for Stacy.
Going to be alongside Milan Dragways, Chuck Lewis out of Adrian, Michigan. That's 70 Duster.
So the Duster going to be chasing down Stacy. See if she can hold off that hard charging Duster. Milan Dragway. right, Stacy's in. Here we go. Both drivers in. Oh, Stacy goes 002 red. Chuck was 019 red behind her, getting the automatic win. He goes dead 8 for the win for Milan Dragway.
I've got Jesse Brandt of Mattoon, Illinois, the 85 Cutlass, down to 769.
I've got Route 66, Frank Valencia, that 92 Firebird, 621 the dial here in the Summit Racing Equipment Lane.
So here we go. Jesse Brandt, Team Coles County Dragway, taking on Frank Valencia's Route 66.
Once again, we need all them team mascots down here at the base of the tower. If you're out there, team mascot, base of the tower, please.
If you don't have a mascot, send a person. Looks like a mascot. Here we go. They're both away. Valencia looking for Brandt. Gonna be Team Coles County Dragway. Jesse Brandt, 770 on the 769. Had about 300s on the starting line. Makes a stick at the finish line.
All righty, up next, we know who that is. That's Chico Pindell from Team Muncie Dragway, all the way up from Mexico.
You notice how selective Scott is. When it's one of his guys, he's like, hey, I'll take that side, and I'll come back over here.
Well, I wanted to throw him under the bus.
I understand that. You did a great job. Boom, boom, there it was. Eric Garrow Sr., Louisville, Kentucky, 72 Nova, racing for Team Ohio Valley. Ohio Valley currently setting in 9th place, 27 points. Team Muncie, they're tied for 3rd with 34. The top two remain the same. Crossroads with 35. Team Lions Raceway Park still in the lead with 39.
All right, off clean green. Both drivers. Chico's got a little bit on the start line. Can he hold him off at the finish line? Tells us no. He gets there first. Breaking out, giving the win over to Eric Garros. He goes 2 under. Margin of victory, 0.146.
So 14th out. Chico going way under, 805. Can't get it done. Garrow returns. Give the point. Ed Michael, Georgetown, Indiana, 72 Nova, racing for Team Ohio Valley, down in the 610.
Scott Wiesen from National Trail Raceway, 653 the dial over here in the good-looking Chevy Camaro. Both drivers taking their time getting in. Want to make sure they get in there. There we go. One's in. Auto starts on. There we go.
There goes the way, clean and green. Good reaction times for both racers. Who's going to get the win line? It is Breakout for Wiesen. He's 006. Breaks it out 17 thou, taking 36. Had to take 18 or less. Ed Michael, 19 on the tree, dead 6. That's a 25 pack. And he'll return for Team Ohio Valley.
You see why he's their Sunoco Race of Champions.
Absolutely.
Representative.
Good run.
Good reaction times there.
All right, Michael Gramlich, maybe Michigan, 78 Malibu. Where you at, Team Mid-Michigan Motorplex? 598 the dial.
Over here from Summit Motorsports Park, Matt Ball, the 91 S10, 633, stand-up, Summit Motorsports Park.
So Gramlich, he's their Sunoco Race of Champions representative. He was in both Pro and Super Pro. So he's been lighting a lot of win lights in a lot of different classes this year, trying to do it again here at the Summit Racing Series ET Finals. So they're both staging carefully. Gramlich is in. Here comes Ball. We'll take you down. And red light start. Ends early. Gramlich took a little swing and a miss there. He'll be glad to see that win light come on. Ball turns it red by 11th thou. Goes dead 4. Mikey's 54. 5 under. But he'll return for the Motorplex.
All right, Steve Davenport here in the Summit Lane from Summit Motorsports Park, the 72 Cutlass, 717 the dial.
I've got Gene Cash out of Tell City, Indiana. Where you at, Team Beach Bend?
Do you think he's related to Johnny?
Might be.
Oh?
That was pretty good, Scott.
You might be.
I'll tell you what, all weekend, 4 days of this, and you still got little one-liners. You're doing great.
Well, I just seen Cash. I was thinking,
Johnny, yeah.
Johnny.
Johnny Cash, get it? Yeah. Yeah, that's good. I was hoping to see some cash this weekend, too. That didn't work out.
That didn't work out.
No, that was a fail. Red is red. That's why I
Red is red, like I told you, don't matter. So here we go. Steve's got the start line advantage. Can he hold him off at the finish line? It tells us no, he cannot. Gets there first by 37 hundredths, needing to take 18 or less. Well, there you go, Beach Bend.
That's right.
The cash
Gene
man.
follows him through, breaks out, still lights a win light. So that's all you got to do. That's that simple. So you just got to get there first or last or whatever you got to do and light the win light.
All righty, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro Bikes, we need you to lanes this time. Super Pro Bikes to the lanes. Round 2 of high school eliminator, round 2 to the lanes.
There's an easy one there for Eric Paul, racing for Team Beach Bend on the bye run. He goes 003 red, goes dead 3. So good run for Eric Paul. So again, Super Pro Bike to the lanes, high school round 2 to the lanes, high school round 2 to the lanes, as well as Super Pro Bike. Your next round of competition, we need you in the lanes as well. All right, we'll take just a minute. We'll give you the full rundown of the team point standings really quickly.
All righty.
Let's do top 10. We'll do tied for 10th in 27 points. Tied for 10th, we've got Route 66 Raceway and Team Byron Dragway.
And the ninth spot, we have Team Milan Dragway at 28 points.
Coming in number 8, we've got Ohio Valley with 29 points.
And in 6th and 7th tied is Pacemakers Dragway Park and National Trail Raceway.
They both got 30 points. Solo in 5th place, we've got Summit Motorsports Park.
And then in 3rd and 4th tied with 34 points is Gateway Motorsports Park and Muncie Dragway.
Sitting alone in 2nd, where you at, Team Crossroads? 35 points.
And your first place leader at this point, Lions Raceway Park with 39. Stand up, Lions, there you go.
All right, so there's your rundown. Oh, I got you. Stephen Holman, Pataskala, Ohio, 68 Camaro, down in a 656.
Kevin Adams, Terre Haute, Indiana, Crossroads Dragway, 546, and a good-looking 67 Chevy, too. All right, Kevin's in. Here comes Stephen. Green, 004 red for Kevin, giving the win to Pacemakers Dragway. Dialed 656, goes 655-0 for the win. Chalk up another point, Pacemakers. National Dragster Lane, Randy Schuer Jr., the 011 American, Summit Motorsports Park, alongside Muncie Dragways, Kevin Hall, the 71 Chevelle, 473 for the Dragster, 560 for the big Chevelle. Summit Motorsports Park, Muncie Dragway, stand up and cheer. So here we go, folks. Getting in these later rounds, everybody's getting dialed tighter and tighter. The wins are hard to come by.
All right, here we go. Scott, you already started this. Finish it off.
I'll finish it off. That way you can go back to your phone.
Who's
I'll
on
finish
first?
this
Who's
off.
on second? I have no idea what's going on right now.
Well, they're staging right now. They're
That's how
both
that
pre-staged, but neither one wants to stay. There, Kevin's in. He's in. Here we go. Tree's fired. Kevin's off three fouls separating them at the start line. Finish line's going to tell us the win goes to Kevin Hall, Muncie Dragways, 1 above 0. Wow, Randy gets there first by 0:16, breaks out 3, needed to take 13 or less for the win. But anyhow, we'll take that win for Muncie Dragway.
Where you at, Team Muncie Dragway?
Come on, stand up. Cheer, Muncie Dragway.
There's one. We got one to stand up.
One stand up.
Yeah, the rest
Come
of you
on.
are fired. That's it. All right. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need track managers race. Track managers race to 7 and 8, please. Track managers race to 7 and 8.
Okay, here we go. Start line advantage of Dennis. Gets there first, breaking out by 3 thou, taking 23, giving the win over to Eric Bonwell for the win for Crossroads Dragway in the 01 undercover.
You know, Scott, sitting here, I can almost hear that siren going off. Except I can't, and it's nice.
Yeah.
It is nice. All right, here we go. Ted Cannon, Rochelle, Illinois. 2015 Racecraft Dragster out of Team Byron, down to 508.
Gateway Motorsports Park brings up Stephen Pearson here in the 77 Chevy Vega, 660 the dial.
Racing for Team Gateway. So he's going to get the head start is Mr. Pearson in the door slammer. Dragster going to try and do some chasing. Here we go. They're both away. 9,000 separation on the starting line. Finish line. Who's going to get the win line? Give it to the dragster. 008 dead 5. 13 pack for Ted Cannon. Give the win to Team Byron. Wave your flag.
That was a good race.
Yeah, Pearson, he didn't do anything wrong. He's a 21 pack. 17 4 thou above. So great run. 8 thou margin of victory. Attention to the pits. We need sportsmen. Sportsmen winners back to the lanes, please. Sportsmen winners. We need you back to the lanes as well. Sportsmen winners to the lanes. All right, here we go. Chris Bear. Curtis, Ohio. The 14 American Summit Motorsports Park down to 473. I believe Chris won the Race of Champions.
Yes, sir. And Edgewater Sports Park stand up for Jim Halverstadt, the 04 Diamond. 14 Diamond, 472 the dial in.
You were caught up in that last name going, what am I going to say? You did great.
Exactly.
That was awesome, Scott.
This
By
Cleve's, Ohio.
Sunday, we're getting good at this.
We're
just in
getting
time
better.
to leave. Yeah.
All righty, here we go. Couple tough competitors on the start line right now. Barrett getting ready to go out to Pomona. Jim's got him in start line advantage. Here it is. And takes a win. Both drivers breaking out. Jim's 004. He's 471.4. Taking 10 thou margin of victory. 8 thou.
Another good race there. Not much Jim
Chris
could do differently
there.
or Chris. I mean, you get there first by 10 thou, you're 6 thou under, but then you can't know your opponent's going 14 thou under, so it's just tough to know what to do. All right, up next, I've got Bill Webb out of Centerbury, Ohio, the 07 race trick. Now 468 racing for Team National Trail.
Well, I'll take Dave Cook over out of Indianapolis, Indiana, the 79 Malibu for Team Bunker Hill. Stand up, Team Bunker Hill. Bunker Hill. Stand up, Bunker Hill. Let's go. I see him standing. I see him. There you go. There you go.
Good call to action there, Scott. What about Team National Trail? Where are you at?
Oh, Dave gets the play on the start line. Bill's 018 to the green. 468 dial goes 467.2. Moving on for National Trail is Bill Webb.
All right, up next, James Monroe, Bloomington, Indiana, racing for Team Lions Raceway Park. Dialed into the 493 there on the National Dragster side.
Pacemakers Dragway Park, Bill Leahy. Leahy? Columbus, Ohio, the 99 Race Tech, 476 the dial. Going to be chasing down Mr. Killer Rons himself.
That's right. Bill's like, man, can't wait to watch this live feed on D3 TV. My name's been said 4 different ways by 5 different guys. So
exactly.
But he hasn't minded, apparently. He hasn't told us differently.
Well,
so.
they need to change it to Smith or Jones.
That's right. Exactly. Like James Monroe. I get that. That's easy. Oh, he turns it red. 2 thou red for James Monroe. 8 thou red behind him is Bill. James lifts out the loud pedal. Bill goes right on through, goes 477 with a 1 on the 476. Pacemakers, Dragway Park, going to return and get another point. All right, up next, here's Team Lions again. Nathan Jones, Wheatland, Indiana. 14, Racecraft in the National Dragster side. Mighty Quick down to 453.
Up against Dominic Bowden, the 06 dragster from Route 66 Dragway. 464 the dial over here. Couple quick dragsters here. Lions Raceway Park, Route 66. Lions sitting on top of that team championship right now.
Where are you at, Team Lions? Make some noise for Nathan.
There they are. They're the Minions. They're the Minions this weekend.
Yeah. What about you? What about Route 66? Where you at? Cheer on Dominic.
They're standing and cheering and shaking.
They're looking up at us going, can't you see me? Oh, yeah, I can. I just had to ask. It was part of the whole spirit thing.
Exactly. We're still judging.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. They may have already settled for Team Byron, but we're still having our own little contest. It's in our head. We're not telling anybody about it. So we'll let you know. Maybe never.
Well, Dominic's got him in the hurt line on the start line. Taking the win is Dominic. He's 004, 2 above 5. Taking the win by 005.
Good race there,
yes,
Dominic.
It was.
Dominic had him 004 to a 19, but then all of a sudden, Nathan gets close to that dial, makes it very, very interesting, 660 feet away, but give the win to Route 66. All right, Jeremy McCaig. Up next, race for Team Gateway in the National Dragster side, dialed into a 655.
Mike Ammerman, the 78 Mustang for Lucas Oil Raceway, 507 to dial.
They're both away. Give the win. No. Hammerman with the advantage. Not sure what happened there, but he couldn't run the dial or something. Goes 511. Give the win to Jeremy McCaig and Team Gateway.
Look at him, Steve, down there. Look at them nice Wallies down there.
I've seen Wallies before. I don't have any.
None that say Division III champion on it.
No, none that have anything close to my name on them either.
Okay.
No, it doesn't work.
Kyle Race here from Batesville, Indiana, Edgewater Sports Park, the 93 Mustang, 647 to dial.
I've got Alex Jones, Wheatland, Indiana, Team Lions Raceway Park, down to 473. You know, Scott brings up Wallies, because go ahead, Scott. How many Wallies you have?
Oh, I got 3.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I've heard that story before. I've got Wallies and you don't. Well, it's okay. It's okay. I don't have any of the money I want either, so I really have nothing left to show for it. So I wish I had a Wally.
Yeah.
It lasts. The money doesn't last.
Yeah. Well, here we go. Andy Green over here. 6 thou separating them at the start line. Can the dragster get down there? And yes, he does. Dead on 7 for the win. He's 044 on the tree. 7 thou above. Kyle's a little bit later.
Give the win to Team Lions Raceway Park. That's the only time right there it's good to be 44. When your opponent's 50, that's a good time.
Exactly.
Yeah, especially if you're going dead on 7. It works. That's still a 51 pack. It's tough to beat with a 50 ball.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just saying.
You know, got the win. Lions Raceway Park.
That's exactly right. All right. John Nifong, Plymouth, Indiana, the 91 Calais, racing for Team Bunker Hill out of 555.
I'll take Joe Robertson Jr. here for the Lions Raceway Park competitor, 640 for the 74 Maverick. That used to be the old bum steer Maverick.
It still is. I don't care if it's on there or not. That's the bum steer.
Yep, just not on there.
It's in our hearts.
Okay, here we go. Joe's off, got 7,000 start line advantage. Can he hold off John at the finish line? And he does. Dead 7 for the win. He's 0-24 on the tree, 7 above for a 31 pack. That puts John out of it.
It does, yeah. 37 ball, 31 minus 37 doesn't ever fit.
Nope.
That's a negative number, which also
we can figure that one.
That's right. We're good at that. Yeah, we're good at that.
So once again, track managers to the lanes, sportsmen to the lanes, motorcycle to the lanes, and high school.
Right.
They've all been called to the lanes.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
So we're getting them all called to the lanes here. We're not going to mess around up here, Steve.
That's right. We're done. We're ready to do this thing.
We don't know if they're telling us to call these guys, but
Let's
we're
be
just
real.
calling them.
We're doing exactly what Jay tells us to do.
Yeah.
We're not kidding anybody.
All right, here we go. Wow.
Mark Long, Brownsburg, Indiana, the 70 Duster, racing for Team Lucas Oil Raceway, down to 628.
And Camaro Costello, the Evansville racer for Lions Raceway Park, 609 the dial for the Camaro.
All right, head start going to Mark Long. They're both away. Not much separation on this end. Let's see what happens. Finish line. Look for it. Wait for it. Break out for Costello. Give the win to Mark Long and Team Lucas Oil Raceway. Taking one away from Lions Raceway Park.
Yep. Costello gets there first by 37. Need to take 18 or less.
That seems to be a normal number. If you can just go down the track, take 18 foul, you're going to win. You take more than that, you may not. And take less than that, you may not. If you go 001 red, guarantee you're not. Yeah, sorry, that's still, Dennis, I'm sorry. That's still getting me. That's true. You know what? I didn't think about that. I wanted to. Yeah, I was eyeing the trap down there, so I'm like, just get me out of here. It's,
all right, Bradley Miles here, the 95 dragster for Team Lions, 486 the dial in.
I've got Tim Buckley out of Rossford, Ohio, racing for Team Milan Dragster.
Well, Bradley
72.
knocks the tree down. Can Tim get there? No, he cannot.
He tried.
He tried, but he went under
Yeah.
getting there, but he was in a lot of trouble at the start line.
Yes.
007-041. That's hard.
All right. Here we go. We're going to do this again. We did so well last time running through the
we'll
points.
start with one.
No, we can't start with one. That takes the whole
Fun
excitement out of it. Yeah, they already know anyway. Doesn't matter. So here we go. Team standings rundown after round next. No idea still. Tied for 9th. We got 28 points for Team Byron Dragway. You are tied with Team Milan.
Well, you got Route 66 also.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yep. So
you know, it's ridiculous. Yeah, Route 66, you're right in there with 28 points also.
8th spot is Ohio Valley Dragway, 29 points.
In 7th place, 31 points, you got National Trail Raceway.
6 is Pacemakers with 32.
All alone in 5th with 33 points. Where are you at, Team Summit Motorsports Park? There you are.
Tied for 3rd is Gateway Motorsports Park and Muncie Dragway, 35 points.
All alone in 2nd, only a point ahead of those two. You got Team Crossroads.
And still leading the pack going into this round of motorcycles is Lions Raceway Park with 42 points.
They like that, Scott.
There's your rundown.
Yeah, the Minions like that. They're up.
Yep,
Going,
the Minions are standing up.
Exactly.
You know what though? The Minions were shocking everybody.
That's true.
It was them guys.
Hey, you want to play our shocky game?
Yeah,
They'll shock you the rest of the weekend.
Let's play our shock game over to Lions Raceway Park pit area. Get you all ready for this weekend.
But we're going to be real about it. We're just hating right now because we wish we would have thought of it. So that's good work. That was good.
Stand up and cheer.
Normally we ask people to do the wave or bring Oreos or something, but that works too.
Is that
was
Gibbs
good.
over there?
It probably is.
Yeah, dude, we had to know
James
that.
Gibbs said
Anybody's going to pull the
Yeah,
sword
you
up.
man.
It's got to be Gibbs.
Yeah, we've seen that before. I didn't. Ugh. My eyes, please. Chapel service. I should have prayed to go blind before I seen that right there, but it's okay. Well, you know, we got to clap to see him next week. Can't wait. Bob Foster Jr., Mark Holly, red light start by 001 red for Mark Holly in National Trail.
But he didn't go dead on.
No, it's true. Give the win to Bob Foster Jr. in Route 66. Thank you, Scott, for the salt in the wound. That felt great. I'd almost forgot that I went dead on after going 001 red.
I just want to throw it out.
Thank you for bringing it right
just
back
want
to
to throw
me.
it out there.
Yeah. Oh, the pain in my life.
All righty. We got National Trail Raceways. Sean Robbins here. Robson, excuse me. 930 the dial.
And I've got Joe Novak Sr. out of Carlton, Michigan, the 87 Kawasaki, racing for Team Milan. Down into 827. Head start going to Sean. Two-wheel action. This is
a little over a second.
It is. Yeah, you're right. 1.03 seconds. Yeah, something like that. Here we go.
Over here.
He took a little more with him.
Yeah,
Here comes Joe. You never can tell with this two-wheel action what's going to happen the other end. That was just pretty good. Got a breakout, though. Sean's 005 on the starting line. Breaks it out. Gets there first by 11 Hun. Breaks it out by 075. Need to take quick math, 35 or less. Win goes to Joe Novak and Team Milan. But trust me, if I was riding a motorcycle, though, I don't know if I'd even look around the finish line. I'd be so scared. Please, just stay up. Please.
Yep.
You see me ride a bicycle? I mean, can you imagine going 157 mile an hour? No, not going to happen.
All right, Rick Poole here for Summit Motorsports Park, 845 the dial on his Suzuki.
Going to be alongside the National Dragster Lane, Brian Bolton out of Fulton, Kentucky.
Hey, look
78. Are those Oreos still
Yeah,
here?
look, we started. No,
that's a new box. That's new.
pack.
Yeah, ours were wore out.
Pack.
These are not even birthday cake. Oh, God bless you for opening
got
my eyes
milk?
to that. No milk this time.
No milk?
Oh, wow. Milk is in the fridge.
Yeah, that's right. Start for the Beacon Dragway
Larry said
driver.
no, we're
Rick
cut
going
off.
to get the win for Summit Motorsports Park. He's red behind him.
Robertson says we're cut off on the Oreos and milk.
Yeah. Oh, he is?
Are you serious right now? Man, I'm
Larry's
just trying to have
cutting
a little
off.
fun, Larry.
That's good. I mean,
Trying to
I've
snap
been
myself
working
out
on
of
my
this
figures so
depressive
the
state.
Oreos will help me. Track managers, we need you to 7 and 8, please. Track managers, 7 and 8, please.
We already called them once.
I know we have.
You know,
the
but
track
here's Scott
managers.
Daniels in the tower. He's like, "Hey, get to the lanes, get to the lanes." But I guarantee you, it's like he was there. He's like, "Oh, I'm just sitting back here waiting."
Track managers, we need you now so we can get a rolling.
Do as we say, not as we do.
Well, Route 66 taking another win there for Frank Linders. Goes 2 above 6. 008 red for Corey out of the National Trail Raceway over here. Was this the bye? Yep, the bye next, and then Sportsman at the ready line.
Oh.
Yeah, we got milk and cookies. They had them sitting up here waiting on us. Milk in the refrigerator, cookies on the counter.
That's right. Scott said, if I'd known you had milk and cookies, I'd have joined the tag a lot longer.
Yeah.
A long time ago.
Well, Route 66 brings up Greg Darm for the 5-run. Getting the point. 005 red does not matter. Dial to 903. See what he can do down there. Now Larry's stopping us. He goes 899.3.
He stopped me. He said,
well, that's why.
He goes, "You're too hyper."
I've seen you eat before.
Well, it doesn't matter. We've hardly eaten this weekend. All right. We've been given updated standings. Scott, if you want to get an Oreo, you're not.
Go ahead.
All right, here we go. I'll run down the team standings. Tied for 9th place with 29 points. We've got Team Milan Dragway and Team Ohio Valley. Tied for 7th place, Route 66 Raceway and National Trail Raceway with 31 points. All alone in 6th, Team Pacemakers with 32. In 5th place, Team Summit Motorsports Park with 34. Tied for 3rd, we have Gateway Motorsports Park and Muncie Dragway with 35 points. In 2nd, Crossroads with 36. And showing the way, the shirtless one, Mr. Gibbs, and Lions Raceway Park with 42 points. But I did it. All right, here we go. Reverend Randy Heinzeroth out of Roscoe, Illinois. 83 Monte Carlo down to 13-16. Sunoco Race of Champions representative for Team Byron. Going to be alongside Bill McCarty out of Washington, Indiana. Racing for Team Lions down to 1285. Here comes Bill McCarty racing the Reverend. I'm going to watch the screen, but I'm going to tell you, Mr. McCarty needed a miracle. He was way behind on the tree. Reverend Randy goes dead on. He's 37, dead 7 for the W. Bill, unfortunately, had a reaction time starting with a 1. Not going to work for him this time.
Because they didn't shock him.
That's true. Might have been. Uh-oh. Scott, go ahead with yours. And
No, that's your lane.
I'll pray for mine.
We got Jason Wisman here, the Lucas Oil Raceway Race of Champions representative, 1255 the dial.
And I'm sorry, Brett Malalepsy Down to 12:04. I know I butchered that for Team Byron. Double breakout. Win goes Jason Wisman and Team Lucas Oil Raceway.
If you would have waited, you wouldn't have pronounced his last name.
I know, but I felt like I
butchered it up like you did.
I felt like I should give him the respect he so aptly deserved for making it this far.
But you butchered it all up.
Well, he didn't mind.
Okay.
Maybe.
Greg Spohr right here, another Lions Raceway Park representative, 13-19 the dial in the Big Fury. Larry Fleming over there in the National Dragster lane for Beach Bend Raceway. Here we go. Somebody's got some start line advantage. We won't tell you who till the end, though. Secret. Yep, till the end. They might have a radio on. Finish line tells us it is Larry Fleming. He didn't have it. He was 300ths behind at the start line. Greg getting there first, breaking out by 52 hundredths, taking 85. Needed to take 33 or less.
Exactly. Hey, Scott, just kind of a recommendation for our team shirts next year. We get like it on the back of ours, like we'll work for Oreos.
Yeah, all we got to do is announce it.
Yeah, it's worked great so far.
Hey, I wonder how it worked. Well, it's a little late in the day if we would have announced steak and potato and stuff.
No, after 4 days of us, they don't like us anymore. They're bringing us nothing.
You know, you guys can shut us up by feeding us, and we chew on food and we don't talk.
It's true. Paul Hagan, Jim Kincaid, National Trail and Gateway. Great reaction times in this race. Give the win to, Paul was 005, getting there first by 028, breaking it out 13. So need to take 15 or less. Kincaid follows him through, breaks out 9 thou for the win. Give the win to Team National Trail. As Scotty's mouth's full of cookie, I'll go Summit side. Alex Winkler, Mattoon, Illinois. 2000 Trans Am racing for Coles County Dragway, USA. Down to 12:06. I'm going to be alongside Marlon Howes, Livonia, Michigan. Sunoco Race of Champions representative for Team Milan. Where you at, Team Milan? There you go. Wave those arms. Down to 12:50. Going to get the head start there on the National Dragster side. And going to get a win. Wave that flag, Team Milan. Marlin's going to the next round. That's pretty good. Milan and Marlin all in the same sentence and didn't mess it up. I'm kind of happy about that. No. Marlin goes 12:44 to 108. Moving on to the next round.
All righty, stand up, Team Bunker Hill. Here's your driver over there in that National Dragster lane, Brad Fisher. The big 67 C10 dial 1302. Brandon Bennett here in the Summit Motorsports Park, representative in the Summit Racing Lane, 1245 the dial. Couple Chevy trucks doing battle here. We'll give the win to Bunker Hill, Brad Fisher, taking the win via the red light. Trucking on down through there in the big C10 is Brad. He turns the timers off down there at a 1290 with a 3 on that 1302 dial in.
Brandon got a little anxious there, goes dead 4, but unfortunately ends his day with a red light. All right, well, 34 Ford, Tony Schwab out of Brookville, Indiana, racing for Team Edgewater, dialed into a 1241. It's one of the coolest little rides I've seen for the weekend.
National Trail Raceway brings up Mitch Williams, his 70 Duster, 1243 the dial over here in the Summit Racing Equipment lane.
Go ahead and take us down, Scott. I'll do it.
All righty. Well, Tony's got a little bit of start line advantage. Can he hold off the charge of the 70 Duster? Finish line going to tell us it is Tony Schwab for the win. He's 1 above 7, taking the win by 18 thousandths. Well, he had Mitch in trouble. He had him tripled up at the start line.
Yeah, I think Tony may have been out of the gas because that little thing will run some mile an hour. It starts slow and then it comes on in a flurry. All right, I've got Chad Isley out of Charleston, Illinois. Sunoco Race of Champions representative from Team Coles County, down into a 1202.
Thomas Summers from Summit Motorsports Park. Hey, we're dead even here. Let's see what happens.
Scott can't tell you. His mouth's full. Here we go. Win goes. Double breakout.
Double.
Isley there. That's a good race. Isley there first by 3 thou, breaking it out 5 thou. Summers breaks out 2 thou. That's less than 5, so it gives him the win. Margin of victory, 34 thousandths.
All right, up next in that National Dragster lane, Mike Ramley, the 68 Camaro for the Columbia City driver out of Bunker Hill. Getting the automatic win, and it's a good thing.
It was. He'll go back and look at that time slip and go, I hope I never do that again.
Yeah. You know, for that light, he ought to bring us a steak.
Yeah. He's living right. Somebody will bring him a steak. Probably.
He goes dead 5, but his Reaction time started with a 3, but we'll end it there.
No, we can't now. You said it, so it's a 3-11 pack taking the win. I mean,
Okay.
it works, you know. It is what it is. He's going to the next round. We're still sitting in the announcer's booth. That's the way it works. Bill Lewis, Terre Haute, Indiana. 72 Nova, racing for Team Crossroads. Up against Ernie Brown at Apal, Ohio, the 85 S10, racing for Team Pacemakers. Going to be a heads-up race, 12 flats a pair.
All righty, Pro Class, we need you all Pro Class, both sides to the west side, lanes 1 and 2. Pro Class 1 and 2, both sides.
All right, got that going. Ernie Brown turns it red. Win goes to Bill Lewis. How do you like that, Team Crossroads? There you go. I can almost hear them up here through these windows. They get another point for them.
That's that siren.
No, that was people, I think.
Was it?
Yeah, they got a crowd over there. I see them take their pictures yesterday. I swear there was 500 people in those bleachers. It was pretty good, pretty impressive. You guys were all busy eating. You didn't see that.
Well, we did our team
bonding
dinner, and then they called the team spirit. Well, you're not going to get them away from food.
They were spirited around that Fazoli's
Exactly.
and Subway. Yeah. But there was a dedicated 11 people in the bleachers. They were there. Josh Rogers, he's already gone. John Whitmer, New Albany, Ohio, racing for Pacemakers. Crossroads, root your guy on. He's got some work to do. Finish line goes to Whitmer. 004, 12-12 on the 12 flat, getting it done. Josh Rogers goes 13:06 on the 12:98. Got behind on the starting line. Takes a loss by 200ths.
So again, tension out there in the pits. All remaining Pro Class cars, all remaining both sides to lanes 1 and 2, which will be on the west side. Alrighty, up next we have Nick Hastings here, Shelby, Ohio racer, Summit Motorsports Park, 1234 the dial in the little Mustang. Greg McCurry, the Milan Dragway racer in the 84 Camaro, 1201 the dial, 300's going to the head start here in the Summit Racing Equipment lane. Both drivers clean and green. Here comes Greg trying to chase down Nick. Can he get him done? The finish line's going to tell us it is Nick with the win. He's 6 above taking the win. He had Greg kind of tattooed at the start line.
Yeah, that's the only word for it.
Yep.
Yeah, Nick Hastings got nasty right there.
Yes, he
So
did.
That's what he does.
That's why they call him Nasty Nick Hastings.
That's exactly right. James Gibbs, they call you nasty for other reasons, like raising your shirt up.
Yeah, we're all the way over here. Look, up again he goes.
Yeah, you don't
Come
do
on.
it. Don't do it. There's women and children here. Stop it.
We already got phone calls to the tower about some guy over there.
Yeah, but if any of you want to see that, follow him on Facebook. Find him there if you can look at stuff like that. I don't want to.
All righty, Killcare and Gateway. Your components right here, Gary Knight and Gary Lewis. So Gary's going to win. Gary Knight getting the win for Killcare Dragway. 3 above. Moving on, taking 6th thou at the finish line.
And the one thing I will say, Scott, is there's something that always happens every time we get up here. People begin to blow up my Facebook every time we start announcing.
Well, because they don't have mine.
Well, that's true. You can find him at Scott Daniels. Look at him on Facebook. It's good. Add him to your page.
Nah.
Yeah, it's good. Steve Collier, Huber Heights, Ohio, 71 Chevelle, down to 1221, racing for Team Killcare.
Ted Lipka, the Gateway Motorsports Park racer, 82 Camaro.
Collier going to try and hold off Ted at the finish line. Can he get it done? Look for the win line. Yes, sir, he does. 12:24 on the 12:21. Give the win to Steve Collier and Team Killcare.
You notice we're faster at telling who won than the win light down there in
I
that
noticed
left
that.
lane.
Yeah, it's we have a screen, Scott.
I know it.
Yeah.
I just thought we were good.
But if you're Steve Collier, he already knew it was coming on.
That's
he knew.
the check casher.
Yeah, he said when I left the line, I knew it was coming on.
All righty, Cody Allenball right here, Crossroads Dragway. Stand up and cheer. Here's your guy, 1216 the dial. National Drag Lane, Killcare Dragways, Eric Toft. Here we go. Cody's got some holding off to do. Can he do it?
Double breakout.
Double breakout. And, well, I can't tell you because our screen went away.
Yeah, I didn't touch the button.
You didn't know
Scott.
because you got one hand in a glass of milk.
We got Cheyenne right there.
Yeah, we got Cheyenne right there.
We're going to coin a phrase.
Yeah.
When the screen clears, you have nothing to say. That's what we're going to call it.
All right, Gateway Motorsports Park, stand up for Eric Lipka. Going to get the bye run this round. Moving on to round number next. 12-11 the dial. See what they can put down for a package here.
You can do it.
All righty. Super Pro. You're called to lane 17 and 18 on the east side. All Super Pro, both sides to 17 and 18 will be on the east side.
It's like a step up. You're on the west side. You got to come all the way over here. A lot of work.
Yep.
But we promise to be worth it once you get here.
So, what was that saying you were saying earlier? Boogada, here we go, or something?
That was you. Yeah.
Was that me?
Yeah, that was signed.
That's right, because you told me I was wrong. But I was going by what I heard at the Roundy Round track.
Right.
So it got me going.
You got confused.
Yeah.
Exactly. Oh, here we go. I get a text message from Alan Neff, too, and he's like, hey, FYI, I'm semi-retired, you comedians. He said, I only race when I'm announcing, which ain't much.
Yeah, ain't no kidding.
Me too, except normally the announcing turns out a lot better than the racing. Like this weekend.
Well, your top 5, folks, in 5th place now, Muncie Dragway, 35 points. Gateway Motorsports Park and Summit Motorsports Park tied for 3rd place with 36. Crossroads Dragway, you're number 2 with 38.
And Gibbs Raceway Park.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean Lions Raceway Park. Sorry, I got confused. Gibbs is like, man, I'm becoming a celebrity right now.
Still in the lead with 42 points. Good job, guys.
Crossroads trimmed it up, though. It was 6. Now it's 4.
Yep.
So Crossroads, are you after Lions? I think they are. They're getting serious.
Well, here's our high schoolers coming up next, folks. They're young high schoolers.
Yeah, that's typically the requirement for being in high school.
Well, I don't know.
I'm just saying.
Depends what part of the country you're in.
Scott, don't start that. You got yourself in trouble the other day. You was on like a little, I think you were on the banned list. Blaine Rager, Thurston, Ohio, the 80 Camaro, racing for Team National Trail, down to 13:55. Eric Lyons, Ashcombe, Illinois, 95 Mustang, racing for Coles County Dragway, down to 14:77. This ought to be a good race.
Yes, it should.
Here comes Blaine.
Superstar
getting paid.
Superstar
Break out for Derek
racer is in the house getting paid.
Win goes to Blaine Rager and Team National Trail. Hey, sorry for the interruption, but Aaron Dysinger's up here. He's like, see, I am a superstar. I got paid.
Got paid.
We got paid too, Dysinger. We're not scared. We got Oreos. So take that. We're not sharing either. Josh Pickett, 12:17. Chase Hubner, down to 12:06. Team Byron, Team Lucas Oil Raceway. Getting the win is Lucas Oil, 12:18 on the 12:17. As Chase was there first, breaks it out by 100th. Josh is your winner. Up next, Austin Gamble, Indianapolis, Indiana, the 14 Charger. Racing for Team Lucas Oil Raceway, down to 14:58. Good luck, Scott.
Dialed 1680 for Coles County Dragway is Abby. She goes red.
Yep.
That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah,
I'm not butchering that one.
Don't try that. They might have radios on, might hear us.
You think they do?
Maybe.
I know this next
would.
one will.
Oh, yeah, no doubt in my mind.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the Dragon Wagon coming up next.
That is Mr. Morgan Wood, as Austin Gamble took the red light from Abby, and he moves on 14:40. Morgan Wood, Wabash, Indiana. Malibu Wagon racing for Team Muncie, down to 14:82.
Team Crossroads, here's your driver, John Weiss, and his 73 Camaro, 1283 the dial.
No fighting. We know you two teams are right side by side.
And keep
it
that
nice.
siren off.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess if they win, they can do what they want.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the way it works. To the victor go the spoils. You know, that's the way it works.
Yep.
Here we go.
Woody's off clean green.
This is going to be a race right here.
Yep.
200 separating them on the starting line. John Weiss looking for Morgan Wood in that station wagon. Who's going to get the win? It is, John Weiss. He's 32 on the starting line, goes 3 above, 1286 for the win. Morgan was 012 on the starting line, goes 8 above, taking the loss.
All righty, up next, Muncie Dragway, here she is, Mariah Hunter, the Pendleton, Indiana racer, 1454 the dial.
I've got Kate Crum out of Jamestown, Ohio, the 89 Ranger, racing for Team Killcare, down to 1281.
Mariah looking, trying to hold them off, and see brake lights. She gets there first, breaks out by
13.
13.
Yeah, but following her through's K, breaking out by, I think 6. I'm not sure, I don't remember. Amber Price, Terre Haute, Indiana, on the bye run. 15:08, 89.62. All right.
Okay, here we go. We're going with the team managers and operators race. Up first, we have over there in that National Dragster lane for Team Bunker Hill. Well, I don't know if we'll have any names in. No, yeah, we do. Dave Wyatt, Bunker Hill Drag Strip, up against Beacon Dragways, Kevin Westmoreland.
So we're being told this car that Dave's in was built by his son, who was the winner of the second ever Junior Dragster National event right here at Lucas Oil Raceway.
That's what they said for
many
the
years ago, and he
group.
built this beautiful, beautiful car. So racing for Team Bunker Hill and Team Beacon. Hey guys, this all you racers and stuff, y'all be watching this because this is your chance to take a shot at your track owner and go, you know what, you think it's so easy, try it.
No, they can't because
why?
Some of them may not be racing.
Well, it's possible. We'll still take a shot at you. It doesn't matter.
Well, you always take a shot at me.
Exactly. So here we go. We're not talking to these guys because they will have radios on there.
Exactly.
They'll cheat. We know what they do.
Yep.
So good luck. Drive what you think. Finish line.
Well, we can because it's time runs.
Oh, that's true. That's true. So we can we just make fun of them.
We just make fun of them.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So y'all get better than that. 17-18 for Dave. 17-12 for Kevin.
All right. Next competitor, Killcare, up against Gateway.
Brian Cripps
Wow.
and Deb Schneider. Look at that. 002 for Brian.
Whew. Laying the smackdown down. Getting down there 16.94 with the one at 79.81.
Brian's like, I wish I could just bottle that for first round.
Exactly. I'll just anybody get inside that,
That's right.
have it.
17-27 for Deb. Charlie Lindsay, Team Route 66 in the National Dragster side.
Sarah Cassidy for Coles County Dragway. Here in the Summit Racing Equipment lane.
Oh, turns it red. That's okay. Doesn't matter now.
Don't matter now.
Does not hurt a thing.
Just not want to show their hand right now.
Could be. You think it's a hustle job?
I think so.
It could have been.
I think that's what you were trying to do, but you forgot your eliminations.
I did. I forgot. I was like, hey, if I go red now, never mind. You'll get to race later. But thank you again, Scott, for reminding me of my transgressions for the weekend.
Well, here we go. The next compadres are, well, this is going to be Randy right here, I can tell. Lucas Oil Raceways, Randy Simpson. Rod Zolman for Pacemakers Dragway. Couple Ford Mustangs here.
Look at that.
Well.
Hey, Scott, isn't this your truck back here?
Yeah.
Looks like it's been stolen. I guess you're not racing.
I'm not racing.
Yeah, you're out. Yeah, you got fired.
She better not break it.
Yeah, that could. Yeah, if she does, she does. You'll fix it. That's what you have a shop for.
Her and her mom won't get home tonight.
That's what you have a shop for, Scott.
I got the motorhome. I'm going home.
Yeah, I bet you do. After the comments you've made this weekend, you'll be lucky if you don't walk anyway. Just saying. All right, Sam Lance out of Summit Motorsports Park in the National Dragster side. BJ Vangsness out of Byron Dragway. Wave your flag if I messed up his name. Yeah.
I'm sure we did.
I offered it. They didn't do it, so maybe I got it right. Yep. I doubt it. Sam's going to get there first. Goes 16.21 at 86.5. BJ goes 16.74 at 80 mile an hour.
All right. Up next, we have National Trail Raceway Jordan Newell.
And over the National Dragster side.
Is that Kylie? Kylie?
Stop it. She'll punch you. Kaylee Daniels racing for Team Muncie Dragway. She leaves first.
Yep.
She's going to take some, out next round. She'll be fine, Scott.
Yeah, she'll have to roll some out of the box next round.
Right. Now, I meant take off some of the tailgate or something like that, make it go a little faster. She'll get there first. She goes 17:20 at 83.99.
Jordan goes 17:50 at 78.05.
I really thought your truck would run faster than that. They said something about hooking nitrous up to it or something.
They probably did.
Yeah, I'm sure. I think Josh did.
Yeah, well, then we know it's not working then.
Oh, Scott, that's your employee. Yeah.
That's why I said, no, it's not working then.
Well, like Dawn said, you hired him, so just saying.
All righty, here's your last one for Lions Raceway Park, Jay Farnsworth. Come on, minions, stand up, cheer him on.
Wow. Hey, we were talking about that high school race a minute ago. I get a text from Daryl Thornburg. And you know what he says? He says, Huntington grads on average are 23 years old. And they run racetracks. That's what he said. I don't know.
I didn't graduate at 23. I graduated at 16.
Well,
I was above average.
They just told you to leave. They just said, Scott, go.
Okay.
Yeah, they said go run a racetrack somewhere, and then, hey, Scott, these Oreos are running out. You've been eating way too many.
Yeah, I don't want any more.
You're done?
I'm done.
You're tapped out.
Tapped out. I'm going to have to tap out here.
That's okay.
So that was your first round of the managers and operators race.
Of their time trial.
Time trial.
They may only get one. I mean, they make us go one and done.
Super Pro over in the east side, 17 and 18. Now we need Super Pro bikes, both sides to 13 and 14. Super Pro bikes, lanes 13 and 14.
Oh, yeah, they're right back again. They get 2 time shots, Scott. So if you are a track manager, you ought to be back here. You all are making another time shot right back to back. So track managers, looks like you all knew you're all back here, or coming back anyway. So we figure, hey, you want us all to come back that fast? Come right back around. That's what we'll do.
Yep, so if you're a track manager operator, come right back to the lanes for your second time shot.
They might think they're that good they don't need it.
Well, some of them might not. Well, that one right there, Brian don't. Look at Brian. He was 002 and 007.
You're wasting them, Brian. I'm just saying. Bottle them for later.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Can we get a quick inspection at the end of the track or something?
Beginning of the track. Let's pull the white car in and look for it.
Yeah, I'm saying, man.
Did I have my mic on when I
said
that
was
on
on,
radio?
Scott. That was verbal. That was out.
Oops.
Yeah. You got to turn that filter on where you don't always say it, but it works. Charlie Lindsay, Route 66.
Sarah from Coles County Dragway, 049. Couple good lights there.
Sarah did get better that time.
Yeah.
I told you she would. I wasn't worried about it.
She was showing her hand. Getting down there first will be Sarah 14-16 at 97. Charlie goes 15-94 at 85-43.
Who we got coming next? I've got BJ Vang's Nest. So, see, it's like, don't let that guy have my name again. Move to my side. National Dragster Lane for Team Byron.
Team Gateway, Deb Schneider. She's a little red.
BJ's like 026. I told you, give me 2 time shots, I'll figure this mess out.
I'll have it dialed in.
That's right.
Yep.
It's good. Hey, she did come back.
Oh, yeah, she made it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't believe you were even worried, Scott.
I wasn't worried.
Yeah, you were. You said, well, Kaylee probably didn't know that. She won't
She
come
probably
back.
stopped by to get a sandwich.
She might have.
Probably from Gary. Gary probably made her a sandwich on the way back.
No, he hasn't been doing his job all week, and he got fired.
That's right. He got fired.
He's been relieved of his
he got
duties.
Fired.
Yeah.
Relieved of his duties.
When we're planning this next year, Scott, that's the first thing we're going to start planning. Forget the team. Forget shirts. We're planning food. First thing. Yeah, we got to eat next year. So whatever I have to do to get Gerald Engel here next year to make some food, I'm in. Take a few dives myself.
Yeah, that's the bad thing. That's one thing not having him here.
That's true.
The bad thing is no food. The good thing is no explosions.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, you missed those this weekend. The little displays. That's not where they came from, but I heard that he may know somebody.
Know somebody.
He knows a guy.
He knows a guy. Knows a guy.
Exactly. But he does know how to cook.
That he does.
I mean, he's a grill master, supreme.
Right. Jay Farnsworth back up again for Lions. He's not in his 13 F250 though. That's a funny looking F250.
Did we just make a vehicle swap? Not sure.
I have.
It's okay.
But, hey, he's 023 to the good right there.
Yeah.
rods for pacemakers running down through there. Going to get there first. Well, 13:21.
Jay's still going.
Yeah, there he goes.
17:15 at 79:27. Says, hey, catch me if you can. All right, here's Kaylee Daniels again, Team Muncie Dragway.
Well,
she went the other way.
The other way.
But she's going to meet in the middle next time.
I would
It's
hope.
good. All right, Sam Lance, Summit Motorsports Park.
La-di-di-da. Here we go.
Sam's will get there first. That pickup
This-
truck outran yours, Scott.
Yep. This is a turtle race.
16:15 to a 17:08.
What'd you do last time? 17:20?
17:20. Your
Man.
truck's not very consistent either.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
You need to work on that.
Nah.
It's like, hey, Scott's like, hey, if I give you a vehicle to run within 12, it's your job to make it work.
Exactly.
Yeah, he said
put a
just
dial
carry
and go.
20 or 30. You're fine. All right. Now I'm seeing some more.
Want to race down the same track as the stars of NHRA? Tracks all across the country host events that you and your family can race at and be part of. Race your street car at the NHRA Drag Street Legal Style presented by AAA. Or your hot rod in the Summit Racing Series, where you can be crowned track, division, and even the NHRA Summit National Champion. And don't forget that kids can race in the Summit Junior Drag Racing League, starting at 5 years old. And for teenagers 13 to 16, there's NHRA Junior Street. It's family fun at an NHRA member track near you. Visit NHRA.com for a complete list of the tracks and programs. Remember, drag a friend to the track and share the speed.
Super Pro, we've already made the call to the lanes for them on
Yep.
the east side.
East side, Super Pro bike to the east side.
Yeah, they should have been there a long time ago, wherever they're going.
Well, I think Super Pro cars are out next.
Think so?
Yeah.
All right. We'll know as they pull up here. We'll figure it out. Hey,
Yeah. Hey, look, coming up the return road, folks, right there is young Kaylee Daniels. Yeah, nice light there,
good work,
girl.
Kaylee.
You're doing good.
That's right. Keep it up. You're awesome. Just don't break your dad's truck. Whatever you do.
I'm getting home no matter what.
You're probably not. You may not have a home to go to. You
Oh,
still have some disparaging remarks to Dawn that you got to make up for.
Hey, you know, she took my advice after the first night. She didn't want me to come up here talking about it, so she had her CPAP machine out.
You are cruising for one, Scott. I'm telling you, that woman will kill you. You have to sleep at some point. I know after this weekend you're going to be tired, and you're going to get a rude awakening in the middle of the night. I've heard about them. That's not suitable for this, but
Yeah.
it's going to happen.
We got to watch what we say.
That's right. We are G rated up here. Maybe PG. Scott, he is just straight to the offensive zone. Doesn't care. It's like whoever you are, you got one coming. Back. What's up? I think we just I think Williams coming to fire us. He's like, I've had enough. I cannot take any more of this freak show. That's what we think it is too. So, all right, our time has come to an end. We're going to turn the mics over to Mr. William Tharp and Mr. Nick Agresta. So take it away, boys.
Guys, once again, let me tell you, your enthusiasm really carries through the stands. They were talking about you out there. Great job, guys. I don't know that either one of us could work with you because you guys are a team, and we appreciate you. I'm not just saying that. That's the truth. Great job, guys. Yes, sir. Okay, so Steve and Scout out of here doing a great job, and we're ready now. William, good to work with you again after all these years, it seems like.
Attention to the pits is a class call. Class call Sportsman, West Side, 5 and 6. 5 and 6. Going to converge on the west side. If you're Sportsman, you're still in. West Side, lanes 5 and 6 this time, please. And
Well, just like, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead,
I was going to say,
William.
we're getting to that point of the day where we start piling everybody in one set of lanes.
Yep.
You know, I was just down there making my reservations out in Pomona again, you know, something like that.
There you go.
All joking aside, you know, people are actually looking at it. It's getting to that point.
Well, and it's going to come to that point here in not too distant a future. That's right. We're going to pile them all into the one lane. So when you hear your call, as William just called Sportsman, those are the lanes you're going to come. Whether you were on the east side or the west side, you're going to come to those lanes because that's where you are now as we're whittling these fields down, William. And just a gorgeous day. It's been all day long. So different from the past couple of days, and it's worked out for everybody in the stands, our crew, and the racers. And this should be a great, great round here as we get ready to go with the pair in the water box. This gorgeous, gorgeous 66 Chevelle wagon, resale red, bright red car there. Get out and look at this one. Rob Fisher out of Humboldt, Illinois, running for Coles County Dragway USA, 744 the dial, Summit side.
Well, he's got a tough customer pulling up alongside the National Dragster lane. The one, the only, Mr. Mike McKinney out of Centerville, Indiana. He'll be running for Team Muncie, and I'm telling you, Muncie's putting a hurting them on over here this year. Definitely McKinney helping the cause. Would love to get another round win. So getting down to the nitty-gritty. 2 go down, 1 come back, and yeah, this should be good.
And Fisher bought both wagons. He bought the brown wagon. He's got the red wagon still in, went out in the brown one, but here he is. Loving to go another round, as William says. So this should be a good one.
Well, 647 dial-in for McKinney looking down the National Dragster lane. So he's going to have to sit there for a little bit as that resale red wagon, as you mentioned, will get the head start.
Just a couple of bulb head start here. Should be fun at the stripe. Fisher, as he normally does, very carefully safe. Bringing green, somebody with a little bit in the bank, William, as we look at the lights, because they can't see him, we can. And on the top end charge, look at that. It did not matter.
No, Mike McKinney overcame a deficit at the starting line to take the win light. 649 with a 4 on a 647. He had 10 thou at the stripe to work with, so he got around him. Mr. Fisher just could not get the numbers out of the wagon.
Right, 5 over 49 for him also at 85 miles per hour. Here's Chuck Lewis, Adrian, Michigan, the hometown. 70 Duster, bright yellow car glistening here in the afternoon sun. Mile and Dragway, the home track, 583 the dial, Summit side.
And Mitch Vincent alongside almost a heads-up race, a 584 for Mitch. Chuck in at a 583. That 67 Camaro with a 49 power plant for Team Byron. Man, it's going to be a tough race here in the National Dragster lane. Nearly heads up, as we mentioned, between the two.
Yeah, my old eyes will never pick up that handicap, I guarantee you. Here we go. Oh my. How about identical, almost off the line. We'll not say anything. But the winner here, dead on. 83 with the 133 pack there for Lewis. You're 1 over.
Yeah, he took the hard way around, as they would say. You had a 14 thou margin at the stripe, as Chuck Lewis is going to be your winner on that one. Mitch put up a good fight. 1 thou was the spread on the start, so good race by both drivers. As we bring up Greg Dillman in the National Dragster lane, Greenwood, Tennessee, make that Greenwood, Indiana. Wow, maybe I need to sit closer. That 67 Camaro. 620 is the dial-in the Lions Raceway representative in the National Dragster lane.
Yeah, that's Larry Robertson. I heard you guys talking before, and that's why this old guy's sitting close. You see me with my bifocals. Harry Carroll had a little bit of after Dillman. Oh boy, somebody with a ton in the bank. Can he hang on? It ain't over till it's over, and a breakout too quick for Dillman. How about that 005 light? Sealed the victory there, 580 at 118. The margin of victory, 4th out the stripe.
Going to set things up for Eric Paul out of Evansville, Indiana, in a gorgeous, and I mean gorgeous, 1972 Challenger for Beach Bend Raceway Park. He'll dial a 605.
Another one of those Ohio Valley guys. He was your Sunoco Racing Fuels Race of Champions competitor just the other night. Ed Michael out of Georgetown, Indiana, just across the line there from Kentucky, 610 the dial, Summit side. And this high-flying little Nova. It's going to be fun to watch this one.
I bet you can see the difference in the tree on this one, Nick, but then again, you really can't because of the blinders.
Yeah, exactly, but that's still pretty close. There goes that patent and wheels up start for Michael. See what happens on the top end charge, and you got the winner, pal.
That's right, Eric Paul in the National Dragster lane, 605 dead on 1 at 27 at the stripe to work with. Is that over there? Well, he's dead on 2, but what happened?
Well, I'd say that's a little bit of a whole shot win there for Mr. Paul.
Brings up Brent Vincent here in the National Dragster Lane. 91 Camaro out of Byron, Illinois for Byron Dragway. 640. That's the target we're shooting for down there in the lane.
And Lucas Walker, he's going to be the chaser here out of Mayfield, Kentucky. His 93 Mustang running for Beach Bend Raceway Park. 574 the dial here in the Summit Lane. On the line, Walker takes the win. One motor down here in the Summit Lane. Boy, I want to tell you what, if Vincent could have had anything out there, he may have had something for him. It's a 75 on a 74, 1-over win there for Walker. Just 1 over for your guy, too. So, boy, if we'd have had clean and green, that would have been fun.
Yeah, you always got to hate giving it up here at the starting line, but you got to go for it. You can't slack off. You've got to give it your best, and sometimes the best turns into a red light. We'll rack things up for Gene Cash in the National Dragster Lane out of Tell City, Indiana for Beach Bend Raceway Park with the 72 Vega. Dialed a 647.
And Michigan Motorplex sends us Michael Gramlich. Gramlich out of Maybe, Michigan. 70 Malibu, dialed in at 597. Quick little car here, Summit side. Oh my! Red light start uncustomary there for Gramlich. He's been all over that tree, but goes minus 003.
Yeah, Gene Cash going to cash in another round win. 648 with a 2. A 647 to the National Dragster Lane. He will advance with the Vega, and we'll see him here after bed.
Here's Jesse Brandt. Brandt out of Mattoon, Illinois. His 85 Cutlass. Coles County Dragway USA, dial in at 769 Summit side.
Well, that's the Chasee. I got the Chaser over here in the National Dragster Lane. Brad Doan, the Terre Haute, Indiana, with the 88 Ford Ranger for Crossroads Dragway, down a 658.
Yeah, Big Brad, a fireman over there in Terre Haute. Fun guy to be around. He and his lovely wife, Marcia, campaign this little Ranger.
It looked like we had something blown around down there around the 8th mile stripes. The track official jumping the wall there wisely, grabbing that for us. We'll let the gentlemen do their deal.
And a red light start by Bramble saying Brad Doan to next round. Great 002 light there for Doan. Goes 002. Goes under on the run. That's okay. A 771 over for Brandt. Boy, tough race for him as he goes minus 002. So reaction times were 002.
Yeah, both drivers had to go after it, and one of them did, and one of them won, one of them lost. Kind of the way it goes in a situation like this. It looks like you got the last car of the round.
How about that Mike Cool? Mike and Chrissy Toole's entry out of West Terre Haute, Indiana, the 87 Monte Carlo. And they're blowing that horn down there for Crossroads. Cool, patented. Starting line lead, 13 off the tree. 43 on the dial. Let's see how he does. Just another day at the office for Mike Toole. 43 with an 8 on a 43. How about a 21 pack there? Okay, here we go. These are your points as we got them. Go ahead, William. Bring us up to date. We've seen us really getting close.
Well, we'll start with the number 10 spot, currently Ohio Valley Dragway. Number 9 is Milan Dragway. Number 8, Route 66. And then we'll move up to number 7 with National Trail at 32. And then we get up to Pacemakers in the 6th spot with 33. Then we got, it looks like a three-way tie for 3rd between Summit Motorsports Park, Gateway Motorsports Park, and Muncie Dragway. And then the dogfight at the top between Lions Raceway Park and Crossroads Dragway. Lions currently in first position by 2 points. Crossroads needing a couple of round wins to get up to the tie part.
Yep, that's what it's going to take, as you well know, because you've been there, done that, and been to Pomona.
The cool thing about this is, even though we're not in contention for that championship, I'm so happy to see other tracks getting a chance to fight for that. That's a feeling that you just can't describe.
Well, I wish everybody, as I said, I don't want to, belabor this point, but not to beat you up with it, but boy, the joy on your face last year when Killcare won it, it was something to see. Here's Bill Leahy out of Columbus, Ohio, the Pacemaker Dragway Park entry Dial in 477 Summit Side.
He'll be alongside Mark Long in the National Dragster Lane out of Brownsburg for Lucas Oil Raceway with the 70 Duster. Got a 631.
So big head start. He does. Here he comes. Couple of good lights. Winners anytime, but let's see what happens. And the winner, 002 off the tree. How about a 77 with a 2? It looks like a 4-pack to me. How about you, old buddy?
Yeah, I'll take that for 2, Alex, and move him along. Check it out over here for Mark, though. He's dead on 5. 19 on the tree to a 002. He's packing a 4-package, 20 at the stripe. Your day's done.
Wow, hard to believe on that one. Here is Eric Bonniwell. 501 the dial out of Terre Haute, Indiana. His undercover chassis underneath him as the Crossroads Dragway veteran here moves up to stage Summit Side.
Stephen Holman alongside out of Pataskala for Pacemakers Dragway. 68 Camaro, a 654.
So classic confrontation, we love to call him the open cockpit car for Bonniwell. Holman there in that door slammer. Red light set for Eric Bonniwell to next round action. I guarantee you that horn. Oh, Zach Rudy down there blowing that horn hard now. Crossroads Dragway with another win, 12 off the light. How about dead on 5 for a 17-pack for Eric Bonniwell?
Brings up Joe Robertson Jr. out of Bloomington with the 74 Maverick down to 641. Going to occupy the National Dragster Lane for Lions Raceway Park.
And Kevin Hall out of Shelbyville, Indiana, running for Muncie. Dragway 560 the dial here in the Summit Lane. Neat little 71 Chevelle, all business car, 454 inches of Chevrolet. Oh boy, they're glued together off the start here, William. This could be anybody's race on the stripe, and it's Hall. Hall with a win for Muncie, as he'll go 560, or on his 560 goes 561. Your guy?
Well, Joe, he had him on the tree by 9, had him covered, but I'd have to say probably let Kevin right around him at the stripe. 44 with a 1 on a 41 and only 105. There's a little mile per hour left in the tank on that one that he wishes he could have back.
Yeah, good observation there, buddy. As here we go with Dominic Bowden. Bowden will stage up for Route 66, 465, one of those quick cars over there, Summit Side.
And Ted Cannon alongside with the Racecraft Dragster Triple Nickel for motivation, looking for a 508 for Team Byron in that National Dragster Lane.
So long cars a pair here for you. And 2 tough guys, you're not tough. Oh my, almost identical off the starting line. 2 separate them. And the win for Bowden. 65 with a 6 on a 65 for a 23-pack. Call your numbers because he had the light.
Yeah, he had him by 2 on the tree, a 15 over a 17, but just didn't have the ET at the stripe. 510 with a 2 on a 508. Not going to get it done when Dominic gets there 14th thou in front.
Here's Bill Webb, Centerburg, Ohio, the hometown. National Trail Raceway, the home track. 467 the dial, Summit Side.
How about a 473 dial in for Alex Jones out of Wheatland, Indiana. He'll be in the National Dragster Lane for Lions Raceway Park.
So here we go. They're tied together. They look at the stripe and wind light says Webb. Webb, 13 off the tree. Dead on. Dead on with an O on his 67 for a 13-pack. Tell you what, William, it's getting tough.
You better bring both barrels loaded for this round of racing, and it's only going to get tougher. Jones, he was there on the tree, had the numbers, just not the right numbers to get the win light.
Jeremy McCune, I believe it is, running for Gateway Motorsports Park. He was your Sunoco Racing Fuels Race of Champions competitor. He'll stage up 656 Summit Side.
Bradley Miles alongside out of Terre Haute, Indiana for Lions Raceway. 485's the number. He's going to be chasing some Nova taillights here in just a couple moments.
So Bradley tickles that bulb. The cue comes in. Oh boy, here we go. Top in charge. Jeremy out in front. Kenny Haig. Oh my. William, you tell him what happened here.
Well, the situation where you got a quick dragster coming after you got to make a decision. Jeremy took it out the back door by 54, and unfortunately not able to get the wind light. Does the breakout, gives the wind light over to Mr. Miles.
Yeah, like a 45 light beats a 006 light.
That's why they call it racing. And our final vehicle here in this round of Super Pro, Jim Halverstad for Team Edgewater out of Cleves, Ohio. The 468 dialing on the dragster, and I got to tell you, Jim and his dad come up and race with us at a couple times at Killcare. Some of the nicest people out there, very positive, very good racers. Glad to see them going some rounds here today.
And I made the comment earlier in the day that I wouldn't want to be a racer and have this car coming on me at a nighttime race because this car is stealth black. Beautiful piece it is. But man, if you looked over, you may not see that thing at night.
I think I'll stick to the microphone thing because the racing side is not working either, so we'll see.
Well, that's not true. I'll just tell you that right now.
Well, it'll go a 471.0145 there for Jim on a 468. He will advance, and I think we're getting ready to rack up some motorcycles down here. I tell you what, the rounds are clicking off here pretty quick, and before you know it, somebody's going to be realizing the dreams of winning the bracket finals.
Yeah, and a trip to Pomona, California, and all the gold that is the Summit Racing Equipment ET Finals.
Now, I've got to tell you, Nick, I had the experience to go out there last year. Stephen Collier was able to make it out there, helped him get there, seen the banquet, seen the ceremonies, and was a part of that. Until you go out there and realize that yourself and take it all in, you don't understand it. I used to be one of those guys that didn't talk about it too much. Oh, yeah, it's neat, it's interesting. When you get there and you're involved with the way you're treated, it is unbelievable. So those that are still in competition, don't think about it yet, but when you get there, take it all in and enjoy it.
There's the perspective from a man who's been there. Okay, here we go, Super Pro bike. Bob Foster Jr. out of Lansing, Illinois, his 2007 Kawasaki. When your bifocals ain't working, they just ain't working. He's your Sunoco Race of Champions contestant from Route 66 down in at 781 Summit Side.
Joe Novak Sr. out of Carlton, Michigan for Milan Dragway, going to down an 827. That's a couple fast motor scooters out there, my friend.
I'm telling you, we've seen some big speeds. We saw 160 mile an hour clocking on one of these bikes.
I'm looking at that 781 doing 827, and I'm going, wow, that's mighty fast. That's way faster than my scooter will go that I've been known to crash a time or two.
So here we go. Good matchup as we whittle this bike field down. This, your quarterfinal round. We look around and we don't see anybody else back there. That's unofficial until it's done, but what it looks like to us. Oh boy, we're clean and green, pretty close off the line. Here we go, William.
And down at the stripe, the wind light's going to go to your guy.
Yeah, Bob Foster with the win. 783 on an 81, 31 on the 27. 8,000's the margin of victory for Bob Foster in Route 66.
And they were both way over $150 in the mile an hour department, and judging it to an 8,000 margin, that, my friend, is some good riding. Going to bring up Rick Poole out of New Franklin, Ohio for Summit Motorsports Park on the Suzuki National Dragster Lane, Dalton 840.
And Greg Darm now in the Summit side as he moves. Rick has been in that Summit Lane all day, moves over to the National Dragster side. See how it works out. Pretty close off the creek. Both guys did their job on the line. And the wind light will flash here in your lane.
Yeah, Rick Poole going to get the wind light. He overcame the starting line deficit, had plenty of room at the stripe. He's dead on two. Took a little more wind light than he needed to, but his wind light's on. That's all that matters.
He gets that's close down there.
Well, you start thinking about it on a bike, that's even more distance than you really want to have. But hey, Frank Linder's going to wind out things here in Pro Bike. Check this out. He'll get the bye run for Route 66 Raceway out of Washington, Illinois, aboard his Suzuki Down 8:10.17.
So Linder's been on his mark all day long, gets that by run. You need one of those during the course of going some rounds, no doubt.
I'm not really sure what happened to him on this run, but he's heading on down track, so we'll just get geared up with what we got coming up for the next, I believe, round of racing.
Well, we're still close here, William. We'll read the points to you once again just to keep you up to date unofficially. Lions Raceway Park still ahead by 2, 43 points to Crossroads in the second place at 41. Then there comes a couple of guys here, or tracks in third place. Muncie Dragway, Summit Motorsports Park, tied for the third spot. And then we go number 5, Gateway Motorsports Park, Pacemakers in the sixth spot. 7 is National Trail Raceway. Number 8, Route 66 Raceway. Number 9, it's Milan Dragway. Number 10, Ohio Valley Dragway. We'll go on down to the 16th spot. 11 is Byron Dragway. 12 is Beach Bend Raceway Park. Number 13, Edgewater Sports Park. Your guys in at number 14, Killcare Dragway. Coast County Dragway, USA, number 15. And Lucas Oil Raceway at Indianapolis, setting in the 16th spot. So you look up there, that top 5 with Gateway, Summit, Muncie, Crossroads, and Lions. Oh boy, anything can happen now.
Well, it's only a 2-point spread for Crossroads and Lions, and I'm telling you, that can go away in a hurry. Well, I'm going to jump over in your lane as we bring up this round of sportsmen as Stephen Collier brings up the Chevelle out of Huber Heights, Ohio for Team Killcare. 12:21's the dial for that machine.
And the guy you were just talking about, as a matter of fact, here's Jim Caden II out of Kirkersville, Ohio. His National Trail Raceway entry, 74 Duster, Little Plymouth 408-incher, down in at 12:06, National Dragster side. So our statistician, Ron Reglis, joins us here in the tower. As here we go. Guys off and running. Somebody with a little bit in the bank here, and we'll see what happens. Double breakout affair. Kincaid with the win. He goes 2 under, 4 on his 6. Wow, way under there for Collier. But it was the starting line advantage, the 12 light. Helped him a whole bunch here when we got to the stripe.
Well, you win some, you lose some. Let's try another Killcare representative, Gary Knight. The 96 Caprice Classic out of Fairborn down to 13:39. He's away from number 3.
I've been calling that the Tons of Fun car. Tony Schwab going to run him down here, hopefully. Brookville, Indiana, that's what he's hoping. The Sunoco Racing Fuels Race of Champions for Edgewater. Can he get there? Yup, yes he does. 12:39, dead on 1. 21 pack there. Breakout too quick for Knight as he goes 4 under. Whole shot win.
Well, $3,000, or I should say $3,000 at the stripe down there kind of made it interesting. But hey, it's going to be Breakout City. I think them conditions are changing out there. So hopefully Brad Fisher's got things dialed in where he needs them to be in the 67 C10 truck for Bunker Hill. Hoo-ah! On a 1295 dial.
Oh, that's good there, William. The shades of our old buddy, missing dearly, Brian Olson. Jason Wisman on the top end with his challenger. Who's it going to be as they motor down? He was your Sunoco Racing Fuels Race of Champions for Lucas Oil Raceway. He breaks out 49 on the 51.
Yeah, Mr. Fisher will advance 1298 with a 5 on a 1295. Overcame a little bit of a deficit at the start, so this may have been the gimme round for him to get him on.
Nick Hastings, 1235 the dial for his Mustang and Summit Motorsports Park, Summit side.
And Mike Ramley out of Columbia City, Indiana, 68 Camaro for Team Bunker Hill. Hoo-ah! That was a lot better. I like that one. That was more, had a more oomph behind it. 12 flat dial in the National Dragster lane. I'll get it right.
Oh, that's okay. Sounds good every time we hear it, no doubt about it. So great match up here. As the guys move up the stage, Hastings tickles that bulb. He's on. Oh boy, we got a race, as they say.
Yeah, we can't talk about it right yet, but when we can talk about it, there's a couple good lines we could throw in here to make this race even more interesting.
Double breakout win, 007 light beats a 002 light. They both break out on the pass. Under by 5 for Hastings. Look like it's, where was he? I missed that. It changed too quick on me.
Yeah, he was under by about 8. So if someone had decided to use the brake pedal, yeah, it would have been interesting. I think both of them just drove him out the back door.
Right. Here's Eric Lipka. Lipka running here for Gateway Motorsports Park, Summit Side.
Randy Heinzroth out of well, let's just say Illinois, so I don't make that any more worse than it already is. For Team Byron, 13-13's the number, and goes too quick.
Yep, Lipka there for the win. He'll go 12-12 on his 08, breakout too quick, 09 on the 13. And here we go. Cody Allenball out of Terrell, Indiana, his S10 pick-em-up truck, running for Crossroads Dragway, down in at 12-14, Summit Side.
Larry Fleming out of Franklin, Kentucky, 70 Duster for Beach Bend. The number.
And it's almost identical off the line as the best appearing sportsman car heading down against Allenball. Let's see what happens. They're going to approach the 1,000 foot. Somebody a little ahead, and it's a double breakout win for Crossroads Dragway. Cody Allenball going to next round. He'll go 6th thou under. And up there, oh my, full point under there, up in the other lane for Fleming.
Yeah, definitely a lot of breakouts going on here. So this is going to get interesting as the rounds get a little bit later. Conditions changing. We'll see if Bill Lewis has got the right dial in. It's a 12 flat. Will be up the National Dragster lane for the 72 Nova for Crossroads.
And Thomas Summers, he'll stage up. Tough break. Lewis red lights his chances away. Summit Motorsports Park with another point. Doesn't matter what happens down track now. Summers going to win it. He'll go 13:07 at 93. I'll tell you what, great run by Lewis. He goes 12:03 on the 12 flat at 110. We need pro cars, super pro cars. Back to your lanes.
Maryland Howells out of Michigan, 02 Trans Am for Team Milan. 12:46 is the dial-in National Dragster lane.
So pro cars back to lanes 1 and 2. Pro cars back to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro go to 17. Super Pro to 17-18. Pro to 1 and 2. John Whitmer trying to hang tough here for Pacemakers Dragway Park. His 12 flat dial. Let's see how he does on it. And he's going to win it. He goes 12:01, 103 to 2 over 48 on the 46. A whole shot win there for Whitmer.
Well, it looks like we got the next round of high school on deck back here. And, yeah, I don't know if you heard me earlier, but high school is where I got my start in this. Well, actually, the Highway State Patrol officer pulling me over doing 82, it's actually the one that started this whole process for me. But I digress on that. But it's always funny when you hear about people's first trips to the drag strip. How did they get started? And I'll always say it. The high school class is one of the coolest things out there. Some tracks have great programs. Ours is growing as we talk about it. So, we'll see what happens here coming up in this round of high school.
Well, Warren was making a gesture, but I'm not sure what that was. He's not looking at us now. Here we go, high school. This is this first round or second round?
I think we're in third round.
Third round. Show you where I've been.
We know it's not first round. We know that for sure. It's the round of next, as we like to say back home, as Kay Crum will be in the National Dragster lane for Team Killcare out of Jamestown, Ohio. 89 Ford Ranger down to 1274.
And how about that Amber Price Crossroads Dragway, the home track, is the young lady here with her 2001 Dakota, comes from a racing family. 1507 her dial.
All over at the starting line before Kay even leaves the line. Red light start for Amber. So Kay's going to take the Ranger on down the track in the National Dragster lane, seeing the wind light on, and she will go at 1267 with a 7. 1274, so definitely going to have to adjust the dial in on that one.
Josh Pickett out of Avon, Indiana, as he'll stage up. Lucas Oil Raceway at Indianapolis, his home track. 1217 the dial, Summit Side.
Brings up John Weiss out of Paris, Illinois. 73 Camaro for Crossroads Dragway, dialed a 1283.
So Big John Lee's first. He'll be chased by Pickett. On the top end, let's see what happens here as they approach the stripe, and the wind light will flash for Pickett. Too quick. Oh my, breaking out by 8 thousandths is John Weiss. Pickett going to win this one, 12.19 on his 17 at 107 miles per hour.
Brings up Austin Gamble out of Indianapolis, Indiana, with a night, make that a 2014 Charger.
Blaine Rager. Red lights his chances away for National Trail Raceway. Is that called the announcer's jinx?
You know, I don't really know, but I'm thinking that was round 3 that just went down, and we're coming back for round 4 because it looks like one of the classes you've always coined, what'd you call it, Top Fool Eliminator?
I don't think I coined it. I think that was Dennis Weiniger all those years ago. But, yeah, Top Fool Racing. This is the track manager's race. You raced in that, didn't you?
No, honestly, I've never actually raced in it since I've taken over my role at the facility. Usually throw someone else in there, give them the chance to have the opportunity. As I said earlier, I've retired from racing. I do a way better job at trying to run a track than I did ever racing. So let other people enjoy the opportunity, see what we can do, and we'll see what happens.
Well, not a bad job, as we said last year. You know, real quick story on Brian Olson. He and I were announcing the Top Fuel Racing one year, and Warren Evans, right across the window from us, was driving for Coles County Dragway USA in my limo. And it got there just before the timer shut off. And it was smoking so bad down track. And Brian Olson said, "Oh, my, look at that car smoke." And I said, "Brian, it's a diesel." He goes, "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was a diesel." But it was fun. The Top Fuel Racing, and here we go. Brian Cripps for Kill. Oh, I should let you take a nap, boy. Take him.
That's all right. Brian Cripps, Killcare Raceway. Winner, chicken dinner in the Grand Prix. 1701's the dial in the Summit Lane.
And Charlie Lindsay there for Route 66. Bulbs it here. So, Cripps going on.
1669 with a 9 there for Mr. Cripps. So we'll get the next pair racked up here.
Here's Sarah Cassidy for Coles County Dragway USA. We're just talking about him. 1416 the dial, Summit side.
And Deb Schneider at a Gateway Motorsports Park will be here in the National Dragster Lane. 1705 dial in. Looking down there, looks like we've got the Saturn taking on the Ragtop Camaro. Well, red light start on my side.
So Cassidy going to win this one. Good 47 light. Heading down track, Summit side. Sarah will be feeling good with that win light. 1424.97 to the breakout, and red light 1693 at 80.
And going to bring up Jordan Newell for National Trail Raceway. 1747 dial in over there in the Chevy Cruze.
And for Byron Dragway, BJ Vangness. Red lights his chances away there. So tough break there as a great looking 10 light on your side.
Yeah, definitely getting it done. Jordan, a 12 thou package in the track manager's race. This ought to be interesting. Wow.
Yeah. Here's Dave Wyatt. Dave running for Bunker Hill Drag Strip. And Dave's son, all those years ago, and his lovely wife Melanie, their son Michael won the 10-year-old Junior Dragster National Championship. That's Michael's car, like his everyday driver. Beautiful scallop 61 Ford, but he red lights his chances away. You got a winner.
Yeah, Sam Lance for Summit Motorsports Park getting the round win. Definitely needs to tone the light up just a little bit, but hey, 1603 with a 3 on a 1617. We'll get him to the next round.
I thought that was a zip code up there. I didn't realize that was the reaction time.
Nick, you just made it funny, my man. That was a pretty good one. I like that.
Well, what are you going to do? Hey, here's Randy Simpson. He's the main man here at Lucas Oil Raceway at Indianapolis. He's sitting on the line. Here he comes. Oh, my. Somebody with big trouble.
Big Trouble is not even the half of it. Kaylee Daniels alongside in the big truck out in front, 17-15. And your winner. Great 013 light for Kaylee in the truck. Wow, getting it done.
I'll not say anything about zip codes anymore, Randy.
Moving on so we both don't get kicked out of the announcer's booth. Jay Farnsworth over there on the National Dragster lane for Lions. 17-15 goes red.
And Rod Zalman for Pacemaker Dragway Park. He's going to win this one via that red light by Jay Farnsworth. I forgot they've got us tuned in to 87.9 on the FM dial. We're probably in big trouble, William.
That's all right. I'm only here for a couple more hours.
Okay. Down track they go. We've got the winner there, and this is Kevin Westmoreland. Westmoreland with his SUV or van from Beacon Dragway. Good start, 22 off the line. He's got a 17-14 on the window. Let's see what he can do on the dial-in. He's getting there. And 1804, not bad. It's 79 miles per hour, and that completes that round of Top Fool Racing. Well, we catch our breath. William,
race down the same track as the stars of NHRA? Tracks all across the country host events that you and your family can race at and be part of. Race your street car at the NHRA Drag Street Legal Style presented by AAA, or your hot rod in the Summit Racing Series, where you can be crowned track, division, and even the NHRA Summit National Champion. And don't forget that kids can race in the Summit Junior Drag Racing League, starting at 5 years old. And for teenagers 13 to 16, there's NHRA Junior Street. It's family fun at an NHRA member track near you. Visit NHRA.com for a complete list of the tracks and programs. Remember, drag a friend to the track and share the speed.
Okay, William and I are deciding that next year at the Top Fool race, you must bring your tractor from your track. We're going to have a tractor race.
Bring it.
Bring it, he says. Bring it on.
It looks like we're getting the next round of Pro Eliminator down there on the deck and should be rolling into the water box here any moment. They're going to put a couple more passes with the drag out there. Everything has to be spot on for this. This is the big time, as they would like to say. Not many cars left. Some rapid-fire rounds of elimination. I love using that phrase that you coined years ago. And the crew here at Lucas Oil Raceway has been doing a fabulous job from what I've heard all weekend. Weather conditions, and the amount of cars, everything you get faced with. You know, back home at your local track, you get a big car count. You know, your crew's out there doing their thing and making it happen. But thanks goes out to the entire staff here at Lucas Oil Raceway for all their hard work, because they're fresh off of the U.S. Nationals a couple weeks ago. Everything else that they do here, a phenomenal facility and a phenomenal event that they're helping put on.
Well, no doubt when I got here early this morning, it was dark and they were already out scraping the track, working hard early this morning.
Well, Jay came in and hit the magic button, and Crossroads Dragway is tightening up that margin by 1 point. Lions Raceway Park still in the lead at 43. Crossroads at 42. Summit Motorsports Park in the third spot. They're closing up the gap as well. They're in at 39. Then in the fourth position, you have Muncie with 37, and they're tied with Gateway Motorsports Park. Number 6 will be Pacemakers with 35. And you got a tie for the 7th position between Route 66 Raceway and National Trail Raceway. And number 9, Milan Dragway at 31. And you got a tie for the 10th position between Ohio Valley Dragway and Edgewater Sports Park with 30. Then you've got Byron Dragway at 29, Beach Bend at 29. It's a dogfight all the way through there as we start to whittle this thing down.
Well, no doubt. And, you know, if you've got a pad of paper and a pencil, we're down to the point where you might even be able to keep track of it yourself. as we are really winding down here and ready to go here with this next round of Pro Eliminator.
And you got to say a big shout out to those folks listening on D3 TV online. Getting a lot of text messages through here, people with some great information, and it's cool. I don't think, from what Warren was saying, no other division has this feature going right now for the events, let alone for the bracket finals.
And it amazes me that over 120 countries listen to this, and he said the biggest country over the pond is Australia. They love it, and they get a lot of guys listening in the Middle East that are in the service. Or watching, I should say. So, yeah, what a neat deal, D3 TV. But here we go. Chuck Lewis out of Adrian, Michigan, 582, the Dow Summit side, running for Milan Dragway. Here we go.
He'll be taking on Eric Paul out of Evansville, Indiana, with the 72 Challenger down a 6:04 for Beach Bend Raceway Park in the National Dragster Lane.
So, great race right here. Who's going to go to the round of next? And I'm going to copy that from you. I love that term, the round of next.
And you get to these rapid fire rounds, as you'd like to say it. It's easier to say round of next because you know what? They're going to be back up in a matter of minutes, and it won't take long to start really chopping this thing down.
And, well, you know, I didn't even know Oh, they are dead even. Dead even. Here we go. And the winner to Chuck Lewis. 83 on an 82. 06 on an 04. Margin to victory at the stripe. 7 thou, William.
Yeah, that's some close racing right there. When you got a thou spread at the tree and it tightens or lengthens out to only 7 at the stripe. A couple of good races right there. As Gene Cash will be in the dragster lane. Tell City, Indiana with the Vega for Beach Bend Raceway Park. Out of 647.
And Eric Garrow with the 72 Nova running for Ohio Valley Dragway, 579 the Dow Summit side.
And to throw another one of those cheesy lines out, you got to like it. 2 go down, 1 comes back. As simple as that, kids.
That's right. We talk about no buybacks here today. I want to go to Pomona, $100. That'd work. Here we go. Oh my. Garrow, 579.0. Light wasn't stellar, but the run was as he goes dead on. Breakout too quick. 46.8 by 2,000ths. He breaks out. It's 2,000ths also, William, the margin of victory.
Yeah, down there, though, definitely one of them close little races. 46 with an 8 on a 47. Man.
Here's Mike and Chrissy Toole's entry. Out of Crossroads Dragway, Big Mike behind the wheel is Monte Carlo down in at 6, 43 Summit side.
Lucas Walker alongside of the Mayfield, Kentucky, 93 Mustang for Beach Bend Raceway Park. 74.
Oh my, another one here, close. Too close to call off the starting line. We'll look for the win light. And how about that Mike Toole? Going another round too quick. Call the numbers for us. Look over here for Toole.
Yeah, Toole's dead on 0. He had a deficit by 1 thou at the starting line. Your margin down there was a mere thou. As Lucas takes and goes under by a thou. So there's a lot of thous. It's even confusing the young guy like me.
Boy, what a race it was. And, well, Mike's son Austin going crazy down here with his buddies as we look to Crossroads Dragways. Brad Doan. Brad Marsh's entry out of Terre Haute, Indiana, 88 Ford Ranger, 656 the Dow Summit side.
Mike McKinney alongside Central Indiana. Rips the tree down with a 006 and didn't even need it as Brad lights it up red. McKinney under by 1. I'm telling you, watch that little Vega. He's going to go a couple more rounds and going to be a hitter.
Tough break for Brad. What an unbelievable job he's done, though, this year at the track and now here at the ET Finals. 6:58 on his 56 at 103 miles per hour.
Well, that'll finish up Pro Bracket. Super Pro waiting in the wings back here. It's going to get good. I know we keep talking about it, And, you know, we've talked about the fact where we were at last year, but I like trying to convey that message to everyone. If you're not here, or at least listening at home, the excitement level that starts to build as you see the look on the crew members and the family down there that are happy, the disappointment, the whole thing, you've got to be here to experience it.
And you got to get sweaty palms at this point in the game. I would think I'd be so nervous I couldn't watch.
You know, down there in the lanes, you're just kind of you get in your own little groove. You get in your routine, just like you're at a regular bracket race at your home track or tracks you like to visit. It's at that point where you put your game face on and let's just race.
Well, we look at the points. Lions and Crossroads now tied for the number 1 spot. So let's look here as Dominic Bowden off the burnout for Route 66, 465 the dial. So Bowden backing up, 465 the dial, Summit side, Route 66, the home track.
Bradley Miles be alongside over here in the National Dragster Lane for Lions Raceway Park, and Lions could definitely put a little distance here with a round win. I'm sure Bradley's not really thinking about that. He's just concentrating on the 660 in front of him and turning on his own win light.
So Miles and Bowden. Bradley Miles, something, let's go. Roll the beams, that's what we saw. Ron Ruggles called it right there. 466 on a 65-year winner for Bowden at 147 miles per hour. Tough break for Bradley Miles, a former motorcycle champion, and doing an incredible job behind the wheel of that rear-engine dragster. But LB3A on that pass, and it's Bowden to the next round.
Yeah, definitely a tough break when something like that happens. When you start getting these later rounds, parts sometimes give up. You just can't explain it. That's racing.
Okay, Super Pro Bike. Go back to lanes 13, 14. Sportsman back to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman to 5 and 6. Super Pro Bike back to 13, 14.
We'll get things set up here for Bill Webb out of Centerburg, Ohio with the Race Tech machine for National Trail Raceway. Dialed a 467.
And Kevin Hall, Shelbyville, Indiana, the hometown. Muncie, the home track. And that slick, as we said, 71 Chevelle. Big block 454 for power. 561 the dial, Summit side. Classic confrontation here with the door slammer and the digger.
So Webb definitely one of those guys that can go a lot of rounds at any given point, not to be taken lightly. Kevin Hall, though, he can put some late rounds together himself.
Oh boy, here we go. Hall out in front. What's going to happen here on the top end charge? Breaks out too quick. Call the numbers, William.
Yeah, Bill Webb will take the win courtesy of the breakout of Kevin Hall, who got there first, but too quick. 60 with a 5 on a 61 to the 68.9 for Bill to get the win. As he gave up quite a bit on the starting line, somehow still managed to get the win light.
Okay, next matchup. Here we go. Eric Bonnewell out of Terre Haute, Indiana, the undercover chassis entry. Running for Crossroads, Dragway 501 the dial, Summit side.
Jim Halberstadt out of Cleves, Ohio for Edgewater Sports Park. 471 dial in the National Dragster Lane.
Oh boy, it's going to be tight at the stripe. Who's it going to be? Double breakout win over there for Halberstadt. Give him the numbers.
Yeah, he was able to get there first. Only goes under by 0.03 of a second. A crisp 005 light sealed the deal. Eric followed him on out. He's 5 flat with a 4 and a 5:01. Had to make it up. Needed about another 10 foot to get there.
Yeah, oh my, that was so close.
Bill Leahy going to have the bye run here for Pacemakers Dragway. As he'll take his dragster down the National Dragster Lane. He's got a 477 on the board, and the folks for the Team Pacemakers making noise, showing their support, know that he's going to the next round. Well, 479 with a 1 and a 477, and we'll kind of look over our shoulder, see what they're going to throw at us next.
So once again, Super Pro Bike back to lanes 13 and 14, and Sportsman, you should be back in lanes 5 and 6. William Tharp, so good working with you again, brother. What a great time it was. Always good to see you also.
Absolutely, Nick. And you know what? As we talked about Brian, he's never going to be out of our thoughts and prayers. Same for Leo. Those announcers have helped me get to where I'm at. Guys that I don't go a day by thinking when I'm doing announcing that I'm where I'm at because of folks like that. So folks that knew those guys, they knew how special they were.
Well said, my friend. No doubt about it. Thank you.
Well, I'm going to hand this microphone off to Mr. Ron Ruggles. He'll keep you tuned in and hopefully entertained. Nick, you have control, my friend.
Don't know about that, but we keep rocking and rolling. Really appreciate William Tharp. Good to see him here with us.
Well, I'll tell you what, he does a fantastic job there at Killcare Racetrack, and they won this deal last year. We got quite a battle going on this year, and I'll tell you what, I'm going to ditto some remarks there as you guys, Dennis Weiniger and Nick, and several of you that's kind of helped us youngsters along trying to learn this game. We appreciate it very much. The Track Announcers Guild, appreciate it.
Well, we're definitely a band of one for sure, and we really have a lot of fun with it. Of course, Dennis Weiniger, their vision all those years ago. Dennis could really tell you the story about how this all came together. And I tell you what, I've looked at it over the years I've been at now. I think 26 or 27 years. I've even lost track. But if you're an announcer out there and you're at a track and you're not in the guild and coming to the meetings, you're missing it, flat missing it, as we share all the things that go on in the announcer deck area. I think you need to be involved in it. So track owners, operators, if your guy and gal is announcing out there and they're not in the guild, hey, tell them to get a hold of Dennis Weiniger, our Track Announcer Guild director, and he will give them, I guarantee you, all the details on how you can make that happen. As Kevin Pepper down there he is. Man, I tell you what, if he had one of those pedometers, is that what you call them on his? I bet he's made 80,000 steps. Maybe 100,000 steps this weekend.
Well, I'll tell you what, he could probably compete in the triathlon and do very well. Nancy's been busy back there in the trailer. I was kind of roaming around back there, and they were lined up back there. Check out photos and more. They do a great job. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to swing it right back. The crew's out there been busy on these race cars, and here up in the announcing deck, we kind of take turns to driving the car up here, but we've got a support team around us too that help make it happen up here in the announcing deck. The race cars put the show on. We just get to talk about it.
Well, that's right.
Want to race down the same track as the stars of NHRA? Tracks all across the country host events that you and your family can race at and be part of. Race your street car at the NHRA Drag Street Legal Style presented by AAA, or your hot rod in the Summit Racing Series, where you can be crowned track, division, and even the NHRA Summit National Champion. And don't forget that kids can race in the Summit Junior Drag Racing League, starting at 5 years old. And for teenagers 13 to 16, there's NHRA Junior Street. It's family fun at an NHRA member track near you. Visit NHRA.com for a complete list of the tracks and programs. Remember, drag a friend to the track and share the speed.
there on that, Nick, as Christmas will be coming whether we want it or not. It's just like the finish line for the racers down there. It comes to the racers. Christmas will come to us.
Well, we look at Super Pro Bike headed to the ready line. That will be the next category here.
I believe there's 3 left, if I'm not mistaken, down there. And we've got a 71-year-old youngster part of the fray here, as there's 3 left.
Yep, this is your semifinal for Super Pro Bike. So the by-run precedent takes precedence over, of course, the teams here, and that's why you see a couple of the Route 66 guys here doing battle now. So the by-run back there, he got it, and he's going to take it, and just so happens that we had 2 of our Route 66 guys left, and they face each other here in the Summit Lane. Bob Foster, Lansing, Illinois, here on his Kawasaki, dialing at 781. Obviously running for Route 66. He was your Sunoco Racing Fuels Race of Champions competitor there on Friday evening.
Well, I'll tell you what, Nick, I bet these 2 have squared off. Frank Linders is up there alone. His wife is probably back in the pit area just in a frenzy, as Frank is so close to being in that final. Frank is 71 years old, resides in Washington, Illinois, riding the Suzuki. He's dialed 1016. Frank will have the head start. And again, Route 66, left and right.
So either way, they're going to win because they're going to go to a final.
Well, I'll tell you what, Route 66, they've got to be very proud of these 2 riders that's made it to the semifinals, Nick. It's got to be exciting following this competition all day.
So the crew members ready to whoop it up. And the red light start gives it to Bob Foster as he's going to hustle down. He'll take the win, 783 on his 81, under by 3, and the red light over there. But what a great job by Linders to get this far. And Bob Foster going to the final of Super Pro Bike. He will face the young man here. This is Rick Poole out of New Franklin, Ohio. Summit Motorsports Park, his home track. 8:38 is down. Let's see how he does on it. And what a great final we have set up for you in Super Pro Bike. You don't want to miss this one. So on his 8:38, Mr. Poole, just another day at the office. He'll go 8:38.7. Dead on. Dead on, 8:38.7 for Rick Poole, and he'll ready himself for the final.
Well, Nick, I'm going to jump in here, and if we've archived a book here, and then Rick Poole in 2013 at the ET Finals came in the runner-up spot, and guess what? He is almost going to punch that ticket, but there is someone standing in his way, and that's Bob Foster Jr.
So just like that, we're down to the final in Super Pro Bike. And here we go as we get into this next round. Lions Raceway Park, Crossroads Dragway tied up at 43 at the top. Then at Summit Motorsports Park at 40, Muncie Dragway at 38, Gateway Motorsports Park at 37, your top 5. Here we go.
All right, we got to send 2 more. We got pickup trucks, a pair. Doing the burnout on the left side, the National Dragster Lane, is Mr. Brad Fisher from Peru, Indiana, running for Bunker Hill Drag Strip. The C10 pickup truck, dialed 1296.
The primer trucks, one long bed, one short bed, one a big one, one a small one. The S10 for Cody Allenball, dialing it 1213 for Crossroads Dragway here in the Summit Lane.
All right, tensions are building for all of the teams, Bunker Hill and Crossroads on their feet. This is going to be good.
Going to be tight, no doubt about it. Almost identical off the starting line. Here comes Allenball on the top end charge. They look at each other. Wind light says Cody Allenball for Crossroads. And they're whooping it up, I guarantee you. He'll go to the round of next. 12-14 on his 13. 13-01 on the 96. Just a little bit of a hole shot win for Cody Allenball.
So Brad Fisher off the pace down there with a 13:01 off the 12.96. And here comes the Tweety car, Tony Schwab, the Sunoco Race, a champ rep, running for Edgewater Sports Park. He'll lock in at 12:37 on the left side.
Thomas Summers, he'll stage up here for Summit Motorsports Park, his 79 Malibu, down in at 12.95. He's up there Summit side.
Okay, clean and green. They're in it to win it. Who's going to make the lights dance at the top end? We're almost done. We're almost done. Hang on, it will be.
Yep, it's going to be Summers as he'll go 96 on that 95. Good looking run there at 102 miles per hour to the 1246 at 103. National Dragster side for Schwab.
And the beautiful blue car running for National Trail Raceway is Jim Kincaid II out of Kirkersville, Ohio. He's got the Duster dialing 1204. Eric's right there.
Eric Lipka, his 99 Camaro. Beautiful car it is. Gateway Motorsports Park, the home track here. 1211 is dial, Summit side.
The sun is burning down. The race is burning up the racetrack. We are clean and green, and this is going to be interesting, Nick.
Well, yeah, somebody with a ton in the bank, that doesn't always prove to be good for somebody. We found that out, but it proved good here.
Jim Kincaid runs 009 out of the gate, runs 5 over the dial, and takes the win by 24 thou for National Trail.
So dead on 7th there. Boy, tough break there. Here we go. Next pair.
Jim Whitmer, Pacemakers Dragway, left side, 12 flat.
And Nick Hastings with a 12:35, very, very close here. Hastings running for Summit Motorsports Park.
So it's bow tie left side, blue oval right side. Pick your favorites. They are carefully putting it in the beams. They're plugged in. Pedaling hard, they're fender watching already. 660, they're tighter than Loctite. Here it comes, Nick.
Top end charge, and your win light will flash on a double breakout affair for Nick Hastings in Summit Motorsports Park. 12:34 and his 35, 11.95 on the 12 flat, and it's Hastings moving on. This is High School Eliminator.
All right, Josh Pickett left side out of Avon, Indiana with that beautiful Snow White 67 Camaro running for Lucas Oil Raceway. This is our high school class running the small block, and this is quite excitement for these youngsters.
Gorgeous, gorgeous Dodge Charger here for Austin Gamble. This is a semifinal here for Lucas Oil Raceway at Indianapolis. This gorgeous 2014 Charger, red bulbs it. Tough break for Austin. He's out of here in this round. Pickett going to win it.
Well, Josh Pickett inside that bulb puts a 003 green on the tree on the left side. He'll take the venture down here, 12-17. He goes 5 under. I'd say he was holding a few. And the buy run, Nick, you got it.
And it's going to be a classic confrontation. In high school, it's when the pickup meets the door slammer car. K. Crum, I thought it was funny. Killcare Dragway. Dennis laughed too. Killcare Dragway, the home track here. William Tharp's rooting her on here, no doubt about it. Kay, as she heads down track. 1267 on the window. Let's see how she does. And the top end, oh, nicely done for K. Crum. 1267 with a 2 on a 1267 dial. How about that?
That is going to be a fantastic final in the high school class. One of them trimming the tree and that one going dead on too. That'll be good.
Right, Ron. One of them with a 003 and this one with a dead on run. It's going to be fun. Okay, here we go. Track manager race here. Brian Cripps for Killcare Dragway, running for Killcare Dragway. He'll be staging up here, summit side.
And National Trail Raceway's representative in the track manager's race is Jordan Newell. We'll be on the National Dragster side, on the west side of the track. I'll tell you what, beautiful, beautiful blue skies. You've got to look very, very hard to see a few clouds out there. That is a photographer's delight.
Now we got some dial-ins. There's $16.99 the dial for Cripps here in the Summit Lane.
Well, Jordan Newell will be pressing the pedal first with a 1746 dial.
Okay, attention in the pit area. Pro cars back to 1 and 2. Super Pro back to 17 and 18. Your lane designations. Pro cars back to 1 and 2. 17, 18, the lane designation for Super Pro. We need you back.
Identical reaction times in that race as Jordan Newell takes the win. He keeps it on the high side there. He goes 6 over the dial. And Brian Cripps out of that right-hand lane breaks out by 4 thousandths at the finish line. And quickly we got Kaylee Daniels left side and away, running for Muncie.
And Sarah Cassidy already there, almost at the stripe, running for Coles County Dragway USA. And you got the winner.
Holy cow. Kaylee Daniels dead on with a 5 down there at the finish line. Had about 30 cents to work with out of the gate. And we'll see Kaylee again next round.
Here's Rod Zalman. Zalman out of Pacemaker Dragway, Park 1330 the dial, here in the Summit Lane.
And Kevin Westmoreland for Beacon Dragway, where the racers shine. But, well, the red light shines for Kevin out of that left-hand lane. Rod's going to pick this one.
Yeah, and I know Dennis Weininger loves this car, this gorgeous new Mustang here. Saw it down there in the pit area, hustling down for his win. At a 13:24, runs it out the back door, knows what to do next time. On the dial, 101 mile per hour, not bad. 101 mile per hour, Dennis.
So Kevin goes under down there as we bring up your buy run. Nick, you've caught her.
Yeah, the big pick-em-up truck here. This is Sam Lance for Summit Motorsports Park, getting the buy run to the next round here. So once again, Super Pro, we need you back to 17 and 18. Pro cars back to 1 and 2. Well, we're just not too far away from crowning some champions, as you, well, all know. And we invite each and every one of you to the winner's circle, as that will be a gala affair, no doubt, for whoever gets there. And that right, earning that right to go to Pomona, California to the World Finals.
Want to race down the same track as the stars of NHRA? Tracks all across the country host events that you and your family can race at and be part of. Race your street car at the NHRA Drag Street Legal Style presented by AAA, or your hot rod in the Summit Racing Series, where you can be crowned track, division, and even the NHRA Summit National Champion. And don't forget that kids can race in the Summit Junior Drag Racing League, starting at 5 years old. And for teenagers 13 to 16, there's NHRA Junior Street. It's family fun at an NHRA member track near you. Visit NHRA.com for a complete list of the tracks and programs. Remember, drag a friend to the track and share the speed.
Here, just a real quick cleanup.
Little rubbing on the racetrack, as they call it. As I'll tell you, we've been really working that tree over, or I should say the racer's been working that tree over, Nick, and we've been working those wind light bulbs on the Summit side, on the right side, National Dragsters on the left side, and these racers have been bringing it here this afternoon.
Well, the sun high in the sky here, and boy, what a beautiful day. Most of you have been with us all weekend long, and you understand how gorgeous it is compared to some weather we had on Friday and especially yesterday. But it's all good now, and we're ready to go here with some beautiful, beautiful sunshiny skies, and here we go. They're coming to the stripe.
Well, you know, it's interesting, you know, a lot of these racers come back year after year, Nick, and they all got special stories every year. This one was who survived the hurricane. We had storm-like weather here, as we call it, but we got engines going.
Okay, here we go. This is your next round of Pro Eliminator. Okay, here we go. How about this as we get into this round? Crossroads Dragway ahead by 1 point over Lions Raceway Park. Then at Summit Motorsports Park in just 2 behind them. I'll tell you what, it's 6 points behind is Muncie Dragway. Gateway Motorsports Park, as they're 37 points behind the 38 points there for Muncie. The top 5 right there, gang, glued together and all the way down. Really, when you look, let's go top 10, Ohio Valley in the 10th spot. And, wow, it is so close. 31 points for Ohio Valley, 44 points for Crossroads, still up for grabs. Every round crucial here now as we get ready to bring you this next round of Pro Eliminator.
Well, right under Gateway with 37, there's 3 of them tied with 36. That's Pacemakers, Route 66, National Trail, and then down 32 is Milan and Ohio Valley right there at 31. That's the top 10, Nick. We'll stop right there unless you want to take it on down.
No, I think we're ready to go racing here, and here we go. Here in the Summit Lane, this is Mike and Chrissy Toole's entry out of West Terre Haute, Indiana. The 87 Monte Carlo Team Tool Racing for Crossroads Dragway, dialed in at 6:43.
All right. Mike McKinney with the 72 Vega running for Muncie Dragway. He has been hotter than fire here, but I'll tell you what, Mike Toole, he is tough. I've seen him race before, and Nick's seen him many weekends.
We're so very, very close on the dial-in. We can see the lights, and you can't. Somebody with a little bit in the bank, top in charge. Who's it going to be? Oh, my. Mike Toole went 005 off the tree 44 and a 43. You got the number on your side.
Wow, Mike McKinney was dead on 7, 24 thousandths package. Listen to this, Nick. We haven't seen it this close for a while. .0003 margin of victory.
Dead heat basically at the stripe. 2 went 005, 17 in the other lane. Here we go. Next matchup. It's going to be Eric Garrow Sr. out of Louisville, Kentucky. 72 Nova running for Ohio Valley Dragway. 579 the Dow. Summit side.
All right, fender watching will go from start to finish. 582 for Chuck Lewis. Left side, Mile and Dragway. That is a bright yellow 70 Duster. And he's going to try to great start. We'll have a great finish, Nick. You call that finish.
No doubt about it. You've got the winner over there. 83 on an 82 for the win. 17 light beats a 21 light. 581 over for Garrow. Great matchup. Once again, 9 thou. The margin of victory at the stripe.
You know what I'm impressed with, Nick? These drivers are not making that mistake right down here on the tree. They are plugged in, got their heads in the game as they are trimming that tree down here, and the branch piles are getting taller and taller.
Yeah, every one of those races there, those 2 races to go to the final for Pro were incredible with the numbers. Okay, here we go with Super Pro Eliminator.
All right, we'll put the top bulb racers in the driver's seat now. The electronics are all wired in. Jim Halverstadt out of Edgewater Sports Park. He rolls into the water on the left-hand lane out of Cleves, Ohio. He's got that diamond chassis, and he's going to try to cut him a good one down here on the tree. 471 to dial.
Bill Leahy out of Columbus, Ohio, the Race Tech chassis entry. Running for Pacemaker Dragway Park, 477 the dial.
So you viewing there, Jim Halverstadt, he's got the wing on the back of that dragster. Bill Leahy, the beautiful car as the sun is bringing the colors out, and this is going to be outstanding. Semifinal action.
Boy, hard to believe we started out this morning with all those cars. We are down to the final 4 here to set up a final in Super Pro Eliminator.
So we are going to light the fuses down there on the rocket ships. It'll happen very quick. I love it. 2 green apples on that tree. Here we go. You got the winner.
Yeah, how about 477-2 on a 477 6-pack wins it there for Leahy. And the crew goes crazy. 143 mile an hour. Breakout too quick by 3 thou over there at 145 miles per hour.
All right, who's going to be in that final? Will it be the tough Bill Webb out of Centerburg, Ohio, running for National Trail? And he will bring a 468 to the dinner plate.
And a 466 for Dominic Bowden. He'll stage up for Route 66. So close the dials here. And man, this is going to be a good run to the stripe. You know it.
Well,
if we've had lights like we've had, Ron, this should be dynamic.
Well, I'll tell you what, these racers have just been vaporizing the tree.
Well, you saw the car move just a touch, and that popped the red light on, and look at your win over there.
Well, Bill Webb, he spent it all down there. He's your winner, and he goes under by 2, but it does not matter. We call that an 11-inch race as Dominic got caught leaving early.
Yep, sure did. He goes 67 on a 66. Good run, but the red eye catches him. 008 in the red side of the bulb. No, it ain't over till it's over. And it's very, very close. We'll not even try to conjecture or speculate anything right now with the points. We gave them to you, and we'll see what happens here because we got lots more racing to do because we got a couple of finals. Well, we catch our breath. My, oh my, oh my. It seemed like it was never going to get here, and then all of a sudden, bingo, bango, here we are, heading into some finals for you. I think we've got a semifinal coming up in our track managers race.
Want to race down the same track as the stars of NHRA? Tracks all across the country host events that you and your family can race at and be part of. Race your street car at the NHRA Drag Street Legal Style presented by AAA, or your hot rod in the Summit Racing Series, where you can be crowned track, division, and even the NHRA Summit National Champion. And don't forget that kids can race in the Summit Junior Drag Racing League, starting at 5 years old. And for teenagers 13 to 16, there's NHRA Junior Street. It's family fun at an NHRA member track near you. Visit NHRA.com for a complete list of the tracks and programs. Remember, drag a friend to the track and share the speed.
Running of the Summit Racing Equipment ET Finals. And we're just about there, gang. So don't go anywhere now. Now's not the time to even go to the bathroom. Hang around. This is going to be fun. Can't wait. Matter of fact, they're opening the gate over here already in anticipation of it. As you see, the gate being open here in front of the tower, the Parks Tower, and those beautiful, beautiful trophies, the hardware down there on the table. So I said at this point in the proceedings, if you had a pen and paper, you could probably be figuring out all that stuff out there, points wise. And here's a young lady going to come up and get a picture of those. Yeah, how are you, hon? Good to see you down there and checking out those beautiful trophies there. Just seeing exactly which one's which. As yeah, they're all pretty shiny. That's the one she wants right there. That must be either friend or hubby or boyfriend that's running that class. She wants to know, yep, got a thumbs up. So it's your friend, your boyfriend, and your hubby, right? Just kidding, man. She, big smile on her face, man. That was great to see. And she said, oh, sure, yeah. Appreciate you, no doubt.
Well, I'll tell you what, Nick, there was a lot of people sitting in line. It just seemed like yesterday, and now we're down to this.
Wow, I know. And I think back to this morning, got up a little early, couldn't sleep, got here about 6:30. It was still dark. And when I was coming down the return road, I could see the torch out there. And the guys were out there, the crew was out there already burning the rubber down and scraping it in the dark. And so they have been out there all day long, the unsung heroes there on the starting line and all the way down there at the finish line and every venue in between here at Lucas Oil Raceway at Indianapolis. And now we have got, I believe, this is your track manager semifinal, Ron. Headed up here to the ready line. Okay, here we go. This is your semifinal. It will pit Sam Lance, 16-17 the Dow Summit side for Summit Motorsports Park, off and running.
Jordan Newell's off and running. Had the head start via the 17:49 reaction time, running for National Trail Raceway, and that finish line is waiting because it's ready to transfer a win light to one scoreboard or the other, and it will go to Jordan Newell. Jordan had a good reaction time down there. He runs over the dial, but you know what, Nick? It was good enough to take that win into the final.
And here's that 100-mile-an-hour Mustang as Rod Zalman moves up the stage from Pacemakers.
Kaylee Daniels is away. They're both clean and green, and one of these drivers is going to be in that final in the track manager's portion. This is Muncie Dragway's Kaylee Daniels. Oh, I saw a whole lot of brake lights down there, but you got the win.
Yeah, it's going to be Zalman. He'll go 13:42 at 95 for the win, going to the final with Pacemakers Dragway Park.
Well, I'll tell you what, Kaylee got on the brakes, but just a little tad should have been on the, well, you know how it goes down there. It's not easy, Nick. It is absolutely not easy driving that finish line.
Okay, here we go, your semifinal. For Sportsman Eliminator. Here at the ready line, 4 cars left.
Well, Nick, I'm going to flip-flop over here. You can talk about your racer over there.
Okay, here we go, Sportsman semifinal. Cody Allenball out of Terre Haute, Indiana, dial in at a 12:13, running for Crossroads Dragway as he'll stage up with his 86 S10.
Well, the tension's got to be building for the crew and the fans for the Cody Allenbach car, or the truck over there. Thomas Summers over here with the Malibu, running for Summit Motorsports Park, dialing 1295. We'll see Thomas lead first. Cody's got to try to get that job done of reeling that car in. They do run the full 1320, so a lot of feet to get it done. All right, I love to see this. We've got 2 green bulbs, so hang on. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, tough on the top end. Charles Little smoke there. What's going to happen on the top end? And the wind light will flash too quick for Cody Allenball. 12:11 on the 13, your winner. 12:95 dead on with an O for Summers. He had the light by a touch. 8 thousandths the margin of victory when all the numbers are crunched.
All right, the beautiful blue duster, Jim Kincaid, trying to get in that final of the Sportsman. He's running for National Trail Raceway. He'll dial 1205. We'll be chasing.
Yep, it's going to be Nick Hastings. Hastings out of Shelby, Ohio. Summit Motorsports Park, the home track here. So let's see what he does. Hastings 1235, Summit side.
We got the low beams on our Christmas tree. We got to move just a few more inches. We'll light a next pair of bulbs. We're ready. The auto start kicks in. We're going to light them up. Oh, he grabbed the wrong set of lights for that tree down there. He grabbed the red ones. You got the winner.
So Hastings going to the final today. See what they do here. Top end charge. It's going to be of course, a breakout for Hastings. That's okay. The red eye for Kincaid in the other lane. But Nick will go 1230 on his 35 dial. So 2 Summit cars in the final. Wow. We look at the points now, and well, here's what it boils down. I don't even know if I want to talk about it yet, though, do we? Do we want to talk about this, Dennis, or just leave it alone?
I'd leave it alone.
We're going to leave it alone.
All right, we got a Christmas tree down there, and we got presents, but we're not going to let you open them yet. We're just going to kind of keep you all wondering. We've got some people out there keeping score, I'm sure, but we're going to keep the suspense built a little higher, you know. Maybe we don't want to put pressure on the drivers that's left, but this is outstanding competition going on as we see the points up here, and I'm telling you what, somebody who comes out of here with this is going to have reason to celebrate because they are going to be battle worn.
Okay, the call goes out. We need all of our finalists back to the lanes. Finalists back to the lanes. All of our classes. Pro, sportsman, track manager, high school, super pro bike, and super pro. We need all of our finalists back to the staging lanes now.
Well, I'll tell you what, Nick. We don't have to say it. They know what's at stake. And there are going to be some racers with broken hearts, but we're going to make at least 4 racers. They're going to have to make some plans for later on in the year.
Yep, no doubt about it. Well, we're just about ready, Ron, to start crowning some champions. Not only champions here in our respective classes, but then the champion for the teams, for the tracks. So it all comes down to this. After a monumental weekend here at the 39th running of the Summit ET Racing Equipment ET Finals here at Lucas Oil Raceway at Indianapolis.
All right, a very important announcement here. We want to get out over the system here. We need all of our winners and runner-ups. We'll need you back to the staging lanes for your contingency procedure that goes on. And please make sure, I know there'll be some that want to celebrate. We'll just bring everything up to the staging lanes. Our winners and runner-ups back to the staging lanes. And we want to get things squared away back there. And Nick, there's going to be some hooping and hollering going on here soon.
Well, not too far away now, Ron. As you said, winners and runner-ups come back for the contingency things that will go on. But more importantly, for the photo op with Kevin Pepra, hey, bring your crews, bring everybody up, as we're going to crown some champions right now and also announce, of course, the number one team here at this 39th running of the Summit Racing Equipment ET Finals. But it all comes down to this. Our finals coming at you. Here is high school. Lucas Oil Raceway. This is Josh Pickett representing Lucas Oil Raceway at Indianapolis, 12-17 down, and that neat little 67 Camaro out of Avon, Indiana.
And Josh looking out his passenger window. There sits a former junior dragster racer, Kay Crum, running for Killcare Dragway. That's Williams' home track. That is a 1989 Ford Ranger with a 1267 dial. Away they go, and we've got 2 green lights. This is what I love to see in the final.
Oh, no doubt about it. One very, very good on the top end charge. Here we go. Win line says first champ of the weekend. Here you go. You got it.
Kay Crum takes the win in high school. Kay dialed 1267, runs a 1270, had a 13 bulb, and Killcare Dragway's high school racer, Kay Crum, is our winner.
But how about a dead-on 1217 with a 1 on a 1217 for Josh Pickett? Great job. Remember, winner and runner-ups back to the staging lanes. Winner and runner-ups in each of our classes back to the staging lanes.
Well, I'll tell you what, I see some celebrating going on. I see some telephones being put up to the ear as the news is going to spread fast. The celebrating is starting as we will continue and increase that celebrating.
And, of course, the winner's circle, runner-up shots, and winner's shots will be taken right here in front of the Parks Tower. Here we go. Here is your track manager's race final. Rod Zalman out of Pacemaker Dragway Park says it right on the quarter panel of that gorgeous Mustang. 1330 his dial, Summit side. Pacemaker's going to try to take one here.
Well, this is the Buckeye bragging war right here in this final as Jordan Newell representing National Trail Raceway, dialing 1755, and Jordan is away in fine shape.
So the big handicap, boy, this is going to be tight. Here comes Zalman. He's got a lot of power. The car ran 100 miles an hour just a little bit ago. He's going to have to use it all here to try to get the win. Let's see what happens. Top end charge. He wins it. Another 100 mile an hour clocking. He'll go 1365 because it's a break out for Newell. He breaks out 45 on his 55. Congratulations to Rod Zalman. You're a winner of the track manager's race for Pacemakers Dragway Park. How about them apples? Yeah, and there's a good point. Jay has to go to him all the time. At the track operators meeting, watch out for Zalman. He'll want to sit at the head of the class. He'll want to be up front with Jay, no doubt about it. There'll be pictures and an autograph section at the track operators meeting at Indy this year. And he'll have, is the car going to be on display, Jay? Will the car be there on display? Yeah, the Mustang will be on display too. We're getting the stanchions ready for the Mustang. But a great job. Zalman, your winner. Congratulations. Pacemakers Dragway Park.
Well, Nikki, as we wind down, I'm going to insert one of our very important thank yous, as we do every year. And we've been doing Track Announcer Guild folks announcing here since probably 1985, because that's when we actually started all this stuff. So, want to say thank you to all the Track Announcer Guild members who did help us with the announcing chores this week. Nick Agresta, Larry Robertson, Charlie Lindsay, Scott Daniels, Steve Riggins, Scott Kiefer, Ron Ruggless, William Tharp. My name is Dennis Weininger, and we're all members of the Track Announcers Guild. Volunteers come out here and do this because, well, we just love to do it. It is so much fun. So thank you guys. Really do appreciate it.
And, of course, thanks to our host track here, Lucas Oil Raceway at Indianapolis, and each and every one of the tracks that fielded teams here to come to this, the 39th running of the Summit Racing Equipment ET Finals. Thank you, owner, operators, racers, sponsors, for making it possible here, hanging tough all weekend long, to come down to these finals of the day, and appreciate each and every one of you for what you do back at your home tracks, each of you racers who support those home tracks, and all of the sponsors out there who come together with the track management that make it happen each and every weekend. This is a long process to get here. This is the biggest race that a bracket racer can ever aspire to win here at the ET Finals. And we've got another final headed to the ready line, Ron, right now. Remember now, winner and runner-ups back to the staging lanes. We have awards for both. There'll be pictures for both. All the contingencies will be handled down there. So win or runner-up, we need you back to the lanes. Bring your crews. Bring everybody you want. We're going to whoop it up here in the winner's circle directly in front of the Parks Tower. Okay, here we go. Chuck Lewis out of Milan Dragway will stage up from Adrian, Michigan, his 70 Duster 440 mole power. He's down in at 583, the quick little Duster here in the Summit Lane.
The battle of the muscle cars as Mike McKinney brings that beautiful blue 1972 Vegas. For Muncie Dragway, we've got side-by-side burnouts. This is pro final, as we will see a 647 as Mike has plugged it in the National Dragster lane.
So somebody going to be holding the trophy. Somebody going to Pomona, California. Here we go. This for all the marbles in Pro Eliminator. Kevin Pepper on the ladder. He's going to get the shot on the starting line lead.
All right, we just about got all the lights plugged in, so the auto start says, let's get race to the finish. Who's got it, Nick?
Oh, no matter what happens here, they've both done a great job. You're a winner. Congratulations. Here are the numbers on an 18 package for Chuck Lewis. 83 with a 9 on an 83. 009 off the tree. Congratulations. A breakout too quick. I want to tell you, McKinney doing a super job. He'll go 46 on his 47 at 104. Wave to him as he comes down. And he's going to Pomona, California, as we just told you. The crew absolutely overwhelmed with emotion as they come back here and ready themselves for the winner's circle. Hey, gang, make your plans. Get your plane tickets. You're going to Pomona, California.
Well, I'll tell you what, Nick, you caught that. The hugs, the tears were flowing immediately. That is how important. And the emotions just bubbled over down there on the starting line by the crew, Nick.
And the big hug down here, we don't know who they are, the young lady and the gentlemen here as they hug each other, headed back, ready to go to the winner's circle. What a great final that was. We got another one coming at you like right now. Here's Bill Leahy. 477 the dial. Summit Lane running for Pacemakers Dragway Park out of Columbus, Ohio. Bill and Judy Leahy here in the Summit Lane.
Well, I'll tell you what. This is the battle of the Bills. This is the battle of the Buckeye State Warriors. This is Bill Webb, Race Tech Office Chair. Bill and Angie Webb running for National Trail. Bill Webb, he says 466, this car is going to run it. But Bill Leahy's got plans to get the W.
And Judy Leahy, our draw representative down there taking the picture. She did the 50-50 yesterday. She watches her hubby Bill move up the stage. Here comes the tree. Who's going to go to Pomona? Oh my.
Finish line. The phone block says.
Here we go. Win light over here for Bill Leahy. Congratulations, Pacemakers Dragway Park. You got the winner. And look at the hugs all around. Judy, great job yesterday. You worked tirelessly to get that draw done, and now you got a winner, and you might be selling draw tickets in Pomona, California. How about that?
Well, I'll tell you what an outstanding race. 32 thousandths at the stripe. Bill Webb, a very tough racer, goes 3 over after the 23 bulb popped up. But Bill Leahy, he had her on mean, Nick Agresta, and he is our Super Pro champ here at the Division III ET Finals.
Great job. Here we go. This is your Super Pro Bike Final, and it's going to be a good one. Summit side will feature Bob Foster Jr. out of Lansing, Illinois, on his 2007 Kawasaki 780 to the dial Summit side. Now, Bob was in the Sunoco Racing Fuels Race of Champions just Friday night, and he would love to take this win and go to Pomona.
Well, I'll tell you what, Rick Poole, he came up short in the year 2013, came up in that runner-up spot. He's got another shot at it for Summit Motorsports Park. He'll dial 838, and the signals went out, Nick.
So the burnout's complete. Poole, Foster, steady themselves here on the 2 wheels. Route 66 for Foster, Summit Motorsports Park for Poole.
Well, I got to bring this up too. 2010, Rick Poole did win this race. And I'll tell you what, Nick, you were on the beam with that one. So Rick Poole's had some great luck getting into that final. We're just about to pull the trigger on it for 1,320 feet.
They're in. Here comes the tree. Poole's away. Foster's away. Pretty close off the starting line. Too close to call. Top end charge. They motor hard on the top end. And how about that? Rick Poole going to Pomona. They go crazy over there for Summit Motorsports Park. That is a huge win in more ways than one. 8:38 with a 7 on an 8:38 at 150 miles per hour. How about a 29 pack for Rick Poole? Great job by Foster, though. He goes 82 with a 1 on an 82 dial. Oh, my. A great final in Super Pro Bike. Tell them the margin of victory, Ronnie.
46 10,000ths. Rick Poole has been in 3 of these finals, and he has won 2 of them. He probably knows his way to Pomona.
Oh, yeah, he's probably got a room already out there. And we'll be saying hello to him and his crew here in a little bit in the winner's circle. Remember, winner and runner-ups come back for all the gold that is the ET Finals. We'll take your shots here in front of the Parks Tower, hand you those hard-earned trophies, and, of course, get your contingencies all worked out. And, of course, we're going to crown the team championship here in just a few moments. Here we go.
All right, this is our sportsman.
Here we go, Ron, Dennis, our final. Can you believe it? Everybody's hung tough, and this is a great sportsman final between Nick Hastings, Summit side, 12:32 the dial, running for Summit Motorsports Park.
We've got double Summit left and right. These two have raced each other all year, and who'd have guessed in the final, these two Summit racers. This is Thomas Summers with the Malibu out of Amoret, Ohio. Will dial 1295.
Hastings, as we said, out of Shelby, Ohio, with the 12:32. They've locked horns before. They've done this many times at the home track. No matter what happens here, Summit Motorsports Park is a winner. But which crew will head to Pomona, California and host the Gold Hardware here in just a few moments? We've already got somebody down here in the winner's circle already.
Thomas Summers going deep, trying to get closer to that finish line. Let's keep it clean and green. We got it, Nick.
Oh my, here we go. It's on. We got a race, as they say. Who's it going to be? Your final, going down track. Here at the 39th running of the Summit Racing Equipment ET Finals, win light says Hastings. How about a 12:32.3 on a 12:32, a 13-pack for Hastings? Too quick over there, Ronnie, on your side. 12:89 on a 95, but a great job by Summers. Congratulations to Team Summit Motorsports Park and Nick Hastings here in Sportsman. Well, gang, here we go. Everybody, winner and runner-ups, please head back to the staging lanes and get ready for the awards presentations. And we're going to get the official, I believe, the official standings here just momentarily. And boy, it all came down to the final rounds. If you were keeping track out there as we were, we're going to announce the team championship here. They're compiling the numbers, and as soon as we get those numbers, we will let you know. But it was close, no doubt. But it all came down, I think if you were following us, what it came down to is this, and here are the numbers. Your champion this year at the 39th running of the Summit ET Racing Equipment Finals, team champs, Summit Motorsports Park, as they've got 2 points over Crossroads Dragway, finishes number 2. Lions Raceway Park, number 3. Number 4, Muncie Dragway. Number 5, Pacemaker Dragway Park. Number 6, Gateway Motorsports Park, tied there with National Trail Raceway in the 7th spot. Route 66, they're number 8. Number 9, Milan Dragway. Number 10, Ohio Valley Dragway. Edgewater Sports Park, number 11. Number 12, Byron Dragway. Number 13, Beach Bend Raceway Park. Number 14, Killcare Dragway. Number 15, Bunker Hill Drag Strip. Number 16, Coles County Dragway, USA. Number 17, Lucas Oil Raceway at Indianapolis. Number 18, Beacon Dragway. Number 19, Mid-Michigan Motorplex. Congratulations to each and every one of those tracks who came here and tried in earnest to win the championship. But Summit Motorsports Park, 2 points over Crossroads. How was that accomplished? They had 2 guys in the final, plus Rick Poole sealed it for him with his win in Super Pro Bike. It all came down to the very final rounds, and Summit Motorsports Park, congratulations to you and your team and everybody that tried out there. Some great racing. And Dennis, I'll tell you what, I think we're just about ready for a wrap and heading down here to the winner's circle. Bring us home, Dennis Weiniger.
Well, thanks, Nick and Brester. Let's recap the results here from our track manager's race. Brian Zolman gets the trophy. Well, if there is one. Had the bragging rights anyway with the Ford Mustang for Pacemaker. In high school, sitting down here in front of the tower, this is Kate Crumb's 84 Ranger pickup truck. Day one of that one went 12:70 in that final round for Killcare. And Super Pro Motorcycle, it was Rick Poole from Summit Motorsports Park, 8:38. 2 out of his 3 last appearances here, and he is a winner going to Pomona again over Bob Foster. Nick Hastings, a winner in the sportsman category. The team was Summit. His ride was an 83 Mustang. In the pro category, Chuck Lewis, a winner there for Team Milan with that 70 Duster of 440 over Mike McKinney. And in Super Pro, Bill Levy. Bill Levy was the winner over Bill Webb. Pacemakers dragged away the home track there. Went 478 in the final at 143 miles per hour. He's going to Pomona, as well as Jeremy Edwards, the first time the Race of Champions winner in Super Pro, gets to go to Pomona. Ron?
Well, I'll tell you what, just wrapping up this great race we had here. We had some beautiful weather, some hot racing on the racetrack. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to leave you with this. It's always a great race when we all get to go home and we don't have any incidents on the racetrack. Thank you, Lord, for that. And also, we've crowned some winners, but in the eyes of the Lord, everyone is a winner. Nick?
Well said, my friend. There's so much we could say. An incredible race here today and all weekend. Thanks to everyone, we've already said it a couple of times, for all your involvement here, for all the track owners, for all the management, for all the sponsors, for all you great racers, for this wonderful track here at Lucas Oil Raceway at Indianapolis that hosts this event, to Summit, of course, Racing Equipment for their involvement, for this incredible crew out here that's worked hard all weekend long, and for everybody from the, of course, water box to the finish line and every place in between. Thank you. And I've got one more thing to say for Brian Olson. Hoo-ah! Love you, baby. Dennis?
Well, thanks, Nick. And once again, thanks to everybody for participating. Thanks to the tracks for helping us all year long and for this weekend. Thanks to all the people from NHRA and from all the folks here at Lucas Oil Raceway in Division 3 and all the Track Announcer Guild announcers and everybody else out here who helped and worked for 3 days and more. My name is Dennis Weiniger. Have a safe trip home. And any further announcements will probably be something like, well, we need somebody to do the tower. All winners and runner-ups once again to the staging lanes, and we'll get you up here in front of the tower.